Good morning. Welcome to the Day of Dialogue. Throughout the day, you will hear from members of the community on topics related to diversity and belonging. Many of our sessions have been pre-recorded so that you can watch it as it airs today or catch up on the content you missed at a later time. Our keynote, Dr. McKinley Melton, an associate professor of English at Gettysburg College, will air at 12 p.m. on the topic, "It is our business to be bothered, necessary trouble and disturbing peace." Our keynote and several of our panelists will join live immediately following the last session for a Q&A on Zoom. Please contact the Division of Diversity and Belonging at 419-372-7100 with questions on how to access the programming or visit www.bgsu.edu/diversity. This Day of Dialogue is the conclusion of the Diversity and Belonging Summer Programming Series on Race in America. Our nation is at a critical point in so many regards, and without intentional discussion about the things that divide us as a people, we may never unite. At BGSU, we have decided that we cannot tolerate such division any longer. We must do our part to tear down systems of oppression and stand up for equity, justice, and democracy. We recognize that diversity and inclusion work is new to some, and others have been a champion of diversity for some time. Regardless, social justice is a journey that we continue on throughout our lives. We must all work to unlearn certain narratives that have been created. And each of us holds unconscious bias that must be checked consistently to ensure that we are not allowing personal opinions to influence our judgment. The Division of Diversity and Belonging was created to help in your journey to ensure that members of our community are empowered and supported, and that we create a campus culture where all belong. It is our belief that language is powerful. In order to help us improve dialogue around a variety of social topics, we will open the day with an introduction to terminology from the Office of Multicultural Affairs staff. More information on university definitions and terminology can be found in the university's Diversity and Belonging Comprehensive Strategy and Plan that was released in June and on the Division of Diversity and Belonging's website. I thank you in advance for your engagement. Thank you to each of the folks delivering sessions, and thank you to our invited keynote speaker, Dr. Melton, for what I know will be an uncomfortable and enlightening talk. Be well.
Hello everyone. We are the staff of the Office of Multicultural Affairs, a part of the Division of Diversity and Belonging.
Here at BGSU, we value diversity and a culture of inclusion. We believe that these concepts enrich our lives and help break down barriers so that all people can feel they belong.
To help us better understand one another, BGSU has adopted a common set of definitions so that we're clearer in our conversation about these topics that can be difficult for some to explore.
Diversity is the recognition of intersecting identities and social hierarchies, particularly related to race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, age, disability, religion, and socioeconomic status.
Belonging is an ongoing process of finding and creating connections. It is about the extent to which students, faculty, and staff feel valued, respected, included, and empowered. When people belong, they experience being affirmed by the campus community, inclusive of the people, physical spaces, and organizational structures within that community.
Equity is the practice of ensuring that personal or social circumstances, such as protected class or intersecting identities, are not obstacles to achieving one's potential. Equity is reflected in policies and processes which acknowledge that we live in a world where not all members are afforded the same resources, treatment, and opportunity, and works to remedy this fact.
Social justice is both a process and a goal of realizing the full and equal participation of all groups in the university that is mutually shaped to meet their needs. Social justice includes a vision of the university in which the distribution of resources is equitable and all members are physically and psychologically safe and secure, and in which individuals are able to develop their full capacities while capable of interacting democratically with others from a position of empowerment and agency and social responsibility toward and with others.
Inclusion is an active process that engages the community to cultivate an environment that sustains and affirms all members, particularly those from historically marginalized or minoritized groups. It is a commitment to distribute privilege and influence across differences and a willingness to act on this commitment.
We know that these conversations can be hard.
We hope that knowing what another person means when they use these words will give us better starting points for deeper exploration of the issues that are still profoundly impacting our nation.
Because silence can no longer be an option if we truly want to build a collaborative, diverse, and inclusive community.
So with respect for one another,
And kindness and understanding.
And grace that allows each other to make mistakes.
while still correcting one another so that we can grow.
And create transformative experiences that change us, our campus, our region, and our country. Let's begin to build a more diverse and inclusive environment where
All belong.
Hello everyone, my name is Natasha Shabazz. I'm a public speaker, a public servant, an entrepreneur, and fellow Falcon, class of 2004. See, when I arrived on the steps of Williams Hall 18 years ago as a transfer from a small liberal arts college in Northeast Ohio, I had no clue that BGSU, let alone the city of Bowling Green, would have a profound impact on who I am today. My road to Bowling Green State University was not easy by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, it was a decision that was filled with anxiety, fear, and a lot of negativity. When I was a student at this small liberal arts college, I received a phone call that changed my life. In fact, I remember it like it was yesterday. It was spring break and I was at home, and I received a phone call from someone telling me to come back to campus because someone had broken into my dorm room. Now, I thought this could not be true because it was spring break. So in fact, I actually hung up on the person because I thought it was a cruel joke. Little did I know, a few minutes later, the person would call me back to let me know that it was not a joke. I needed to make my way back to the campus. So I hopped in my car, took the 50-minute trip to campus, and I could not believe what I saw when I went into my dorm room. There was a huge mess everywhere. In fact, the person tried to, in addition to break into my room, set my dorm room on fire. They ripped my clothes, they ripped my books, they poured cleaner everywhere, bleach. And the worst part about it was, when I looked over to the right above my bed in black spray paint, it said, "N-word, go home." And on the left side of the wall in black spray paint above my roommate's bed, it said, "N-lover, go home." I could not believe my eyes. I was full of fear. I was full of anger. I was full of rage. I could not believe that someone would, one, violate my personal space, and two, make the assumption that they did not even get an attempt to know me. But it didn't stop there. Approximately 5 years ago, the city of Bowling Green, the police, came into my home when I wasn't there. I was at work. They ransacked my home. They tore everything upside down because they accused me of taking a Keurig coffee maker, which I had proof of purchase from Amazon. When I talked to the police, They made comments like, oh, we notice you have nice things. How is it that you can have nicer things than me? That made me so upset. I've been a public servant working for the federal government for almost 14 years. And they question, how is it that I can have nice things? Like, that's not possible. Why was my house ransacked for a coffee maker? How is someone supposed to feel comfortable living in a society that follows you, living in a society that comes into your home? This time I won't run. This time I'm going to plant my seeds. This time I'm going to stick to what I believe in, who I am, and what I stand for. I'm not leaving. And I'm going to encourage students to do the same. Don't run. Go far in your thoughts and dreams, but plant your seeds here. You can create an awesome and incredible impact right here at Bowling Green, right here in Northwest Ohio. We must have the moral courage to do what's right, even when it's uncomfortable and unpopular. We must have the intellectual courage to learn, unlearn, and relearn with an open and flexible mind. And you must have the social courage to be yourself unapologetically. Students, you will find that society is not homogeneous. As you cross the thresholds of graduation, you will find that the world has an abundance of diversity. So I encourage you to reach out to people who don't look like you, to reach out to people who don't talk like you, to reach out to people who do not come from the same place that you come from, in order to create a system, in order to create a mindset, in order to create a moral compass, an authority figure within yourself that recognizes the diversity and the empathy that is involved in reaching out and touching the world. Belong, stand out, go far. As Falcons, as we spread our wings around the country, around the world, we should understand that the depiction, that the characteristics that we learned on this campus as we grace the halls from Thurston to Alumni Drive should be one of empathy, should be one of strength, should be one of morality, should be one that is inclusive, should be one that is understanding. It's not going to happen overnight, and I understand that. But these are the steps that we need to take in order to make sure not only are we creating better students, that we are creating better citizens. Now, as an African American at the university, as an African American within the city of Bowling Green, we have a long way to go to make sure that our city, to make sure that our university is diverse on the faculty side. See, it's not just enough for us to peg us and put us in holes when it only comes to diversity, when it only comes to things that you feel are important to African Americans and to people of color. We need at this university individuals that look like me. We need individuals that look like the world that is surrounding us. How do we create environments that are welcoming and inclusive for faculty as well? And I know this university has struggled with that. And so that is a reflection of the university as well as the community. How can we create a community that will be welcoming and inviting to those who want to live in this city? See, it's not just good enough to say, oh, we can't find anyone. This is a university with a deep heritage that had the likes of James Baldwin gracing these halls, that had the likes of James Baldwin gracing this city. So it's not enough to say we can't figure it out. It's 2020. We have no choice but to do so. Possibly creating coalitions that include community members, university members, students and faculty and staff to figure out what are the gaps, What are the bridges that need to be created and crossed in order to make an inclusive city, in order to make an inclusive university? Things such as having visiting professors at the university as a temporary solution could be a start in the right direction. We can no longer use the excuse that we can't find anyone. We can no longer use the excuse that no one wants to come here. That's not acceptable. And until we figure out why someone doesn't want to stay here, we will never bridge that gap and achieve what we want to. Once again, remember, we must have the courage to do things when people don't want us to. We must have the courage to do things that are uncomfortable. We must have the courage to do things that are inconvenient. It's always been convenient to say, well, we can't find anyone. It's always been convenient to say, nobody wants to stay here. That stops today. I've been living in Bowling Green for almost 2 decades. And sad to say that there's only a handful of people of color. That needs to change. It can change, and the change starts now. When I first moved to Bowling Green, I got pulled over almost every month for no reason. Sometimes it was an occasional, hey, let me make sure you have your license, your registration, and your insurance. But as they get more comfortable with me, it stopped. Living somewhere, I should not have to have a permission slip or a pass in order to make you feel comfortable and to integrate into your society and your homogenous view of what this culture should be. That's not what this world looks like. And that is one of the main reasons that people don't feel comfortable staying here. See, test scores, GPAs, and graduation rates cannot continue to be the primary standards for success when it comes to this university, or any university for that matter. We ask ourselves, how are we creating and producing citizens to go out into this world? When individuals leave the threshold of Bowling Green State University, it should be a reflection and culmination of everything that they learned, including how to learn and love from one another. As a university, we have to create global citizens who are familiar with being uncomfortable. We have to create an environment that is not homogeneous, that will encourage others to seek differences, that will encourage others to understand and have empathy for others. That way, the reputation of this university can precede someone prior to them even walking into a door. We should have world-class morals, world-class standards, world-class empathy, world-class behavior and characteristics. We should create a culture that others would want and love to follow. We should not be the follower, yet the standard of success, the standard of character, and the standard of morals. See, here at Bowling Green, in this city, we have a lot of work to do. There are a ton of individuals that don't look like us, and we wonder why individuals do not feel comfortable living here. In my 20 years, almost 20 years living in the city, I've encountered numerous run-ins with the police, regardless of my social economic status, regardless of my profession, and regardless of how long I've been here. See, I shouldn't have to have a permission slip or a pass to make individuals feel comfortable with who I am. Me being here should be enough. And that's why we constantly have students who do not want to stay here in this city or Northwest Ohio as a region. We will continue to plant seeds of character within students that they will go out and sow within other regions. When will we say it's our time? What will we say? We want to keep our students, our faculty, our staff right here. When will we create an environment that breeds success and diversity outside of the barriers that are created within the university? We must create dialogue that encourages the community as well as the university to combine and collab. We have money to have studies done as to why individuals don't want to stay here. But have we ever asked ourselves things that a study cannot uncover and unturn? Have we asked people in the community, why did they choose to stay here? Have we asked people of color, the few that are here, why are they here? What are the gaps? See, our problems are not going to resolve themselves. It's not just going to be a blink of an eye and then we look up and everything is neat and pretty. This is going to require us to get our hands dirty. As the great John Lewis stated, we're going to have to get in good trouble. We're going to have to unroot some of those issues that are long stemming within this community. When I left Northeast Ohio with that wall spray painted with a negative comment about me, I thought moving to the other side of the state to a larger university would not have the same issues. Come to find out, me being young and naive at that time, that the problems are everywhere. It's the people that make the difference. Will we make a difference? Will we encourage ourselves to stand? I want you to take a look in the mirror. What do you see? And then I want you to take a look at someone else and tell them that you appreciate that they are here. We cannot continue to create standards that surround us that are just the same. We're living in a society that is content with where we are. I'm asking you, citizens of Bowling Green. I'm asking you, students of this university. I'm asking you, faculty. I'm asking you, staff. Everyone, are you content? And if so, we need to fix it. Complacency is not the key. Being comfortable is not the resolution. We need to change that. Get our hands dirty, get uncomfortable, and face this head on. I'm going to ask us to do some operating. Just like a surgeon who would uncover the root cause of the problem prior to engaging in surgery, we need to have a critical conversation, dialogue, and framework to do surgery on this community. That requires us to ripping some Band-Aids that are going to hurt. We need that root cause to be unveiled prior to us even starting to operate. Our operation is surrounded with our strategic plan, a strategic plan that should be rooted in the foundation of community, the foundation of the university, and the foundation of a plan that is going to be built upon this morality that we need to seek out within ourselves first. Almost 20 years ago, I left Northeast Ohio because someone spray painted something very negative on my wall and I felt alone. There have been times being here in this city that I've felt alone as well. It was like imaginary spray paint in this city. A constant reminder that I shouldn't be here as they thought. We have to make the sacrifice now in order to create a standard of success for the future. What are we going to do? Having 30, 40-page strategic plans with no action behind it is a thing of the past. How many studies are we going to do in the city? When are we going to get to work, roll up our sleeves, and get in good trouble? Let's figure this out today. Let's figure this out right now. Let's figure it out this year. We can start today. We say we want to go far. What is it that we want to go far? Is it our reputation or is it our GPA? Is it our welcoming nature or is it our graduation rates? Is it the embracing of others? Or will it just simply be some stats that fill out a line? See, diversity is much more than a statistical makeup. It is a culmination of students, staff, faculty, and the community welcoming and embracing students to make them feel welcome. And once we lose that, we have lost the foundation of who we are and what we stand for. And so I ask you this, what do we stand for? What is the culture? What is the identity of this university? What is the identity of this city? What is the identity of this region as a whole? We should be proud to say that we are creating global citizens who work, live, and play in Northwest Ohio. But oftentimes we find that nobody really wants to stay even in this city. So we need to ask ourselves why. I know for me, at one point I contemplated leaving because I was tired of getting pulled over. And see, it's not just me. You should feel tired of getting pulled over too, even if you've never been pulled over in a single time in your life here. Because if I get pulled over, you get pulled over. And that is the culture that we need to create here at Bowling Green State University. See that imaginary spray paint that we have now? That was removed from my walls physically in Northeast Ohio. It's nothing more than a transfer here in Northwest Ohio. Now, while someone didn't spray paint it on my walls, they sure made me feel that way. How are you making others feel? I ask myself that on a daily basis. What am I doing in this world to impact someone in a positive way, to make a difference, to let them know that I came from this university? We need people that look like us. We need people of all orientations. We need individuals, young and old alike, to come together. We have to create a standard and culture that precedes us before we walk in the door. What are they saying about this university when we step foot in? And I'm not talking about the normal standards. I'm not talking about the GPA. I'm not talking about the graduation rate. I'm talking about the person, the behavior, the morals, the ethics. Another thing that we can do is to create an environment that encourages people of color to create roots here in Bowling Green, whether it's starting a business or raising a family here. We have very little, if only a handful or a couple businesses that are owned by people of color here in the city. That needs to change. And so what are the barriers that individuals face when trying to start a business here? We need to look at that as well. Also, in my almost 20 years here living in Bowling Green, I've yet to see an individual of color work on the police force. That is a very glaring, gaping hole and gap that cannot be ignored. We have a few that work for the university, but that's still not enough. That communication between students and the university police can be better. once we have individuals that look like the makeup and shape of the university staff, the university students. And let me back up, because it does look like the staff. It does look like the makeup of the students. We have to do better to diversify our faculty. We have to do better to strengthen our police force to look like what this world is all about. It's not okay for us to have homogenous public servants within this community. How are we going to increase our visibility in order to attract others that don't necessarily look like the majority of people that live here? Once we tackle these issues, we can make progress and be on the right track to make sure that we have world-class empathy and diversity. Once again, diversity is just not a statistical makeup. It is going to require more things that are going to be uncomfortable in order for us to have success. Please believe it's not going to be easy and it's not going to be overnight. But these are a couple of things that we can implement and start immediately or very soon in order to be on the right track and path. How many studies are we going to pay for? We know what needs to be done, but we just don't want to get uncomfortable in order to do it. And I'm going to challenge this university and this city to do so. We can't just look good in the U.S. News World Report. It's more than that. It's the feeling, it's the vibe, it's the sense of community for everyone, when you walk and talk and be in this community and this university. No longer can we look good on paper and have others be uncomfortable when they're actually here. Looking good on paper and for show, those days are over. What are we going to do to actually be good when nobody's watching? I encourage you to check out my website. I would love to further the dialogue and see what we can do in order to make this a success, in order to make progress, in order to have Bowling Green State University and the city of Bowling Green a world-class institution and place to live. Thank you.
This isn't the first or the last. I take into account the past of others, looking through the grate, hands behind my back, ashamed of my face as we pass another's. Michelle Alexander told me the numbers, I ain't believer, until I was subjected. These stances now made me a believer. This is a letter from a Birmingham jail. No winds on the river, no mail on the sail. The man in the cell, he was fighting for his life when the intentions of the opposition put him up for sale. This is how I feel. See, every breath I take is an exclamation point on every heartbeat they take, knowing I only got 5. Where's the love in this house? Beating, beating, beating. And during every shot they shoot like Ross Capacchione, trying to rob me and you of Kings Rodney. Tears streaming to the gutter and make rainbows like Talib Kweli. Judged by judges who judge but can't relate. Lady Justice supposed to be blind, but she don't like the way we look. We gave the world MLK, but they took him away. And in exchange for all of his work, they give us Zimmerman every day. We walk in a new balance and search for a lifetime of wisdom. It seems like we can only find it in places of hurt. In other words, it's too late. Cuffs around my wrist can't compare to chambers around my heart. Sentiments of your peace don't mean nothing after I'm buried under the dirt. Coming out the pen, doing the same thing that got me in. Tell me how that's supposed to work. Tell me how I'm supposed to work. You tell me how I'm supposed to feel. Tell me where my feelings were. Enraged at all times. This is a letter from a Birmingham jail. We ain't waiting no more. You can't tame us no more. We ain't scared no more. If you want to throw hate, we can love you some more. This is personal here. We can't prepare here now. We ain't crying here now. We ain't dying here now. You can never tune us out. We gon' make it here now. We can never be lost. We gon' always be found. Let 1,000 of our flowers be cemented in the ground.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anthony King. I am a first-year student at BGSU, first-year transfer. So last year is my first year at BGSU. I'm going on my senior year at BGSU. I am from Detroit, Michigan. I went to Renaissance High School. I am a twin, and we are the organizers of the first BG Peaceful Protest, the Juneteenth celebration in Bowling Green, and the founders of BRAVE, Black Rights, Activism, Visibility, and Equity. So growing up, race was like a blur for me. I think all the way up until middle school, when I kind of noticed that shows that I watched, like had white people in them, and like how the life of the white people in the shows, like a Zoe 101, was always like super different than what I experienced like in high school. And so, but even then it was kind of a blur, and it really wasn't until I went to the University of Michigan's Impulse camp, where I saw like a drastic difference in like the language and the culture of these different races. Growing up, I was taught that white people were sort of like as a standoff enemy. And so people that like you couldn't trust, people that like would stab you in the back, like if you turned around. And these really evil people, and some of the people that I grew up around didn't trust white people, and they like filled my head with like a lot of thoughts and like a lot of sayings that like I grew up with, and I really just didn't understand. I didn't understand why, because I mean my first time like meeting a white person, I was literally probably in the 11th grade of high school. I went to all black elementary, middle school, and high school, and so. Yeah, I grew up thinking like these people were like, always like evil and like standoff-ish, but it was always kind of a blur. And so that was high school. But when I went to college and went to a historically black university, which it was a Norfolk State University, and that was an interesting experience because I really like experienced like black culture like at its rawest form. Going to HBCU, and then going from like a black culture to like some white spaces that I experienced in Virginia, because Norfolk is like a naval base, so there were a lot of like white people in the Navy. So I ran into like some of their spaces, and you could just tell like a drastic difference. Like the HBCU dorms were kind of like broken down, and like classrooms still have chalkboards, and I mean low funding. And there were some definite beautiful parts of my HBCU, but you could definitely tell that there's like a lack of funding. But it wasn't really until I transferred to Bowling Green State University that became super apparent to me. That it became super apparent how oppressed my people, like how oppressed Black people are. Everyone at BG that I met was super, super nice at the beginning. They were super nice, like all seemed like they were always happy. And at like an HBCU, surrounded by like all Black people, they were always like serious and like straightforward. And yeah, we had fun, but kind of the overall energy of it was to be serious and straightforward, because this is a chance that you're in college, and this is a chance that a lot of people, a lot of Black people do not get. A lot of Black people are not afforded the opportunity to go to college, and a lot of the students at HBCU are in fact first generation students, and so they take their collegiate experience really seriously. But at BG, it seemed like everyone was like relaxing, like having fun, just going with the flow. And so what I learned about race, I learned the most when I transferred. Because coming from a Black high school and then going to historically Black university, it was a big culture shock. One of the things that I learned and I experienced was that, it was code switching. And so I had to learn how to code switch. That has been something that I've always had to do growing up. And, I learned that code switching can be like mentally taxing for Black people. It was for me. I would spend the whole day at BG basically code switching, not being my true authentic self. And so people wouldn't like look at me differently or think I was ghetto or, ratchet or poor, or that I come from underprivileged, spaces. And so that was one of the biggest, most prominent things that stuck out to me in the beginning was learning how to code switch, and also kind of learning where Black people are like in the society, in the societal structure of the United States. Having all the races, or not all the races, or a lot of races mixed in a single space like a predominantly white university, BGSU, it showed me that there's a larger gap than I expected between races. And what I mean by that, I could see how I had to work twice as hard in order to be recognized, in order to be heard. And it felt like in order to be successful. And growing up and going to all Black high school and elementary school and middle school and historically Black university for my first 2 years in college, we were kind of like at the same level and like moving along. But when I came to the PWI, there was these people who had, way more resources and, way more money and, and by now I had way more friends, and I had to kind of like go out and look for my friends, because there wasn't a Black person, that I saw all the time, or like a community of Black people that were everywhere all the time, surrounded by white people for a majority of the time. And so, it took work, and it's actual work, and it's a labor that I don't think that a lot of people give enough credit to. And yeah, Atan, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my name is Atan Smeltzer, and I am a local business owner. I am a BGSU alumnus. I went to BG from 2004 to 2011. Graduated with a degree in opera performance, which I can't say I put to use a whole lot, but was a lot of fun to do that. And I grew up in Brunswick, Ohio, which is a suburb of Cleveland, a very, very white suburb of Cleveland. It's about 25 miles southwest of Cleveland. And so when I was growing up, we didn't really think of race. We weren't really confronted by race. Everyone that I knew, everyone in my family was white. And so I graduated with a class of 625 in 1999. And so in my school, there were about 2,200 students, and there was one Black kid. There was one Black guy, Johnny, and we really didn't. Let me rewind. So growing up in elementary school, there was one Black student in my kindergarten class, Jasmine, and in kindergarten, I didn't really think about it. She was another student. We played blocks. We sat on the reading carpet together and whatnot. And it didn't occur to me that there was a difference. The older I got, the more the insidious nature of race relations came into it. When I was growing up, again, in an all-white family, and my family actually hails from West Virginia. My grandfather was literally a coal miner from West Virginia. And so, we were rednecks. And I heard a lot of racist jokes growing up. I heard a lot of racist jokes in my high school. And, it was really troubling because I understood on an intellectual level and on a fundamental level that we're all the same, same blood runs through all of our veins. But it was really troubling because I remember when I first started dating when I was 13 years old, my grandfather told me not to bring home any of those dark girls. And I was like, I'm sorry, what? Excuse me? And that really it really impacted me. And that was the first time that I really became aware of race in that way, and the kind of struggles that, that Black people go through, in that prejudice that they were still going through. Because this would have been about 1993, 94, which was about the same time as the LA race riots when Rodney King happened in the early 90s. And again, in that time, I was so young, I was only really provisionally aware of that. My family, my parents were always pretty progressive and left-leaning, so I was aware of things a lot of times because they talked about them, but that was one of the first times that it kind of hit me on a personal and fundamental level. And then growing through high school, and again, being in this very white community, I would overhear racist jokes. And looking back now, unfortunately, I wasn't the guy that would call out somebody for telling a racist joke. And, now looking back and seeing that, that was me using privilege. And whether or not there were any people of color who were around to hear that joke, it doesn't matter, because we were propagating that negative image. We were propagating those negative stereotypes, and we were really using our privilege and weaponizing it against people of color. And so it was really challenging, and something that I grappled with for a long time, but I didn't really know what to do. There weren't really a lot of resources out there for white people to educate themselves on race, or at least that were made available to us, as much as there have been in the last 10 years or so. Obviously, back then in the 90s, the internet wasn't really what it is today, and you didn't have a lot of these things. Social media wasn't around to challenge people and expose you to different points of view. So you really only had what you were presented with. And so for me, when I left my very, very white high school, I first went to a school in Cleveland that was a private liberal arts institution called Baldwin Wallace. And again, that was a very, very white school as well. And I did not see a whole lot of people of color then. I ended up leaving that school after about 2 years. And at that time, I worked full-time in East Cleveland, doing an overnight shift at a medical facility. And most of my coworkers at that time were Black. And so I ended up getting into a lot more conversations and learning a lot more just through conversation and talking to them than I had ever experienced. And again, I was friends with Johnny in high school, but again, living in the suburbs, living in a very white suburb, he didn't have an opportunity to express any Black culture. His family didn't have any Black culture to be around. And so they were fitting in. Anthony, like you said, code switching, always being in a very white environment. And so they were having to accommodate that. And so when I was finally around a workplace that was mostly Black, and where I was the minority there, it was so fascinating to me, and it was so eye-opening to realize that, oh my gosh, there are so many things that like the code switching, like I realized in that environment, I kind of had to code switch. And so now coming to realize when the Black Lives movement started and becoming involved in that and educating myself in this, I realized how taxing all that is, and how, again, Anthony, people of color and you have to do that in these white built institutions all the time. And all of these institutions that have grown up and are controlled by white culture really are setting up people of color for failure. If you don't you have to work, like you said, twice as hard to actually fit in. And it's kind of soul crushing. And I've talked about this before, about how it's not enough. And so many people nowadays, so many white people are saying, oh, I'm not racist, I'm not racist, I'm not racist. You can't just not be racist, you have to be anti-racist. And the effort to educate yourself it does take effort. And so it's not insignificant, but it is nothing compared to what people of color have had to live with for centuries.
Yeah, and piggybacking off of Tan, I think a piece that's also important in my journey of kind of realizing like racial disparities was also I hit a point in life where the differences and the racial disparities made me angry. And there's a quote that says, to be a Black man in America, and to be the slightest bit of socially conscious is to be in a constant state of anger all the time. And I definitely experienced that. Seeing the killings of Trayvon Martin, and seeing the killings of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery. These were things that made me angry, you know, and a lot of times when, especially around my 12th grade year, I ended up angry at really knowing one white person or really meeting a white person. Um, I was just, I was just angry. Like, and I remember I went through a phase where it's like, I don't want to talk to a white person ever. You know, I don't want to get to know a white person ever. You know what I mean? Because I'm seeing the movies and I'm seeing the things they're doing. And when I got to BG and I kind of made like white friends, you know, I saw that, you know, not all white people had, you know, not white people were all, you know, racist. You know, not all white people have bias, and which is good. But, you know, on top of that, I experienced of the carrying the load of being Black in these white spaces. And so no matter what I'm doing, I'm always going to be responsible for the Black culture and for Black people and for our race. And so that was also mentally taxing. And I mean, these things cohesively, you know, at one point in my first year at BG, like weighed me down a lot. These were things that, you know, before I did not have to deal with. You know, all of a sudden I'm in this new space, this majority white space. And now these are things that I'm having to sleep with, and things I'm having to address. And so that was something that, you know, it took me a while to figure out. You know, is how do I carry the weight of being Black? I mean, how do I code switch and still be successful? You know, which are things that I don't think, you know, other you know, other specifically white people have to deal with, which also came with the anger, with the anger fact. And after seeing the George Floyd killing, it was apparent to me then that something had to be done at Bowling Green, you know. And I know people say that life's not fair, but at the end of the day, I looked around at my community and I looked around the classrooms and I looked around the city of Bowling Green, and I just thought, you know, things are not fair. You know, and what can I do to make things fair? And I think that's an unfortunate reality that people of color in this country have to deal with. And it's also, you know, things that are left out of the conversation when talking about the experience of the Black man, the Black woman in these spaces that are majority white, and how mentally taxing a lot of these things can be for them. On top of the fact that they're a college student, right? And that they're a human and they're a regular person with dreams and aspirations and goals, you know. Now society has put the burden of carrying their entire race on their backs. And so, yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, when you said, you know, being angry when you became aware of all this and seeing the disparity, that absolutely makes sense. And, you know, and as a person who is, God, I hate the word woke, but you know what I mean? Like as a white man who is seeing all this and who is looking at this and who is trying to understand, because we know that I cannot understand the challenges that you live with on a daily basis because that's not my experience, but I'm trying real hard. And I get angry too. I get angry every day that I see these injustices. When I see these microaggressions and I learn about these things, and a lot of this stuff has become buzzwords, you know, the word microaggression, but it's true. It is a thing that happens, and it is a thing that is done to you. And it is a way of belittling you, belittling your culture, belittling, you know, all the things that you've experienced. And it infuriates me. And anyone who is a person of good conscience, who wants to be a person of good morals, has to get mad at this. And that's where we're at in this country right now. We have to use that anger. And this is something that I've talked about when it comes to motivating white people to get into this. It's challenging because white fragility is a thing. We don't like confronting guilt. Nobody likes feeling guilty about things, but we have to get into that and through that, because white people a lot of times will learn about this and we'll see this and we'll say, oh my God, everything that we have was built on, you know, the slave trade. Everything that we have was built on, our wealth was built on redlining. Our wealth was built on all these things that were taken away from Black people. And they have that guilt. And unfortunately, a lot of people settle in that. They get uncomfortable, they hate that, and then they rebound and go back to being, you know, not racist, but they're part of a racist system. And so
Right.
getting through that and through the guilt into that righteous anger and that action is what they need to do. And
Yeah.
that's that step that a lot of people are missing because they don't know how to take that step. And part of what you and I are doing with Brave, is educating white allies on how to be better allies.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Piggybacking off what you said, one of the newest things that I learned about race and equity, one of them is that because of the way like this country is structured, and because of the way this country is built, that if you support the Black life, particularly the Black woman, the black female life, if you support and uplift that life and try to tear down the destructions, the structure of oppression that holds them down, and then you inherently uplift all of the other races that are affected by oppression.
Yeah.
And also is that one of the things that I learned is that it's going to take all of us coming together to begin to fix the problems, and to begin to fix the racist structures that is America, and to begin to heal these things. You know what I mean? It can't just be Black people. You know what I mean? It can't just be white people. Believe it or not, I mean, it's going to take all of us coming together to intentionally fight the system that is racism in America, and for this to be effective.
It has to. And I always, it's cheesy. I mean, one of the things that I do is I do weddings, but I'm a big believer in love. Love. I mean, as a white man, I'm not going to quote Martin Luther King because it's not my place, but he said a lot of things about love. And hate cannot drive out darkness. Love can drive out darkness. I mean, what we have to do is we have to stand together against hate, against racism, against all the evils that have been done in the name of so many things, because so many things that have been done to people, while waving an American flag or while waving the flag of religion. So many things have been done to push people down in the name of those things.
Yeah.
And we have to come together. Like you said, we have to, stand side by side and link arms to be able to beat that back. And I believe it's through love.
Yeah, same, man. I completely agree. And you have to change someone's heart before you can change their mind.
Yes.
And I always would agree that there are more good people than bad. There are more good than bad in any situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so I believe if we just give the people the tools and give the power to the people, and then I think that goes a long way when you're talking about racial disparities that affect oppressed communities.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And man, I tell you what, I wish we had the magic wand that we could wave it and fix everything with one little thing. But it's going to take love, but it's going to take a lot of work.
Yeah, it's going to take love and a lot of work, man, a lot of patience,
mm-hmm.
A lot of understanding on both sides. You know what I mean? One thing that I also think doesn't get enough attention is, how much of a two-way street this is. We have to demand, and we have to, say what we want, but we also have to be willing to listen. And this is because you can have racism without having racist people.
Yes.
And so and in fact, it's possible for you to be a white person in America and not be racist and not have a bias, but still support a racist structure.
Mm-hmm.
So it's listening to the people that are talking, listening to the majority, to white people, and also having them listen to you is how we can gain more progress more quickly when we're talking about race and equity. So I think it's a two-way street, and I definitely think it's possible for us to get over this hump, and for us to all live here. If not euphoria, then something close. And I think it's possible. And like you said, man, I think it's going to take love.
Yeah. Well, and like you said, it's possible to not be racist, but live in a racist system. And this is the thing that white people need to realize, that even if you don't think you're racist, you grew up in it. It's part of how you were indoctrinated. A fish doesn't know that it lives in water because it's lived its entire life in water. And so you don't know that you've been part of a racist system because you've been part of that racist system since the day you were born. And so, I mean, part of it is waking up, realizing it, seeing it, and then, you know, like we said, with love, trying to take it apart piece by piece and build something better.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Love conquers all always, man.
Cool.
Yeah, I think that is all our time.
Mm-hmm.
And so thank you for listening, y'all.
Awesome.
All right. Peace.
Welcome to our panel discussion, What Can I Do to Affect Change in My Community? I'm Joanna Lyon. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a graduate assistant in the Center for Public Impact at BGSU, and I'm also a PhD candidate in American Culture Studies. Paul Valdez is joining me today as a co-facilitator. Paul, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Joanna, and thank you to all of our panelists that are going to be joining us. As Joanna mentioned, my name is Paul Valdez. My preferred pronouns are he and him, and I'm the Associate Director in the Center for Public Impact. And we're excited to have this dialogue today to talk a little bit about what you can do to affect change in your community. First off, we had a few definitions that we wanted to share with you just to kind of set the context for our conversation. So first, as the Center for Public Impact, we work in the area of civic engagement and community engagement. And we thought it would be important to kind of put some definitions out there for you, just so we're on the same page about those. So this definition comes from Ehrlich from 2000. It set the basis for a lot of work within higher education around civic engagement. And so civic engagement is contributing and working to make a difference in the public or civic life of our communities and developing the combination of knowledge, skills, values, and commitment to make that difference. It means promoting the quality of life in our communities and solving public problems through both political and non-political processes. Civic engagement is also undergirded by the constructs of collective action and social responsibility. We also thought it would be important to talk a little bit about democratic engagement, which this definition comes from the American Association of Colleges and Universities and NASPA. And the way that they frame it is that democratic engagement is an important component of civic engagement, and that it's the practice of engaged citizenship through democratic mechanisms and principles. So we live in a democratic society, and so those mechanisms and principles are specific to how we operate as a democracy. But politics is a process by which a group of people whose opinions or interests might be divergent, but we reach collective arguments that are generally regarded as binding on our groups and enforced as a common or public policy. So we thought that we wanted to kind of highlight those, but we wanted to make sure that you understand the distinction between democratic and civic engagement. So in the US, democratic engagement means engagement in a democracy or a democratic form of government. It is a central part of civic engagement, specifically relating to applying learned skills, knowledge, and commitments to contribute to public life through the democratic political process. And so Joanna's going to talk to us a little bit about the social change wheel and kind of how that gets put into operation.
So today's panel discussion will be framed by the social change wheel, which was created by Minnesota Campus Compact as a tool to explore different ways of being civically engaged in different activities that you can participate in to be civically engaged. It's important to highlight that anti-racism, equity, and co-creation are at the center of the wheel. And this is because anti-racism, equity, and co-creation are key components of a thriving democracy and what we're working towards when we engage in these activities. The shape of the wheel enables different forms of civic engagement to be rotated around the center so that they can work in collaboration and be coordinated to work towards these objectives. The inner ring consists of community and civic engagement activities that are commonly used on college and university campuses. And the outer activities are activities that could be held on a college campus, but also are engaged more broadly within our community. Before we jump into the panel discussion, I'd like to do introductions for everyone to Share your name, your pronouns, your title in the organization or department that you're a part of. Brianne, would you like to start?
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I am Brianne Hawkins. I use she, her, hers pronouns. I am a college student personnel program student at BGSU. I'm in my second year, and I'm a grad assistant in the Division of Diversity, Belonging, and Office of Title IX.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carly Pratt. I use she, her, her pronouns, and I'm a part of the BGSU Votes team as a student leader. I'm also a senior here in my undergrad studying social studies education.
Hello, everyone. My name is Deontay Shivers, BG grad, 2017 communication major. I'm the owner and founder of business Trigger Mills, located in Ziggy's Bar, 300 East Wooster. Yeah, it's pretty much all I have right now.
I'm Jolie Sheffer. I use she, her, hers pronouns. I am a faculty member in English and American Culture Studies, and I'm the director of the Institute for the Study of Culture and Society, which is a kind of public humanities center here at Bowling Green State University. And relative to this conversation, I am also the current chair of the Perrysburg Coalition for Inclusion and Social Justice.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. My name is Toni Gordon. I use she, her, hers pronouns. I am one of the assistant directors of diversity education and retention initiatives in the Office of Multicultural Affairs. And I do a lot of work in the community as it pertains to a lot of social justice, a lot of education surrounding diversity, etc. So it's good to be here. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Will Daniels. My preferred pronouns are he, him, his. I am a PhD candidate in the American Cultural Studies Department here at BGSU.
Our panelists will share how they've been civically engaged through different methods included on the social change wheel. So our first question for all of you today is, what parts of the social change wheel do you have experience using to address racial justice, and what drew you to these activities? Anybody like to start the conversation?
I would be thrilled. So I think for me, the focus for me on this social justice wheel, particularly with the outer portion of the wheel, I think I find myself, if I am physically able, I do like to show and support through my demonstration. And by that, I mean, especially during the recent months, as it pertains to a lot of injustices, we've seen a lot of protests and a lot of demonstrations that way. However, being physically able, meaning I am part of the population that is immunocompromised. And so I don't always see myself being able to, but if I know that I am going to be in a safe space, then I will show my physical support. If not, there's another part of the wheel that says I'm monitoring my daily activities, and I'm very vocal on my own social media platforms. I speak about the issues, I raise awareness, I am engaging with other peoples in my media platforms that way. If we go into the inner circle, I am an educator, and so parts of my daily activity is also engaging with my students and also with my fellow colleagues who are also wanting to learn more, but aren't sure where to gather their resources, aren't sure where to gather other knowledge bases, if you will. So I try my best to deliver readings, deliver articles, show videos, etc. because I want others to participate and engage in the dialogue and create change that way. So those are some of the things that a part of the wheel that I do and I try to be a part of. Other parts of the wheel, I do fundraising, I contribute my funding, I'm always giving if I can. Again, if I'm not physically able, I'm going to support. I support Black-owned businesses, right? Like, so I support other businesses that aren't gaining a lot of money, especially in these times. And so I do my best to contribute to their businesses and stuff, things like that. And so what drew me to these is that I'm always looking for who's not able and who's not at the table or who can't do it themselves. And so what can I do to help? What can I do to help others engage, help others feel like they could be a part of a movement or understand a movement, because I don't want to be a movement on my own. So I do those things so that I'm helping others be a part of that with me.
Thanks, Tony. I could go give my response next, I guess. Well, from the wheel, some things that I try to do, or at least will, aspire to do, is sorry, I'm just looking at it. The social responsible and daily behavior aspect. And to me, that may just look like watching my actions and correcting myself in that moment or right after a moment occurred where I may have like said something wrong or did something wrong or noticed where I could do something better. And even like trying to practice calling out others when I see like where I can and where I can help assist with that. And then also, I kind of feel like I'm trying to practice more deliberative and reflective dialogue. And so that's why I mentioned earlier that, I'm helping with the social justice retreat for my program, because I do want to be able to provide those spaces for folks to talk about different topics and, give that platform for them. And I really think that's my interest, just because I feel like maybe I'm kind of like soft-spoken, or there's been times where I haven't been able to, I didn't know how to advocate for myself, or, I'm still trying to learn how to speak up and feel comfortable speaking about certain things. So as I'm trying to learn how to do that for myself, I'm also trying to help do that for others. So, they won't have to, go through that or make a realization as late as I did.
I can go next. So I think, one of the things that's really interesting to me, both in the change wheel and also hearing what Tony and Brianna have said, is that, we often enter into these things from a particular position, right? Either because of a job or a role we have, or because of personal, right? But I think what each of us is experiencing is the way that you enter at one point, but it translates into many points on the wheel. I assume I am not alone, that I highlighted many different parts on this wheel that I see myself engaging in, and in different parts of my life. Some of these to me seem about personal behaviors and kind of things that I do one-on-one, right? And then others feel more institutional, like in my role as director of ICS. In that role, the idea of like socially responsible daily behaviors means, how do I make sure the communications we send out are accessible to the visually impaired? How do we make sure our processes include transcription services and other things, so that that's not about an individual me with someone else, but it is about thinking about how in my role, how do we make those things a daily part of what we do? How do we think about equity and bake it in to our processes? But then I also think that, part of this is about, formal and informal roles, the visible and the behind the scenes stuff that you're doing, right? Some things others will never know about, but you are helping to kind of shift a culture. And I think a lot of us are really thinking in different ways about, how do you scale up? How do you take what you are doing in those individual or in that particular role, and how do you level that up, right? How do you make that not just in your role, but the whole division? How do you make that a whole community? How do you do those things? And so for me, you know, I am just seeing a lot of things cutting across, because there are distinct activities I'm doing as a professor, you know, in the way I teach and kind of the ethics and the daily interactions of that. There is my kind of administrative role. There's also that, like, as a private citizen, right? I am chair of this social justice organization in my community that is not directly related to my roles on campus, but it's clearly informed by them, right? The things I'm learning in one place, I am trying to take into those other spaces. So for me, it's hard for me to say kind of what drew me, because I've come in at different points and then I've tried to sew these all together, weave them together so that the whole brick, personal and professional life, I am trying to live a life that is devoted to justice and equity.
I can go ahead. Kind of a difficult one to follow up, but anyway. um, so first of all, I recognize voting in formal like political activities, being a part of BGSU votes. We're out there every day on campus registering students as they come by, making sure everyone we see is informed on how you can vote, the different ways to vote, the different ways to get engaged, like civically, democratically, like the distinction we mentioned before. And that's really like a rewarding thing to do. And also personally, with voting and civic engagement, it's recognizing, looking at the candidates locally, statewide, and, you know, obviously presidential. What do they mention about racial justice? Like, do they mention it at all? And what's their plan to address it if they are elected in? And then more on the side, as a future social studies teacher in my cohort, we're all going into our professional year of student teaching and everything. And I've appreciated, a lot of my professors have made it a point to bring this up, just racial justice in the classroom first, like starting off in the school year. And as social studies teachers, that's a major thing to talk about. So a lot of that has been, I saw, deliberate and reflective dialogue. So we've been discussing things like, it's not really a secret that the Ohio Social Studies standards and the content and the textbooks that we go through aren't inclusive of all, you know, marginalized groups' actual history and the true history of America. And so a lot of our conversation is, how do we navigate that while also participating in following these standards, and how do we bring up things when we're not necessarily required to, but it is the history of America and the world, and which just doesn't, it's not as accurate. So hopefully in the following years, when they're reviewed, in 2 years actually, we looked it up, we'll make some changes there. And that's also talking about, as a cohort, there's, out of 35 of us going to professional year in social studies education specifically, there's one person who identifies as a person of color. And that's talking about, well, how did we get here? Why, as the College of Education in general, why do we lack in diversity so much? And so just having those honest conversations, just, I think bringing it down to wherever you can affect your personal community and what you do every day is very important as well.
Okay, I'll join. Again, my name is Deontay. Looking at the wheel, the thing that really drew me with being like a business owner and everything, which far I think the thing that really stand out to me the most is the fundraising, giving, and philanthropy part. Excuse me. I just think that's really important in the community. I've always wanted to be, I've always wanted to be the change that I always, wanted to see in the world. And with being a minority in the community, and having the business that I have, I just felt that it was best to kind of use the platform that I've built over the years, and just really put it out there, and just really, like I said, just be the change that I wanted to see in the world. use the business that I was blessed with to be able to bless others. I think that's really huge. Another thing was the protests and demonstrations. I feel, especially like us Black men, we don't really have the opportunity to really like have our voice heard a lot. And with having the platform that I have, I feel just organizing, different events like that will really give us a chance to be heard. And yeah, that's pretty much what I have right now. Thank you.
I guess I'll go next. So for me, I became an activist when I was getting my MA in literature at Eastern Michigan University. So that's in Ypsilanti, Michigan. And for us, we were an education justice group. And so we kind of had three different kind of different campaigns that we started. And most of it, we were folks who were reading a lot about activism, either through in the classroom or either for fun. So there were lots of political science students. I was a literature student who was learning about kind of post-colonial literature, and I wanted to, learn and make a difference. And so our first campaign, it was helping out the lecturers who were trying to unionize on our campus, and we learned about like the really kind of poor teaching conditions, and we wanted to support as students. And so that was our first big campaign. And our second campaign was an anti-sweatshop campaign. And we were trying to make sure that anything that was made that was made for the school, so if it had our school logo, that it was made in kind of fair working conditions, and those workers were also compensated. And so we were part of this group called United Students Against Sweatshops, and we were doing kind of an international kind of solidarity campaign. Workers who are already trying to unionize in their own home country, and how can we leverage our privilege as students as a way to make sure these workers are being able to, get paid what they're worth. And then our third shift for the campaign was the EAA. It's the Education Achievement Authority. This was a kind of a big privatization of the Detroit public schools. And this happened after we had an emergency manager. So this is all post-bankruptcy in Detroit. So lots of austerity measures that tried to kind of take public support away from public education. And so we said, as Eastern, we were the connector. So Eastern had the charter for these different EAA charter schools. So these were like for-profit schools that were taking away money from public schools. And so we led protests and demonstrations to say like, this is really unfair. We also did kind of community organizing. So we were kind of both on campus and off campus. So we talked with like the Latino Student Association, the Muslim Student Association. There are several different associations that we all talked with, and we said like, this all impacts us as Eastern students, and we're all different, racial or ethnic or gender minorities. And so we all wanted to help out in different ways because it affected us as a community of students. But then we also connected with teachers who were working in Detroit public schools. My dad, he taught for 30 years in Detroit public schools, and he was kind of forced into retirement because of this mass privatization. And so we were kind of working with different parents and teachers who were also affected by this privatization of these public schools. And then we just did a lot of advocacy and raising awareness. And so we were, flyering on campus. We would also go off campus. Just to kind of raise awareness, and I think that getting the word out there that like what was going on was not okay and was really affecting mostly African American students in Detroit, and so like the level of education was much lower than it was in the public schools, and so we tried to raise community awareness. And then kind of looking at like the inner wheel, it was about building community building and partnership. And so I think that for me, through coalitions of like finding like this is really an injustice, and that's how we kind of make things better, is like when we work together towards like a common tool. And it might not reflect personally for everyone, but I think that if someone feels moved by something to change, you can kind of focus one thing at a time and kind of go kind of from campaign to campaign. And what drew me into it was there's a documentary, and Charles Kernigan, who was an anti-sweatshop activist, he came to our school. And I was never involved in activism. I was really too nervous and too shy to ever get involved. And students were saying, well, how do we fight anti-sweatshop stuff? What kind of brands do we wear? And he said, you can't buy your way out of a crisis. You have to organize. And I said, oh, what does organizing mean? And he said, this is like working together with, 3 to 5 of your friends and pick something that you want to do and launch a campaign. So that's what we did. Thank you.
If you could also expand on perhaps additional ways that you would like to engage again across different activities, or ways in which you could collaborate with other people or other organizations to build upon the work that you addressed, to again touch on more of the areas of the wheel.
I would say that, kind of building on what I said before, I think thinking about how wherever you come in, whatever your first step is, once you do that and sort of figure out your message and your audience, figuring out how to extend that, right? And sometimes that's through breadth. So it's through coalitions, it's through, if you're a campus organization, reaching out to community organizations, right? Or finding others that have aligned interests. So if you're interested in racial justice, talking to the immigration, rights community in your neighborhood, right? So part of it is sort of moving outward. But it's also about, I think, really thinking about those different strategies, because you want to hit different audiences. And so social media will hit different people than flyering might, right, in a downtown business area, or than kind of personal appeals through email, right? Each of these is going to have create sort of different opportunities and help you reach different audiences. And so I think thinking about all of these things can be connected, and to figure out more than one strategy, more than one means of getting your message out. And I think that's one of the things the wheel kind of visualizes, that there's more, that you can go further by trying some different strategies, linking up with different organizations. That doesn't mean you have to become an expert in all these things, but you need to partner, truly collaboratively partner with others who can help you expand and amplify your message.
Yeah, to cap on that really quickly, and Joey said it perfectly, right? Like extending your circle, extending your experiences. I mentioned that if I'm able, right, I will go to a protest. But if I'm not, I use my platform on my social media. I'm comfortable with that, but I have to be willing to be uncomfortable also, and delving into spaces that I wouldn't normally delve into, going to different meetings that I wouldn't normally go to. By the way, I'm not shy, so I would normally go to a town hall in my area. And Jolie, I'm in Perrysburg, so I would love to come and go to those spaces, right? Like, so networking, finding who's where, right? Like that's really important in the around the wheel approach to that is, right, like finding demonstrations or finding spaces that you're not normally in the wheel. I'm normally in other parts of the wheel, so now I need to go into other spaces that I'm not, and I need to be okay with that. So I'm no longer a fly on the wall. I'm no longer trying to be outward and saying that's what they do on the inside. I need to be a part of the inside. So extending your circle just a little bit to say, I can do this. And I mean that, and I mean to do this, and I want to put my one foot in front of the other to make those actionable steps. So I think that that's a great way, and Jolie said it perfectly. You have to be willing to go in spaces where you don't normally go. You have to be willing to say and be in the spaces that you don't normally be in. So yeah.
Going off of both points made, I think this like around the wheel approach is very, it can be incorporated. For examples Tony gave us, if she can't be somewhere physically, she will, use her platform to, still be present. Or if we're just looking at like current times right now, the around the wheel approach, I feel like it really addresses something that was mentioned in the resources that you all sent to for this, and flexibility is imperative. We're seeing the, the current state, with COVID, it has switched how we do things and how we engage and how we protest and how we advocate. So with having this around the wheel approach, we're able to go through and pick and select and see like, oh, I used to do this, but let me see where I could kind of navigate towards, and maybe if that will fit with me and fit with how I have to adapt. So for me, that's how I will mostly incorporate it. Like I mentioned earlier, most of the social change involvement that I'm in is within my role, within my, in my office. So kind of thinking like, well, how we used to, do in-person events and have key speakers come and, gain the interest of students. So that's not going to happen anymore. So how are we going to do these things? Or we're having I had these things planned to what I was going to promote on our social media and programming, but we're having instances on campus where, that kind of shifts like the needs of like what people want and what they want to see. So now I have to figure out how. I don't really want to plan a protest because that's in person, but I still want to be able to make sure that, students' voices are heard to react to a certain, situation, whatever the case may be. So now, what am I supposed to do? So maybe, this around the wheel approach can really help with like instances like that.
Yeah, I really like the idea of like using it as a kind of a path for personal growth. It's just like, well, I, feel strong in this area and this like, but where can I improve? Where am I lacking? And it, kind of helps you move toward like, this is just a lifestyle, and seeing where constantly like you can improve in your community and then in your personal bubble. And yeah.
Yeah, I think for us as a student group, I think that we really didn't engage that much in kind of voting in formal political activities. And I think that we thought we were too cool for like electoral politics. And I think that I'm really excited to see lots of like Gen Z kind of making that connection between like on the ground activism and electoral politics and registering for folks to vote and like really being engaged. Because I think that my kind of generation was really kind of like jaded about politics. And so I'm like really excited to see folks getting involved and to really kind of pushing connections, which, someone would, want to support a candidate, but not wanting to go to like a rally that seems too like, in your face. And so there's different ways for students to engage in different ways.
Do you have additional recommendations for viewers for how to become civically engaged, whether they're students, staff, faculty members, local community members, steps that they can take to dive in deeper to some of these activities?
My number one recommendation, PG votes, get involved in local politics. Because a lot of people like, the hype is obviously around like the bigger elections we have, like the presidential, Senate and everything. But really, like the most effective change in your community can do is to be involved in those city forums or town forums and everything. And the past couple of years, I've been going to the ones here in Bowling Green, and it's an interesting crowd. I'm probably the only one there, like under 40, but I think it's a very, it's an awesome place to get engaged and see like, well, where is my community lacking, or what are they doing well? And we have a really cool opportunity here in Bowling Green where there's a tipping point kind of coming here in this election. Is like, so being involved in this as students, as, people involved in academia in general, just to see where we can improve. And yeah, so local politics, number one.
I think for me, it's probably kind of cheesy, but a recommendation or advice is just choose something that's authentic to you. So like, if you decide that you do want to become more civically engaged, really take the time to sit back and, understand why and what it is that you want to be, become involved in. Because, I feel like I've experienced that, like, oh, I've tried to do certain things, but I see like it didn't really have a successful outcome, or, I didn't feel really satisfied with it. And that was just because I was trying to like navigate and learn like what worked best for me. Like, probably going out in the front lines may not be my gist, but more so doing like more behind the scenes work and one-on-one work with folks, but that still makes an impact on, creating social change. So just really finding what works for you and the purpose and being authentic while you're doing it.
Usually what I tell students or in the room in which I'm doing some type of education, I say, what can take you that next degree higher? Like, how can you get that 1 degree hotter? We all know the difference between 69 degrees and 70 degrees outside. It feels vastly different. I don't know why. But in your sphere, what can you do to take you that 1 degree hotter, maybe that next level? So if you're speaking in a circle of friends here, how can you extend that just a bit further, right? Jolie talked about the breadth in which you get involved. So maybe it is going from maybe being involved on the local level to now extending that just a little bit to research what's happening on the other side of the local level. So we're in BG, but I'm not from BG. Maybe I'm from Cincy. Go research what's happening in Cincy. If that's concerning to you, you need to then start to research what's happening in your own backyard. You may attend BG and it impacts you at BG, but then you're worried about home. 1 degree hotter, where I'm asking you to now start to be a little more involved, getting off your couch just a little bit more, opening a book, researching, and growing yourself just a little bit more to make you that much more knowledgeable. And I was, I remember back in the day when I heard that 1 degree hotter, 1 degree makes a difference between simmering and boiling. So making yourself that much more involved, even that, just that little tipping point can involve you that much more in engaging in other topics and other opportunities.
I think my recommendation is, that it only takes one person to make a difference, and to, what's your kind of sphere of influence, they call it. So like that, your friends, your family, how can you influence others and kind of, get to have fun doing something. I would also encourage folks to, that like change takes a really long time. And so there's sometimes like little victories that happen recent, but then it's like, you're really in it it's really a marathon, not a sprint. So that's like a reminder too, to like cherish those small wins, but to like know that you're going to be in for the long while.
I want to just sort of underscore everything everyone has said. I agree with all of it. And the other piece that I would add is that, wherever you are situated, you have certain kinds of authority, right? With your peers. If you're, if you're a student, you have authority with your peers, right? If you are in a particular job position, you may have a different kind of authority, right? And to really use that, and to lean into that, because I think oftentimes we actually don't realize the power we have, right? The ability to communicate with others. When we are passionate and informed about an issue, whether it's using social media, whether it's organizing something, whether you're a teacher and it's how you operate in the classroom, in each of those spheres, you have a lot of power if you actually recognize it as power and, like I said, are informed and passionate. You really can do a lot. And I think speaking as a white person who is older than the rest of you, right? I am further into middle age than I'd like to admit. And so I find myself kind of in a different stage in my career, right? And it's never too late. And some of the activities I'm involved in, I have a long history of. Others, it's the events of the last few years that really kind of pushed me to really access the power and authority that I had, that sort of I hadn't quite realized how much I had, and to just commit to using my voice as much as possible. And the other piece I would add to that, and this is something that our former colleague, some of you may know, who has gone to another institution now, but Christina Lunsford, she said something to me that has always stuck with me, that she said, you know, you have to invite other people into rooms that you're in. And so now, because I am a middle-aged woman in a somewhat, you know, I've been at this institution for 14 years, I know people, I know the institution, I have access in ways that, you know, 15 years ago I couldn't have had. I try and remember that every time, and who needs to be in this room that isn't here? And whatever other rooms I get invited into, how can I make sure that voices who aren't being heard come with me, right? That I open that door a little wider, that I specifically use some of my authority to make space for others that the institution, right, hasn't prioritized. And I think that that's just really important for me, recognizing that I can do things, even when I feel very powerless about many things in this world, thinking like, no, in this sphere of influence, I can do certain things, right? That is an antidote to despair. It's an antidote to cynicism, right? It's an antidote to feeling helpless. And so I would just, that would be my message to everyone, is like, focus your energies in a direction, access your own authority and power and connections, and make space, make room for others to come into those spaces and transform them even further.
Can I add? Can I share really quickly? Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Joanna. I wanted to add to Jolie's point and also to Will's point about how change can be hard and it's daunting, and cynicism comes into play. Like, this is never going to be this, or I feel this way, so I'm never going to get involved. I think it really helps when you start to look at the resources and people who have been in the work for a long time and still find joy, right? Like, people who do this and are happy as all get out, who love what they do, who love going to protests and love organizing, and they've made a career out of this. And so if you're looking at what it is happening now and how tired you are, especially in the last several months, people are like tired because of COVID, but then on top of that, they're tired because of racial injustices that they're seeing. And then they're just like, I'm done with it. I don't want to open my social media anymore. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. Many of us have made careers out of this, and therefore we enjoy it. We love impacting people. We love engaging with other people. We love to go and vote. Thank you, BG Vote. Like, we love to be a part of it because that, yeah, that's right, Carly. We love to be a part of what is happening, not just civically, but also democratically. And so we want to be a part of the change. And I think we need to flip it on its head to find where we are seeing our impact and where we're putting our efforts, but also where we're finding that our energy is coming back to us, bringing us joy, bringing us some type of, I don't want to say satisfaction. Yes, change can be long-winded and it can be hard and arduous, but it can also be satisfying to see what is happening with your words. Somebody who says, I get it. I would love to come to a meeting with you, and you're like, yes. Or you're at the BG Vote station and you got one person to register. You're like, yes, I got it. I did it. I'm doing it. You are doing it. And I think that's where we need to find removing the parts of cynicism and matching that with some satisfaction or some, I don't want to say satisfaction in the sense that it's instant, but it's also rewarding to know that you're doing something that's making a huge impact on someone else's life.
Thank you for that, and for all of your experiences and your ideas and recommendations. Do you have any other comments you'd like to add or questions you'd like to pose to the group?
I would just add one small thing, kind of what Tony said really made me think of this when she was talking about the rewards and satisfactions of getting involved. And I think what each of us in our own spheres is talking about, whether it's Carly through BGSU Votes, Will with the kind of organizing he was doing at Eastern, Brianne and her role on campus, right? Part of this is doing this work connects you to your community. And in a way, I mean, like I have lived in Perrysburg for 8 out of the last 14 years. And yet until I was involved with the coalition, I really didn't know my neighbors, right? I didn't actually I wouldn't go to like a downtown event, I mean, pre-pandemic, and realize, oh, that's the mayor and she works at Able, and like, oh, and that's Natalie at the library. Like I didn't know all these people who were doing all these interesting things. And getting involved in this way, it is also deeply selfish. Like I love it. I love my community more. I know what's happening. I feel tapped into the pulse in a way that I didn't before. And so it really does give back to you in all sorts of ways. And I think that, you know, you're absolutely right, Tony. We don't talk about that piece enough, right? We talk about the work, but there's also the joy, and there's plenty of it to go around.
I guess in terms of like questions to the group, just since we're talking about like civic engagement, democratic engagement, I just wanted to ask if there's anything that we at BGSU Votes can do that you guys all see to address racial justice and also be more inclusive, and just as we go around educating people on civic matters and how to vote and everything.
Here's one thing I love about your organization. It's apolitical, right? Like it's just a voting platform, right? And I think that needs to be said more, right? Like I think that needs to be said more, because I think when people think of voting and they think of BG Votes, that they're probably looking for people to vote for a certain party, right? Like, so I think being in spaces where people aren't familiar, going to the meetings where people are gathering now virtually in mass spaces, right? So I'm one of the advisors for BSU. Would love to see BG Votes come to a meeting and just speak on political platforms in general, right? Like in general, this is what we do. And I think that would help debunk the myth of BG Votes is out to get you to vote for a certain person, a certain party, a certain thing. And I, again, love the organization. I know about it. Back in my day, when I was in undergrad, I actually was a part of, I know, right? I'm so old. I was a part of a type of platform just like that. It was just a platform to get you out there and to get involved at the grassroots level, like at the lowest level. At least go and find out what's happening with your backyard. You're voting for judges. You're voting for policies. You're not voting just for a senator or a president. You're doing things in your community who needs you. And so I think that would be an area that I could see you like extending your hand into other, hey, can we just talk about voting, right? Like, can we just come to your organization and talk about voting? Sure. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we would love to have you, right? I think that's one thing.
I just want to kind of emphasize what Tony said. So she mainly like addressed like, oh, you know, your org is just, you know, sending the message like voting. And she mentioned like maybe, you know, she's an advisor at BSU and, you know, coming up with the idea you could present at BSU, but making sure like to relate to like your question, making sure BGSU Votes is trying to like reach out to those orgs that are like targeted towards you know, more minoritized groups or just groups that this matter, like racial injustice or getting racial justice, you know, matter to, just because there's a minoritized groups specifically, like there's a stigma like in certain communities like, oh, vote is not important, my you know, my voice doesn't matter, it doesn't matter what I do. So like you also are going in there and kind of debunking those myths, and you know, even going to orgs, you know, that may not be connected to minoritized populations, but, you know, still kind of spreading the word and the importance of that, just like making sure you're going with a message that the population can relate to.
Yeah, I really agree with that too. I think that it's also about kind of framing about, you know, like voting is like a you know, racial justice issue. And I know the BGSU Votes does different, you know, talks with different classes. And I think it's, you know, like you can talk about the history of voter suppression for racial minorities in the country and like happening in the past and in the present. So just kind of really bring like the historical and present context of why voting is a matter of racial justice.
Well, thank you all for your suggestions and everything.
I think one thing that your comments have all kind of you know, made me realize a little bit more about you know, working with the social change wheel, right? Like the various different methods, is that it takes resilience as well to you know, like if you participate in one of those activities or one of those strategies, then you know, maybe it doesn't look exactly how you thought it looked, right? You know, you might see something on the news or you might see something elsewhere. And so you're thinking it might be one thing and it turns out to be something completely different. And so maybe that doesn't fit for you for the first time you do it, but not every protest or demonstration looks exactly the same, right? Or not every community organizing activity or event looks exactly the same. So you have to try it multiple times before you realize like where you might fit best within those different strategies. So that's something that just kind of came up in my mind as you all were speaking.
And to add to that, Paul, like, I think we need to think differently about what success means, right? Is success 5,000 people? Maybe, but maybe it's 50 people, or maybe it's 5, but those 5 people get really energized and go out and one of them decides to run for school board, right? Because they're dissatisfied with how things are being done. And then that can be a huge change, right? Or if it is just kind of your relationship to the community you're a part of and feeling like you need to understand what's happening and be involved in that. Like, so I think thinking differently about success, I think too often, at least I fall victim to this, right? Of like thinking success means us hitting a certain number or a room feeling filled or, you know, or something. And success can mean a lot of different things. And part of this is resilience and stamina. You need to build up some stamina for this so that you can be in it for the long haul. And that doesn't mean you keep doing the same thing in the same way, but that there's always going to be a next step you could take with this, with whatever work you're doing, and to kind of build up that strength to take it to the next level, to get things 1 degree hotter, right? As Tony said, which I really love.
We used to have a saying back at my other institutions that I've worked. I used to do residential life work and talking about programming, right? Like it used to be that we were looking at success in terms of numbers, but when you reframe it to the learning outcome, did all of those people hit your learning outcomes? If not, then you didn't do the job. Like you got all these bodies, but you didn't do anything. So like Jolie said, flipping it to say, okay, if 5 people showed up, great, because they did they meet the learning outcomes? Did they hit what you wanted them to get? And then they were actually in action doing those things. Did you get someone to vote? If the learning outcome is I will get several of these people to understand what voting does and where it impacts, and they then went to vote and told their friends, who then told their friends, who then told their friends, and everybody is synced up to understand voting isn't just the presidential election. It is impacting where I live today in these different areas. And it's about voter suppression. It's about what gerrymandering does. It's about what, all of the things that I did not understand, now I do understand. If they hit my learning outcome, then I am golden. If they are understanding what I'm trying to do, then I'm great at it. And that's what brings me joy, right? Like that's where the joy hits, right? I'm gonna say one last thing. I know, right? Like she don't stop talking. My final thing, and I think Joanna, you can take this, you can take it back after I'm done if no one else has anything to add. But it is so empowering to be on this panel, to hear from others, right? Like I don't mind getting into this space because I love to hear what other people have to say. And I myself have learned from all of the people who are here today. I now know where I can go. I've made a connection with Jolie. I've made a connection with Carly. I already know Will and Breon. And so it's great for me to be here in this space to just know where I can take that circle or that sphere and move it elsewhere. How else can I be impactful in my work? Where else can I go? I live in Perrysburg. I now know Jolie is a part of the Perrysburg Coalition. And now I get to do other things. And so this is very important. And I thank you all for putting this on today and inviting us to be a part of this conversation, but allowing me to also learn from others in this space. So thank you.
Well, thank you all for joining us and again, sharing your ideas and experiences, and glad you could all come together and meet each other. And we hope that viewers also will look around them within their community on campus and in their home communities and connect with other people and consider different ways that they can also engage in the wheel and try some new activities and develop partnerships as well.
And can I just say, Joanna and Paul, that like, if folks don't know, the Center for Public Impact is a fabulous place to start. If you want to get involved, but you're not exactly sure where best to put your energies or what community organizations are out there that have programs that might interest you, that can be your first step. Your first step could be calling the Center for Public Impact, sending them an email, because they are so connected throughout Wood and Lucas County and well beyond that. So they've got literally hundreds of community organizations that they're partnering with every semester. So you guys are a wonderful resource, and I want more people to know what great work you're doing.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. Find our website, it's BGSU Center for Public Impact. There are newsletters you can sign up for, both for students and staff and faculty, that highlight opportunities that you can get engaged in. If you have a specific interest, we're happy to meet with you or exchange emails with you and help you find an organization that aligns with your interests. So please do reach out to us. Paul, would you like to add anything?
No, I appreciate everyone's comments and sharing your experiences today. And thank you, Joanna, for getting this panel together and doing all the heavy lifting of the organization of this event. So it's nice to be able to have dialogue with colleagues and students across campus, and just learned a lot from each of you today, and hopefully other folks that view this will also have that same impression.
Good afternoon. I'd like to begin with my most sincere gratitude to Jennifer McCary and the Division of Diversity and Belonging for the invitation to speak here today. I'm sorry that circumstances prevent me from making the trip in person and walking the Bowling Green campus, but I'm really excited to be able to engage with all of you virtually for your day of dialogue. I also want to thank all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules so early in the semester to dedicate your attention to the pressing issues that are being taken up throughout the day's lectures and activities. I'm also very much looking forward to talking with all of you at this afternoon's discussion section. So I hope that you will be able to join for that conversation and for the opportunity to reflect upon the day's events. As grateful and as excited as I am for the opportunity to keynote your day of dialogue, I must admit to you that this was a challenging speech to write, and I've experienced a fair degree of apprehension and uncertainty with regard to what it was I was going to say today. A lecture like this is no simple charge, regardless of its platform. I'm expected to be insightful and thoughtful with a tone of seriousness befitting the purpose of our gathering. Yet I'm also expected to remain witty enough to be engaging, somewhat entertaining. Now, I've developed my own brand of nerd humor over the years, and I'm okay with that. Sometimes a joke lands and sometimes it doesn't, so that isn't exactly what gave me pause. The prospect of the Q&A can also be troubling, as it ups the pressure to be knowledgeable and informed, because after all, no one wants to be the guy who finds himself befuddled by an audience member's question. That said, I would like to clarify right now, for those who will be joining this afternoon, that I don't presume to have all of the answers to all of your questions. So rather than think about this as a Q&A, I'm going to encourage all of us to think about this as a conversation. Not only do I find, after a good amount of experience teaching, that conversation is often the best way to get at the issues that are on the table for us today, but it also seems to me fairly fitting that we conclude a day of dialogue with, well, a dialogue. What really gave me pause as I prepared for today was the fact that the lecture lands smack in the middle of today's events, organized as they are around the impulse to be change agents that seek to strengthen the community through difficult conversations. A lecture that anchors a day of such intention and purpose is likely expected to be inspiring and uplifting. I imagine an audience signs on with the expectation that they will be encouraged by the wisdom and the passion of educators and activists who've gathered in conversation with them, and that they may want to leave feeling empowered to be the change that they wish to see in the world. Given Bowling Green's particular focus on the challenges we face with race, and the emphasis on your roles within the public university in relationship to the public good, I recognize the expectation that my lecture leave you emboldened to go forth and live your best lives in the service of the world in which we live. In a word, I felt tremendous pressure to provide hope. The problem is, I haven't felt terribly hopeful these days. The state of affairs in this country, indeed in our world in 2020, is not one that inspires a lot of hope. If anything, I felt consistently stymied by an almost equal measure of frustration, fear, and fatigue. Like many of you, I'm sure I find myself enraged by the daily news, with seemingly endless reports on the rise of authoritarian figures across the world, in addition to the activities in our nation's capital, increasingly divided on the eve of an election. Our leaders consistently fail to strengthen necessary protections for those among us who are the most vulnerable to a virus that has devastated our physical, financial, emotional, and mental health. Instead, those in whom we have invested public trust have often worked diligently to reverse whatever progress has been made for the nation's marginalized in an effort to reconstruct the country of our imagined past. Scrolling through my social media accounts brings little relief, as cell phone videos broadcast incidents of police brutality and state-sanctioned murder that have become so prolific as to almost constitute a distinct media genre all their own. Twitter can hardly keep up with the creation of new hashtags, names which are often replaced in short order as once anonymous figures like George Floyd and Jacob Blake take top trending positions, replacing the Philando Castiles, John Crawfords, Michael Browns, Trayvon Martins, and Oscar Grants that preceded them. Meanwhile, names like Breonna Taylor, Rekia Boyd, and Sandra Bland fade into forgotten with even greater frequency, despite the concerted efforts by many to simply say her name. For Mercy Mack, Misha Caldwell, China Gibson, and so many other transgender women murdered by those who refused to see them, their names are regularly disappeared without the respect of remembrance accorded to the dead. I am disheartened by the fact that it took a pandemic to bring a halt to mass shootings in our nation's schools and movie theaters. And I'm heartbroken by the fact that these events have become so commonplace as to christen a wash, rinse, repeat rhythm by which we consistently process them. The public grieving process always accompanied by thoughts and prayers, and never policy or legislative change. I am equally exhausted by the seemingly endless barrage of sexual assault reports involving everyone from college students to political leaders, celebrities and entertainers, corporate executives and medical professionals, and the ensuing debates, complete with the ever-growing laundry list of excuses for not believing women when they say, "Me too." The desire to stay engaged and informed, to remain attuned to the world around me, brings rage and heartache at turns, and I have found myself fighting to remain linked to the events of the day. As an educator, it's hard to admit, but finding hope to be too challenging at times, I've simply wondered whether there is indeed some utility to the adage that ignorance is bliss. And I have often considered whether disengaging and disconnecting, leaving the work and burden for someone else to shoulder, was indeed an invaluable expression of self-care. As the lifelong literature nerd that I am, admittedly and unashamedly, when I find myself feeling less than enthused about the work that lies ahead, I often turn to the bookshelf for insight and inspiration. I did the same as I prepared for this talk, hoping that it would translate into some words that I could leave you all with today. I decided first to sit down with the poetry of Gwendolyn Brooks, one of the most prolific writers of the 20th century and the first African-American to win the Pulitzer Prize for poetry. I've always found Brooks's work to be powerfully engaging, largely because of her ability to explore the intricacies of the home space and the intimacies of one's relationship with their community, while maintaining a keen and critical perspective on the events of the world. As I thumbed through Brooks's poetry, I came across one line that struck me, resonating powerfully against my desire to cocoon myself from the barrage of reports emblazoned with breaking news banners and the videos with must-watch imperatives on my newsfeed. In her poem, the Chicago Defender Sends a Man to Little Rock, fall 1957, Brooks writes, "In Little Rock, they know. Not answering the telephone is a way of rejecting life. That it is our business to be bothered. It is our business to be bothered." In the midst of the desire to disconnect, to disengage, it is our business to be bothered by the things that we wish we could turn off and turn away from. In Brooks's poetic imagination, the citizens of Little Rock, who were engulfed in the 1957 integration of their public schools, knew this. The activists who were leading the charge at the time to shatter the barriers of Jim Crow and to bring down the doctrine of separate but equal, they also certainly knew this. I would imagine that the organizers of Bowling Green's Day of Dialogue also understand this, as they have curated a slate of programming that invites you all to be involved, to step into uncomfortable and necessary conversations that might one day lead to vital change. To be unbothered, we must remember, is to shield oneself from the circumstances that we find disheartening, rather than to challenge them head on. To declare oneself unbothered is to suggest that one is at peace with the world, as it is to announce a disinterest in the work of shaping it into the world that may one day be. Resonant though that particular line of Brooks's poetry is, and you will certainly be hearing it again, it is the title of my talk after all. I hope that you'll join me as we explore Brooks's poem beyond that singular line, thinking through the value of what it is that Brooks is working to accomplish within her carefully arranged lines. While thinking about Gwendolyn Brooks's poetic meditation on the mood and the spirit of Little Rock, then engulfed in the conflagration of events surrounding the integration of 9 Black students into its central high school in the fall of 1957, I hope you'll also allow me a bit of latitude to draw some connection to several other Black writers, artists, and activists, contemporaries of Brooks, as well as those who continue to struggle into the 21st century, whose work also provides much needed guidance in these tumultuous times. One of the first things worth noting in Brooks's poem, I believe, is the title. While the narrative is situated in Little Rock, the point of view is that of a reporter from the Chicago Defender. This perspective certainly grounds the poem within Brooks's body of work, particularly her earlier poems, which regularly explored the lives, loves, and losses of the residents of her beloved Bronzeville within the city of Chicago. Brooks's investment in and love for the city that she claimed as her own is a hallmark of her writing. Bearing this in mind, it's vital to consider that this poem, in which she suggests that it is our business to be bothered, is one that takes place outside of her hometown. There is much to be said, of course, about the emphasis on the Chicago Defender, one of the nation's leading Black newspapers, and an institution known not only in Chicago, but also recognized throughout the world as embracing the importance of covering news and events of particular noteworthiness to African-descended people since its founding in 1905. And I'll take a moment to note here that the role of the independent Black press and the independent press more generally is particularly valuable now in the 21st century, as we continue to struggle with the methods of best presenting and reporting on news that is often overlooked by the mainstream outlets. Within Brooks's titular narration, the Chicago Defender sends a man to Little Rock, presumably to cover the fallout of the integration of the Little Rock Nine. This journalist, or perhaps photographer, Brooks doesn't specify, likely expected bedlam and violence, yet took the risk to his own person to enter the fray in order to report on incidents that were of great importance to his Black readers in Chicago and beyond. Immediately, Brooks has taught us an important lesson. It is our business to be bothered. This was a lesson that Black Chicago had learned some years earlier with the tragic case of young Emmett Till. In 1955, the 14-year-old Chicago native had been visiting family in Mississippi when he, allegedly, committed the ultimate crime of making a sexual advance toward a white woman. Now, we should note that the supposed victim, Carolyn Bryant, recanted her accusation of Emmett's lewd whistle some 50 years later. At the time, however, for what was then regarded as an ultimate transgression, Emmett Till was brutally beaten, lynched, and drowned in the Tallahatchie River with a cotton gin fan tied around his neck. The fallout from Till's death was notable for multiple reasons. For one, the ensuing trial of Bryant's husband and his brother-in-law, though ultimately a total sham, was the first time that a white man had been taken to trial for the murder of a Black person in Mississippi. This was due in large part to the efforts of the NAACP legal team and Mississippi Field Secretary Medgar Evers, whom history has never given his due. This, of course, made national headlines, with daily coverage of the trial eliciting the attention of everyday citizens and heads of state. In addition to the legal proceedings, young Emmett's death became a pivotal moment due to the efforts of his mother, Mamie Till. Mamie insisted on an open casket for her son and allowed his broken and mutilated body with his grotesquely disfigured face to be viewed by thousands of mourners. Moreover, the image went viral, as the kids say, when it was placed on the cover of Jet magazine, an action which Mamie permitted because she, quote, wanted the world to see what they did to my boy, end quote. This act of courage and her willingness to openly allow the world to bear witness to her loss was rooted in her understanding of how transformative her pain could be. Mamie famously told the press, 2 months ago, I had a nice apartment in Chicago. I had a good job. I had a son. When something happened to the Negroes in the South, I said, that's their business, not mine. Now I know how wrong I was. The murder of my son has shown me that what happens to any of us, anywhere in the world, had better be the business of us all. Mamie Till, through her terrible loss and heartbreaking pain, endeavored to show the world it is our business to be bothered. Also notable about Emmett's death was that it occurred in the wake of the Brown v. Board decision of 1954, the Supreme Court edict that all schools must be integrated, declaring that separate was inherently unequal. This decision was implemented by the infamously toothless 1955 decree that suggested schools should carry it out with all deliberate speed, a subjective mandate if ever there was one. Across the South, in the wake of Brown v. Board, racists in sheets waged campaigns of terror to shut down any agitation toward integration, while racists in suits continued to implement policies that would shore up the segregated society that had been stratified through limited access to education and limited access to gainful employment. This is key. The murder of Emmett Till was in the wake of a tremendous fear of pro-segregationist whites that integration of schools would lead Black children to see themselves finally as truly equal, and to see themselves as being entitled to their share of the economic wealth and the political influence of the South. White Southern anxieties were often made manifest through the continued sexualization of young Black boys, described as brutes who would seek to defile their white female classmates and shatter their innocence. It is in this context that Emmett's supposed whistle must be understood, particularly given the post-acquittal confession delivered by his murderers that they hadn't planned to kill Emmett until he audaciously told them that he considered himself their equal. Education is a battleground, and not much has changed in that regard. As college students, faculty, and administration at Bowling Green, you all understand all too well the valuable tool that education provides, which is why you do what you do. And I'm quite certain that each of you, in your attempts to secure or distribute the power of an education, have met resistance from those who would prefer those benefits be enjoyed by only a select few. In the 1950s as well, school integration blended an increased access to intellectual and economic resources with the potential social intermingling of pubescent teenagers. And in the case of Little Rock, this further heightened by the clash of federal and state authorities as the well-worn claim to the predominance of states' rights was constantly challenged by the federal declaration that segregation was a violation of the Constitution. This was the combustible context of the times, and the backlash from each nationally televised conflagration of events had potentially far-reaching effects. The Chicago Defender was fully aware of this when they sent that man to Little Rock to cover the integration of Central High. What happened in Little Rock was not just Little Rock's business. This is a lesson that we continue to learn today. The treatment of protesters by commissioned military forces in Portland, Oregon, or the murderous actions of self-ordained vigilantes in Kenosha, Wisconsin, is not just the business of the citizens of those cities. This is a powerful lesson that we were also taught when the investigations prompted by the publicized deaths of Freddie Gray and Michael Brown laid bare the daily brutalities of the Baltimore Police Department and the systematic abuses by the municipal government of Ferguson, Missouri. And when the deaths of Eric Garner and his daughter Erica shone a light on the ongoing toxicity of New York City and the atmospheric state of oppression that renders it impossible to breathe. The stories of these cities are not isolated in their histories or in their impact. It behooves us all to know what is happening in our nation's cities and to understand the complexity of the context to these in no way isolated incidents. Campuses like Bowling Green, filled to the brim with committed scholars and globally minded citizens, should provide ample opportunity to discuss and better understand what's happening in our nation's cities and in our nation's small towns. What happens over there is just one match in the powder keg from happening over here. It is our business to be bothered. Significantly, Brooks's poem also reminds us of the importance of seeing our nation's cities as spaces that are filled with our friends and our neighbors and not viewing them solely through the lens of crisis. The reminder that our fellow citizens and our fellow human beings have made their homes there is vital, even now as we are consistently told that what happens there is a threat to the peace of our suburbs and threatens to burst the tranquil bubbles of places like our nation's bucolic campuses. Throughout the poem, Brooks describes people singing Sunday hymns and rocking their babes in their breasts, peppering the poem with images of baseball and open air concerts, reminding us that, quote, there is love too in Little Rock, end quote, and declaring that, quote, they are like people everywhere, end quote. This is a powerful reminder to us now, as sensationalized news reports and contentious tweets emphasize conflict and disorder, often ignoring the humanity in the midst of the upheavals. Indeed, when discussing moments like the integration of Little Rock Central High School, much like the murder of Emmett Till with my students, I find that they are often most powerfully affected by the apparent inability of some to recognize the humanity of others, in particular, the humanity of children. The inability of the adults in these moments to acknowledge the vulnerability of children who look to them for protection is indeed disheartening, even as it persists today with the separation of immigrant children from their families at our nation's border, and as kids remain in cages long after the news cameras have moved on. It is in these moments that I try to remind them, just as I now hope to remind those Bowling Green students who have joined in this day of dialogue, that sometimes it is the responsibility of the youth and the young adults to be bothered when the grown-ups in charge have somehow forgotten to do so. This is a lesson that I learned some years ago when I had the honor and privilege of meeting Julian Bond, the late great civil rights activist who had been instrumental in the founding of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Now, I mentioned Mr. Bond here, not only because I kind of wanted to share this photograph, which we took following a lunch that I got to have with Mr. Bond, as well as with Bowling Green's own Jennifer McCary, but also because of the incredibly powerful lessons that Mr. Bond imparted when he visited Gettysburg College in 2014. First, Julian Bond spoke powerfully of a woman who was instrumental in his development, one whom history has never fully given her due recognition. Ella Baker. Miss Baker, as Julian Bond affectionately and respectfully addressed her, was an activist who was thoroughly invested in the mentorship of younger activists, as well as the belief that strong movements needed strong people, not necessarily strong leaders. She believed that everyone had a valuable role to play and didn't need to wait around for a figurehead to lead them toward their cause. She championed participatory democracy and the idea that change came through the work of grassroots organizing, not from the top down. Miss Baker was also famously quoted in 1964 as saying, "Until the killing of Black men, Black mothers' sons, becomes as important to the rest of the country as the killing of a white mother's son, we who believe in freedom cannot rest until this happens." We who believe in freedom cannot rest. This is a powerful charge. And as we move through this day of dialogue, I would ask each of us to remember this refrain. If freedom has not yet been achieved, then it's not yet time to rest. Ms. Baker's emphasis on the disparate value that we place on Black and white lives, on the lives of Black and white mothers' sons, certainly holds true and resonates today just as powerfully as it did with the activists of the 1960s. As Julian Bond explained when he came to speak to my class, his generation of college-age activists had been compelled toward movement work by their own vivid memories of the murder of their peer, Emmett Till. So too, do I urge those of you who are the same age as Tamir Rice, who would have turned 18 this year, had he not been killed at 12 years old by a Cleveland police officer while playing with a toy gun in a public park. See yourselves in his story. Consider his humanity as you reflect on your own. It is our business to be bothered. As you think on how you might act productively in response to the demands of our moment, I invite us all to also meditate on the words of another of Julian Bond's contemporaries and a man born just a year after Emmett Till, Congressman John Lewis. Excuse me, born a year before Emmett Till, Congressman John Lewis. Now, before he was a congressman, John Lewis was an activist and a student leader. The chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, he was famously the youngest speaker at the 1963 March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. Though he would later become a symbol of the brutality and hatred of racism after he was brutalized on Selma's Edmund Pettus Bridge in 1965. In that fiery speech in '63 at the March on Washington, he talked about the need to step in and step up for others, to, quote, protect the young children and old women who must face police dogs and fire hoses in the South while they engage in peaceful demonstrations. John Lewis appealed to his audience that day to get into this great revolution that is sweeping the nation. Quote, get in and stay in the streets of every city, every village and hamlet of this nation until true freedom comes, until the revolution of 1776 is complete, end quote. The need to get into the fight and stay in the fight was something that John Lewis embodied throughout his life, serving 17 years in the House of Representatives and commanding respect and affection as the conscience of the Congress before passing away earlier this summer. Indeed, in the midst of the various services and remembrances, so many of those who commemorated him and his life's work referred to his belief in the value of good trouble. If you'll indulge me, though, I'd like to take a moment and look at the full quote from whence Lewis's good trouble slogan has been lifted. In 2018, the congressman tweeted, "Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful, be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. Never, ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble." Not only do I find comfort in Lewis's warnings against the sea of despair that threatens to consume us, a challenge that I face daily, as I freely admitted to you all at the beginning of this talk. But I'm also fortified by the reminder that this is indeed an ongoing struggle. As Ella Baker said, we who believe in freedom cannot rest. The systems against which we struggle in order to create a more just and equitable world, these systems were not built overnight. We can anticipate that the work to dismantle those systems will be neither quick nor easy. Yet, we must never be afraid to make some noise, whether at a protest, a rally for change, or as an active and vocal participant in a day of dialogue such as this. Our voices have power, and we must never be afraid to use them for good. Indeed, John Lewis reminds us our voices can cause good trouble. But more than that, the disruptive trouble of our voices, particularly when collectively channeled into the most joyful noises, not only causes good trouble, but necessary trouble. Necessary, vital, essential. The trouble that we create is indeed necessary. This is again precisely why we cannot afford to be lost in despair or to shut ourselves off to the world. It is our business to be bothered. Now, as I think about John Lewis and the importance of his legacy, I cannot neglect the importance of another powerful voice who was a tremendous influence on Lewis and so many other activists then and now. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I'm pretty sure there's probably some sort of unwritten and unspoken requirement that MLK must be referenced at least once in the program like this, no? So fortunately for us, the work and the writing of MLK is quite clearly aligned with everything we've been discussing thus far. I should forewarn you all that for those who might be hoping that my mention of John Lewis's March on Washington speech would be followed by a recitation of MLK's I Have a Dream speech, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Powerful though King's March on Washington speech is, and it is a speech that I've often argued is perhaps the most widely read, yet most widely misinterpreted speech ever delivered, I'm going to focus instead on his 1963 letter from a Birmingham city jail. In truth, I believe that King's open letter from Birmingham actually captures his spirit of intellectual activism and his subversive and disruptive militancy far more powerfully than does his celebrated speech delivered on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial later that year. Though many prefer a prophetic Martin, one who dreams of a better tomorrow, again, a woefully misguided interpretation of his most oft-repeated speech, King was one who testified powerfully and without hesitation in order to condemn racist purveyors of inequality at every turn. For me, nowhere is this more apparent than in his letter from Birmingham. In my own somewhat humble and certainly biased opinion, this is a masterful use of the open letter format, crafted in response to 8 Alabama clergymen who claimed support for Martin's cause, yet expressed disdain at his strategies, decrying the work of the Birmingham campaign as disruptive to the peace of the city, and repudiating it as unwise and untimely. These clergymen wanted to be, in a word, unbothered by the protests engulfing their city. King made sure to let them know that it was also their business to be bothered. The clergymen, a motley crew of bishops, rabbis, and Protestant pastors, aside from patronizing King and his co-organizers as though they were impetuous children rather than studied adults, had also taken great care to invoke the tried and true narrative of the outside agitator, who was stirring up trouble where none had been before. Things weren't great, they acknowledged, but the actions of these activists had incited violence and disturbed the peaceful calm of inequality that was the status quo. King first dismisses the charge of being an outsider by declaring himself an invited guest, having left Atlanta for Birmingham at the behest of locals who disagreed that things were just fine as they were. But more basically, King argues, I am in Birmingham because injustice is here. He likens his efforts to those of the 8th century prophets and the Apostle Paul before clarifying his vision of a society in which it is indeed everyone's business to be bothered. He writes, I am cognizant of the interrelatedness of all communities and states. I cannot sit idly by in Atlanta and not be concerned about what happens in Birmingham. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Come on, folks, say it with me. It is our business to be bothered. King rebukes the clergymen's paternalistic advice by reminding them of the responsibility of those who claim to believe in justice to actively seek it, to risk the comfort that they found in complacency, putting their own bodies on the line if need be. He endeavors not only to preach this, but also to put it into practice, as he pens his letter from the confines of a Birmingham jail cell. As King reminds them and the millions of others who have read the letter since its publication, the admonition to wait patiently, with the belief that those in power will share their authority with all deliberate speed, has always been a foolhardy proposition. King writes, "We know through painful experience that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. Frankly, I have yet to engage in a direct action campaign that was well-timed in the view of those who have not suffered unduly from the disease of segregation." King makes it clear in this moment that to be unbothered makes one far too callous to the pain of others, despite whatever lukewarm claims they may make to the contrary. And this, my friends, because I feel like I can call us friends now, this is where the letter really gets good. Now, if you will indulge me, I am going to quote the next passage at length because excerpts will fail to do it justice. Quote, "For years now, I have heard the word wait. It rings in the ear of every Negro with a piercing familiarity. This wait has almost always meant never. It has been a tranquilizing thalidomide, relieving the emotional stress of a moment only to give birth to an ill-formed infant of frustration. We must come to see with the distinguished jurist of yesterday that justice too long delayed is justice denied. We have waited for more than 340 years for our constitutional and God-given rights. The nations of Asia and Africa are moving with jet-like speed toward the goal of political independence, and we still creep at horse and buggy pace toward the gaining of a cup of coffee at a lunch counter. I guess it is easy for those who have never felt the stinging darts of segregation to say, wait. But when you have seen vicious mobs lynch your mothers and fathers at will and drown your sisters and brothers at whim, when you have seen hate-filled policemen curse, kick, brutalize, and even kill your Black brothers and sisters with impunity, when you see the vast majority of your 20 million Negro brothers smothering in an airtight cage of poverty in the midst of an affluent society, when you suddenly find your tongue twisted and your speech stammering as you seek to explain to your 6-year-old daughter why she cannot go to the public amusement park that has just been advertised on television, and see tears welling up in her eyes when she is told that Funtown is closed to colored children, and see ominous clouds of inferiority beginning to form in her little mental sky, and see her beginning to distort her personality by developing an unconscious bitterness toward white people. When you have to concoct an answer for a 5-year-old son who is asking, "Daddy, why do white people treat colored people so mean?" When you take a cross-country drive and find it impossible to sleep night after night in the uncomfortable corners of your automobile because no motel will accept you. When you are humiliated day in and day out by nagging signs reading white and colored, when your first name becomes nigger, your middle name becomes boy, however old you are, and your last name becomes John, and your wife and mother are never given the respected title Mrs., when you are harried by day and haunted by night by the fact that you are a Negro, living constantly at tiptoe stance, never quite knowing what to expect next, and plagued with inner fears and outer resentments, when you are forever fighting a degenerating sense of nobodiness, then you will understand why we find it difficult to wait. There comes a time when the cup of endurance runs over, and men are no longer willing to be plunged into an abyss of injustice where they experience the blackness of corroding despair. I hope, sirs, you can understand our legitimate and unavoidable impatience. End quote. This passage, this rhetorical tour de force, this unrelenting assault on the word wait, is the ultimate repudiation of the narrative of the unbothered. King is deliberate in the excessive verbosity of the passage, just as he is insistent in his refusal to give the reader a punctuation break, withholding periods as only a good preacher can, maintaining the momentum of his testimony while his thoroughly convicted reader sits in their newly discovered discomfort, being themselves forced to wait for a pause to catch their own breath. Now, this section is, again, in my humble opinion, the letter's crescendo, yet King's critical resolve remains unwavering through its conclusion. King critiques the reticence of the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice. in a lesson that still bears resonance for those who might wish in 2020 for a return to law and order without addressing the injustice that leads to unrest, King celebrates the need to disturb the peace when that peace is only maintained through the subjugation of others and the denial of their constitutionally guaranteed citizenship rights. Addressing the importance of human rights as endowed by their creator, King also uses this response to the Alabama clergymen to challenge the complacency of the Southern Church for maintaining their distance from the plight of their supposed brethren, a lesson which certainly extends into 2020 as debates with evangelical leaders continue to rage concerning the intersections as well as the forced fissures between their politics, their morality, and their faith. King's message remains clear. Woe unto those who refuse to acknowledge the urgency of the condition of their fellow citizens, who deny the imperative of justice, to those who see activism in the streets and close their doors and shudder their blinds to the sacrifice demanded of us in the struggle for societal justice and societal change. Shame on those of us who disconnect because of our discomfort. A negative peace must be disturbed. We must create good and necessary trouble. It is our business to be bothered. Now, after making my way through Brooks's poetry and revisiting the grief-filled words of Mamie Till, the challenges posed by Ella Baker and John Lewis, and sitting with the rhetoric of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., I thought it might also be useful if I brought in one of our contemporary voices to remember and recognize that the work of creating change didn't end with the civil rights movement. Black writers, artists, and activists are no more frozen in the past than are the challenges they faced. So I turned to one of my absolute favorite contemporary poets, Danez Smith, whose work is most certainly in dialogue with those who came before, even as it speaks to the conditions of our current moment so powerfully. Smith, a genderqueer poet who prefers the gender-neutral pronoun they, has produced a tremendous body of work. Yet one particular poem, Principles, is among my favorites to teach. Written and initially performed in 2016, it is a lengthy poem with 5 distinctive parts that shift tonally from confrontational to mournful to wishful, levying critique at a nation that has often failed people who look like them, while also imagining the possibilities of something new. I want to focus this afternoon, however, on the final section of the poem and the spirit with which Danez closes the work. It is a section that resonates with me in those moments where I find it difficult to fight the urge to step away from the necessary work of causing good trouble and disturbing negative peace. I hope that you too will find power in these lines. Hope is hard, but I have it. I look at my students' hands and imagine all that they will mother. Christ, O name I was raised to pray to. O Allah, sweet Lord of my father. O all you gods of my homies and gods of strangers, work together to build us into tools to build anything other world but this. Make us so that we may make us a world we can be grateful for, not grateful in spite of. Let us not be idle or stunned by fear. Let us not be so comfortable that we ignore another's grieving instead of ending what makes her grieve. Let us not be scared of the work because it's hard. Let us move the mountain because the mountain must be moved. Let us, O lords above us and within, let us be useful to our neighbor and tender their wounds. Let us be more bandage than blade, unless the blade is needed. Let us be a sword against all that does not bring us closer to home. Let us be dangerous to that which has failed us, and bring us a world good to us, all of us, all us, all us. Amen. In the poem's closing, Danez suggests the personally fortifying power of hope, even when it's hard. I certainly identify with that hope being found in the hands of their students and the belief in all that they will mother, and I find inspiration in the paralleled belief in students with a faith in the divine, as Dinez refers to familial history that includes both Christian and Muslim faith traditions, before addressing the collective gods of the homies and the strangers and the lords above us and within, who will hopefully build us into tools that we might build a better world. Ultimately, this faith in the possibility of the future is rooted in the demands placed upon the us and the we that drive the poem's conclusion. Dinez demands, "Let us not be idle or stunned by fear. Let us not be so comfortable," offering a clear rejoinder to the complacency of those who would be unbothered, who would fear disturbing the peace. Dinez further suggests, let us not be scared of the work because it's hard. Let us move the mountain because the mountain must be moved. Eventually ending with a call to action and demanding that we be more bandage than blade, unless the blade is needed. And let us be dangerous to all that has failed us and bring us a world good to us, all of us, all us. The poem concludes with an invitation to join together with fellow citizens, or all us, to move the mountain. Once this mountain that must be moved is indeed moved, the ultimate goal is a world that is good to us and functions for the betterment of all us. It is at this point, and only at this point, that Smith implicitly invites the audience to offer an affirmative response to the poem, effectively joining to collectively voice the poem's concluding amen. Smith's poem, I believe, captures much of the struggle that I confessed to you all from the start today. The search for hope in the midst of seemingly insurmountable odds. For me, a reorienting of my perspective, assisted by the words of artists and activists such as these that I've quoted today, came when I no longer thought of hopefulness as something that was beautiful yet passive. A hopefulness that is rooted in external expectation that circumstances will change or that people will somehow learn to be better is perhaps not how we might best imagine what hope is or how it functions. We have, throughout history, reduced activists like Martin Luther King Jr. to people whose dreams we are constantly hoping will materialize and be made manifest through people singing Negro spirituals while holding hands. I would argue that it's far more important to think of King and Lewis and so many others who worked alongside them and came behind them, to think of these people as agitators, as those who refused, like Ella Baker, to rest, knowing that freedom was not yet within their grasp. To think of those who worked tirelessly to compel change from a society that refused to yield to any demands for the disruption of the status quo. To be an agitator is inherently to bother. To agitate is to make uncomfortable, and discomfort is often the greatest catalyst for change. How might we think less of Dr. King as a dreamer and more as a man who embraced a personal mandate to, quote, comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable, end quote. Those are King's words, not mine. How do we imagine ourselves in 2020 as disturbers of the peace? How do we embrace the work of creating necessary trouble? It is our business to be bothered. But what does it mean for us to be bothered? And to be productively bothered in such a way that translates frustration into action and action into transformation. As we have all gathered today to participate in a day of dialogue with a group of committed scholars and thoughtful citizens who are invested in the work of disruption and transformation, I don't imagine that we'll come up with all of the definitive answers and solutions in a day's worth of programming. I don't even know that we should pretend that the goals are within reach within a single day of dialogue. Yet, I will say that I, for one, am encouraged by the fact that we've all recognized, at the very least, that it is our business to be bothered enough to try. Thank you. I look forward to seeing everyone who's able to join at this afternoon's discussion, and I hope that we'll all come with our questions and our thoughts and our ideas, because I would love to continue being in dialogue with each of you. Thank you so much.
Who we are impacts how we see the world, where we were born, how we were reared, our religion or absence of religion, our race, gender identity, age, socioeconomic status, whether or not we served in the military, amount of education we have, and the list goes on. Some of these are things that are within our control and some are not. But regardless of our identities, our worldview is influenced in ways that we may not even realize. Some of those influences are biases. Bias is defined by businessdictionary.com as, quote, an inclination or preference that influences judgment from being balanced or even-handed, end quote. Some of our biases are benign. We like one soft drink over another, shopping online or in a brick-and-mortar store. Some of our biases might even be positive, but all human beings have biases. Implicit bias is the attitude or stereotype that affects our understanding, actions, and decisions in an unconscious manner. It includes both favorable and unfavorable assessments and is activated involuntarily and without awareness or intentional control. Implicit bias is pervasive. Like other biases, we all have it, and it generally favors our in-group, other people who are like us. These unconscious attitudes don't necessarily align with what we say we believe or what we actually believe. And although implicit bias can be problematic, it can also be managed and even unlearned. If you'd like to find out how, visit the Division of Diversity and Belonging's website and click on Workshops. There you will find information on our established workshops that can be tailored for your class, student organization, or department. We can even design a session to meet your specific needs. When you fill out the request form on the site, please allow us at least 2 weeks to prepare, longer if you'd like a made-to-order session. Thank you, and we hope that this day of dialogue will encourage you to start thinking even more deeply about the ways that we can act to make BGSU a safe, welcoming, inclusive place for everyone.
Hi, my name is Trudad Linares. I'm the Library Associate for the Music Library and Bill Shirk Sound Archives. We're on the 3rd floor of the Jerome Library, and we are open. I'm here to speak about women activists, spoken words, and song. I'm going to start off by talking about songstress Billie Holiday. She's known for her song Strange Fruit, which is a very important song about lynching. And this song predates the major civil rights movements in the 50s and 60s, but it carries on to today. We have books about the importance of the song itself in our library, and we also have recordings that span Billie Holiday's career, so please come listen. Another person that you probably know is Curtis Scott King. She's the wife of Martin Luther King Jr., but she was an activist in her own right. She would continue his work for nonviolence and against racism and building the beloved community long after he died. But she would also continue to do other work, like she protested apartheid in South Africa in the mid-'80s. We have 2 recordings of her work in regards to both of those. And another famous person who actually is currently still an activist is Angela Davis. We have recordings from her time when she was in prison and working with the Black Panther Party. Another civil rights activist who mixed music with activism was Odetta. She's known in the folk genre, though they said she has a beautiful voice that some said that she could have done opera. In our collection, we actually have Toni Morrison. Toni Morrison is known for her scholarship and her fiction work that deals with the burdens of racism on men, women, and children and their relationships with each other and in the community. But she also wrote the libretto for the opera Margaret Garner, which is about a slave woman. We have a few vocal selections from that score, and we also have essays by scholars talking about the importance of that work in our collection. Ruby Dee is a famous theater, film, and television actress. She had an Oscar nomination for American Gangster. She has multiple Emmy nominations, and she has 1 Emmy. She was both in the original Jackie Robinson story and in Do the Right Thing. And she even won a Grammy for her spoken word. She and her husband, Ozzie Davis, were involved from the civil rights movement, and they carried on their work until the 21st century, until their deaths. And she was also involved in the NAACP Corps, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and the Southern Christian Leadership Council. In the work we have of her, we have a recording of her giving speeches from famous Black women, including Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black congresswoman, and also Ida B. Wells Barnett, who was a famous journalist who fought against lynching. Also in our collection, appropriately, is Nina Simone. Her work spans multiple genres: classical, jazz, folk, R&B, gospel, and pop. She's called the High Priestess of Soul. She composed her famous song, Mississippi Goddam, in response to the murder of civil rights activist Medgar Evers and the bombing of the African-American 16th Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama, where 4 little girls were murdered. We have Nina Simone's sheet music, we have books about her, many of her recordings, and even a video of her live performance where she does sing Mississippi Goddam. Another activist is Fannie Lou Hamer, who grew up in the Jim Crow South. She's famously known for risking her life in the SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee's voter registration project. She would be beaten, shot at, and then she would go on to relate these experiences at the 1964 Democratic Convention. She was an impressively strong-willed woman, and you can, if you see this speech, you will be amazed. You can actually find it on YouTube. In our collection, we actually do have a recording where she not only is interviewed by African-American scholar Julius Lester, but she also sings some popular civil rights songs. We also have in our collection poetry from Maya Angelou. Her work in poetry is similar to Toni Morrison's fiction in that it tries to encompass the Black experience, including descriptions of less than ideal situations like poverty and drug abuse. We have her recording of the recital of her poems, which include Letter to an Aspiring Junkie and the Black Ode. Yet she, Maya Angelou, also celebrated Black joy and Black bodies in poems like Harlem Hopscotch. Hard to describe poetry, and it's much better to read it and listen to it, and we do have it in our collection. Bernice Johnson Reagan is another activist who combined song and civil rights. She founded Sweet Honey in the Rock, a world-renowned a cappella group that has multiple songs that are related to both the civil rights movement and the Black experience, and I actually played it for 4th graders, and they loved it. Like Toni Morrison and Angela Davis, Reagan would go on into academia to do research and inform about African-American life. She would actually work on scholarship on African-American music traditions. You can see that in her work in Sweet Honey in the Rock. And we have some of their albums, which actually include the poetry of Sonia Sanchez, a poet of the Black Arts Movement, as well as Reagan's books on Sweet Honey in the Rock and the African-American sacred song tradition. Now, I realize this is very heavy on the civil rights movement, but we do have a lot of these materials in our collection that I'm really, really proud of that we have these. But activism isn't related to a certain time period or a certain type of issue like voting rights or segregation. There are numerous social justice issues that can be addressed. For instance, TLC's Waterfalls sings about the dangers of unprotected sex in the AIDS era. And other female rap and hip hop artists would also use their work to critique misogyny in rap and hip hop. You know, like as much as the genre is known for Black men talking about those things, you can easily find the work of Black women questioning and rewriting that. For one hit into pop, we can talk about Beyonce. Her work also embraces Black feminism. She deals with horrible stereotypes like the angry Black woman and how the world views Black women. And also, when you look at an album like Lemonade, she's talking about the influence of Black religion in Black life. Even though we have current artists that are famous for dance moves and beats, they are still in the body of the activism from previous generations. So this is a little trip into that and into parts of our collection, and we'd love it if you come see us and talk about these segments of our collection.
Hi, my name is Joe Prince. I'm the Curriculum and Outreach Educator at the Curriculum Resource Center, which is on the second floor of the Jerome Library. And I'm really excited because today I'm going to be sharing 10 books with you that are written for children, middle graders, and young adults that highlight the Black experience in the United States. And all 10 of these titles are available to check out at the Curriculum Resource Center. So we hope that you will come up and visit us and check out not only these books, but the hundreds and thousands of others that we have as well. And we are always up for recommending more books of this type to you. The first book that I'd like to share today is Going Down Home with Daddy, which is written by Kelly Starling Lyons and Daniel Minter, and it is a recent recipient of the coveted Caldecott honor for Minter's beautiful, beautiful illustrations. And this story follows little Alan, who is going to a family reunion. And everybody at the family reunion has something that they bring to the table, whether it's reciting a Langston Hughes poem or sharing memories. And little Alan is very concerned because he's not sure that he himself has anything to contribute this year, and he angsts over it greatly. The illustrations in particular are absolutely astonishing, and I'm going to turn on my camera and show you some of them. But Minter uses beautiful motifs in his artwork, and these repetitive patterns continue throughout the story, bringing to life a lot of vibrancy in the experiences of this family on the farm. There's a great amount of warmth and joy and connectivity that is emphasized with his artwork. The next book that I'd like to share is one of my personal favorites from last year. This is Saturday by Ohio native Oge Mora. It's her second book that she wrote and illustrated. Her first book is called Thank You, Amu, and it won a Caldecott honor, as well as the John Steptoe New Talent Award. Saturday is similar in vein, and it has Oge Mora's delightful cut paper collage, China marker, and paint collages sprinkled throughout. This one won the Charlotte Zolotow honor, which is an award given to the best picture book text. And this book follows Ava and her mother as they spend a Saturday together. And they're really looking forward to enjoying a puppet show. But Ava's mother makes a really easy mistake to make, and she's worried that she might have ruined Saturday for Ava. But Ava knows that the best part of Saturday is getting to spend time with her mother, no matter what they do. So here is a page of Oge Mora's just absolutely lovely illustrations, and they do contain collage work, found items that Ogemura weaves into her illustrations. Just an absolutely delightful, lovely, and affirming book, and absolutely one of my favorites from last year. Another one of my favorite 2019 picture books is Another by Christian Robinson. And the most marvelous thing about this picture book is that it is written entirely without words. And it's a book that is best experienced in person, but I'm going to try to give a full experience of it over this presentation. Essentially, the book follows this little girl who wakes up in the middle of the night and notices something very strange in her room. And she decides to follow the secret. And it turns out that it propels her into an alternate dimension. What makes this book so wonderful is that in my experiences with children's literature, I've never seen a wordless picture book that follows a Black girl on a fantastical adventure and follows themes that we usually see pop up in books written by Caucasian authors and very rarely shown in books written by Black authors. And it has Christian Robinson's trademark illustrations that are childlike, but full of fantasy and wonder. And I'll show this opening spread where we see this mysterious light pop up in the little girl's bedroom. And the first odd thing that happens is a kitty cat shows up. And I love Christian Robinson's play on what makes the kitty cat different. We're in a red room with a red blanket and a red collar, and that cat has a blue collar. But the antics wake up the little girl. And once she submerges into this alternate universe through her bedroom, the children who make up this universe represent an inclusive society. So we see children of different faiths, children with different skin tones, children with different abilities, and it's all done in Christian Robinson's extremely affirming and delightful artwork. And it brings to life just the best parts of imagination and wonder. And I won't share with you how the book ends, but it's truly marvelous and exciting. I feel like I've now said that two books in a row are my favorites from last year, and this book is no exception. This is probably my favorite nonfiction picture book from last year. It's The Roots of Rap. And its subtitle is 16 Bars on the Four Pillars of Hip Hop. So this is a history of rap, and particularly American rap music, told by Carol Boston Weatherford, who is a poet, and she tells the story indeed in 16 bars. So it is a nonfiction book and traces the history of hip hop through the ages. Carol Boston Weatherford's writing is beautiful in this book. It's very evocative of hip hop itself. But for me, what really brings it alive are Frank Morrison's absolutely stunning portraiture throughout. So I was born in the late 1970s, and 1980s hip hop is pretty close to my heart. And so it was really, really lovely opening this book and seeing the likes of the Sugar Hill Gang and Queen Latifah and Salt and Peppa sprinkled throughout. And I just love how Frank Morrison brings these individuals to life, and accompanied with Carol Boston Weatherford's beautiful, beautiful poetry, just really shows the depth. There's DJ Cool, the depth of hip hop and the impact that it has had on American culture. A really fantastic book that I highly, highly recommend. And this one's an oldie but a goodie. It's been around for well over a decade now, but it is an incredible book that won a Newbery honor. This is Showway by Jacqueline Woodson, and it's illustrated by Hudson Talbot. And it follows a girl named Suni, whose parents and family create showways, which are the quilts that were used to communicate to slaves fleeing the South, their way up north through the Underground Railroad. It is loosely based on Jacqueline Woodson's own family history, and Hudson Talbot's illustrations really bring the experience to life. So Suni learns her family's history through the quilts, and how each of the family members on through the ages have contributed in such a way to where Suni is now in her life. The book is absolutely beautifully designed and really, really brings to life that narrative of many Black Americans don't know their histories. And at the end, it shows Jacqueline Woodson's own family history and how it has been passed down through the ages. The final page showing how Jacqueline passes it on to Toshi, her daughter. So a truly phenomenal book that brings to light a little-known period of history. Now on to some middle grade and young adults titles. And I'm going to begin with a real groundbreaking book from 2014. This is The Crossover by Kwame Alexander. It won the Newbery Medal and a Coretta Scott King honor. And Crossover tells the story of twins, Josh and Jordan, and they are kings on the basketball court. They are phenomenal basketball players, and they're also very, very close to one another. Both the sport and their twindom bond them significantly. Their father is a former basketball player himself, and he was famous, and he coaches now too. And Josh becomes very interested in a girl at school and begins to really fall for her. And the consequences for that are pretty startling. Josh starts to lose Jordan in the process of falling for this girl. One of the things that I absolutely love about this book is that it's written in verse, which is pretty exciting to begin with, but it really captures the spirit of the game of basketball. So the poems take on these exciting shapes and rhythms to really emphasize both the game, how it's played, as well as the intensity of the game. It's poetry at its finest and evocatively written. Students who have taken my 1910 class know that this is an absolute favorite of mine as well. This is One Crazy Summer by Rita Williams Garcia. It was massively decorated the year that it came out. It won a Newbery honor. It was a finalist for the National Book Award. It won the Scott Odell Award for Historical Fiction and the Coretta Scott King Medal. This is the first book in a trilogy, and interestingly enough, all three books in the trilogy won the Coretta Scott King Medal. So One Crazy Summer introduces us to three girls, Vonetta, Delphine, and Fern. And these three girls live with their father in New York City. Their mother is estranged. Her name is Cecile, and she left not too soon after Fern was born. The book takes place in the turbulent 1960s, and Cecile no longer feels that she can care for the children or that she even wants to be a mother. And so she leaves for Oakland, Oakland, California, where she joins the Black Panthers. And she becomes a poet and reclaims her name and goes by the name Nzilla. And Nzilla is really integral to the Black Panthers movement in Oakland, California. And on this particular summer, the summer that Fern is 5, the girls go to spend the summer with their mother, and they're pretty shocked by that experience. Cecile is very aloof. She leaves the children alone for most of the day, where they fend for themselves, and they are put in a summer camp for children of Black Panthers. The book is marvelously evocative of the time period, and it is very, 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 very funny, while also being incredibly incisive. Fern, the youngest daughter, is hands down my favorite literary character in children's literature. She's an absolute delight and has some of the funniest moments in this book as well. I can say that I've read the other 2 books in the trilogy, and as a whole, it is definitely one of the best trilogies in children's literature. The second book is called PSB11. It takes place once the girls return to New York City, and Vonetta starts up a kind of a pen pal system with her mother. And then the third book, Gone Crazy in Alabama, the 3 girls go down to Alabama for the summer, and they experience the harsh realities of Alabama in the 1960s. So a truly wonderful, wonderful book. And PSB11, it's Delphine who writes her mother, I just realized, not Vonetta. So a little correction there. I'd be remiss if I didn't promote Angela Johnson's incredible The First Part Last. I read this book a dozen or so years ago, and it has lingered with me, even though it is a very slim volume. This book follows Bobby, who is 16 years old, and his girlfriend, Nia, and they're very, very much in love. And Bobby is in many ways a typical teenage boy. He's impulsive, and he and Nia are suddenly expecting a child, something that neither of them particularly planned for. So his life takes a sudden turn, but there are massive complications with the pregnancy, and Bobby soon finds himself in the role of the sole caregiver for Feather, the baby, and what that means and how that changes both his life as well as Nia's life. It's also one of the first books to win a Prince Medal, which is the best novel written for a young adult audience. Dread Nation by Justina Ireland is the first book in a series, and it is probably one of the wildest books I've read. So it follows Jane, who was born a couple days after there was a zombie outbreak during the Civil War. And this zombie outbreak effectively ends the Civil War, but not the machinations of it. Jane is studying to be something called an attendant. And she's studying at Miss Preston's School of Combat. So basically, attendants are hired by white women to protect them from the zombie uprising. Because in the 16 years since the end of the Civil War, the zombies have not been conquered or eliminated. But there are many cities that claim that they are zombie-free, Baltimore being one of them, which is where Miss Preston's school is. So Jane is extremely good at combat, and she's a stellar student at the school. However, things go very, very, very wrong when there is a breach in Baltimore City, and Jane learns a particularly terrifying truth, which sends her life in a direction that she could not possibly have imagined, with absolutely horrifying consequences. First book in the series, and it is a thrill ride through and through. And the last book that I want to recommend today is one of my favorite young adult novels from last year, The Field Guides to the North American Teenager, which won the Morris Award, which is given to the best debut young adult novel. So the Field Guide for the North American Teenager follows Norris, who is a Black French Canadian. So he's used to cold weather, he loves hockey, and his mother gets a job in Austin, Texas. And almost immediately, as soon as he gets off the plane, he is not quite prepared for the heat. And he doesn't really know a whole lot about American culture. So when he arrives at his high school, he's kind of taken aback. There are the jocks and the cheerleaders and the manic pixie dream girls, and all of these tropes that seem to be pulled right from a 1990s teen comedy. And so it becomes, this experience in the high school becomes the foundation for him creating very much this field guide to the behavior and the stereotypes of high school students. The book is laugh out loud funny, and his experiences will resonate with a lot of people who have had that fish out of water experience, and it's really delightful. And if you're familiar with 1990s teen comedies, it is an absolute treat. So I hope you enjoyed this taste of some children's and young adult literature which promote Black experiences in this country. And it's been great being a part of the Day of Dialogue. And thank you for your time. And we hope to see you up at the Curriculum Resource Center. Thank you so much for your time.
My name is Emily DeLeo, and I'm the reference archivist at the Music Library and Bill Shirk Sound Archives. Recent events in our country have prompted dialogue about race, diversity, and inclusion in many fields, including library and information science. Today, I'd like to share with you the issues that we're talking about in archives, and tell you about one project that seeks to address these issues. I'm new to BGSU and started my position last February. I came to BGSU to work at the Music Library and Bill Shirk Sound Archives because it has a reputation as the largest collection of popular music in a North American academic library. We're talking almost 1 million sound recordings. These include records, cassette tapes, reel-to-reel recordings, and CDs from the past 100 years. The vast majority of the recordings are in the library catalog, so we can search them easily. And we found a lot of great things. My colleague Trinidad will be talking about some of them today. But with so many individual catalog records, it is difficult to get a bird's eye view of the collection. What genres do we have? What genres or artists don't we have? And how diverse is our collection, really? I'll come back to the music library in a minute. I want to talk about archives and their purpose. Archives preserve history so that we can examine what life looked like in the past. By their nature, though, archives don't collect all voices. Some are left out because they're unknown or too controversial, or perhaps not famous enough. This is a concern that archivists have been aware of for some time, and recent events have brought this to the forefront of discussion in the archival community. At the Society of American Archivists virtual meeting last month, most of the presentations centered around BIPOC voices in archival collections. We discussed how these voices are often hidden in our collections or not included in our collections, and how we can remedy the situation and move forward. Back to the music library in our sound archives. My colleague Dave Lewis and I are embarking on a research project which aims to locate BIPOC voices in our archive, to find gaps in our collection, and to fill those gaps and promote greater access to BIPOC materials. We're asking specific, informed questions of our collection and doing some analysis in our catalog. We're applying this strategy to several music genres, beginning with punk, as there is a strong interest in punk within the campus community. I'm not a punk scholar, but I do know that the history of punk, as it is often told, is pretty white, and we know that this is inaccurate. For example, Bad Brains is a seminal punk band. With genres like punk, there's a lot of research and digging involved, so we're consulting with scholars and specialists. We have a couple of graduate students who are helping us with the searching. It's a journey and a conversation, and as we move through the project, as we discover what we have and what we don't have, and what our next steps should be. And then, of course, how we reach out to people to give real meaning to the work we're doing. We plan to research BIPOC voices in several genres in our collection, so stay tuned.
Welcome to Did I Do the Thing I Don't Want to Do? Honest Reflections on Unlearning. My name is Jen Stucker. I'm an Associate Professor of Graphic Design, and with me is Heidi Neese, Assistant Professor in the Department of Theater and Film, and Katrina Heilmeyer, a BGSU Life Design Coach. Before we begin, we want to frame our conversation by saying that when we were asked to participate in the Day of Dialogue as 3 white women who are on a journey to serve anti-racist work, each of us were humbled, honored, and honestly terrified. We acknowledge that we are uncomfortable in occupying a space of centering white people in this dialogue. However, we recognize this discomfort as part of the reflective process for engaging in this necessary work. We hope through sharing this conversation that it will function as a catalyst for continued dialogue that will extend far beyond this day.
Great. In terms of format today, we've devised 3 questions, a series of 3 questions. And so one of us will pose the question, and then we will follow through with discussion. So our first question stems from something we said in our description, which was, how do we critically recenter ourselves in order to decenter the narratives of white supremacy we've been told? And so in thinking about that, we wanted to discuss a little bit what awakened us, for lack of a better term, recognizing that term awakened, it's not a perfect term, but the first question is, what awakened you? And how do you sustain your engagement? In other words, what sustains you in this journey? So I'd like to just open that up to Katrina and Jen.
Yeah, so, for me, I think that, first of all, like Jen said, I think that I'm still learning to be comfortable using my voice. One of the things that I was in a book club, and one of the members said, maybe you're going to engage with someone and holding them accountable. And maybe that makes you feel uncomfortable for 15 or 20 seconds. maybe even an hour afterwards, but maybe that gives me my one moment of comfort throughout the day. And that was said by Siobhan. And that really stuck with me in terms of turning inward, which I was doing before, of critically examining myself and how do I start to feel more comfortable using my voice. So understanding while my uncomfort or discomfort might happen, it's so small and compared to the discomfort that so many others feel like on a daily basis. And I don't know if any of you have felt that as well, but that's something that that really kind of sticks with me. For me, it's my students. When I started getting into education and I was realizing that my lie of a narrative of being a white woman in America was not true for everyone, it kind of made me start examining the world around me. But I do feel like there's moments that have pushed me rather than inward to say, how can I start to use my voice and how can I really start to like critically engage in this work? And I think part of it is critically looking at yourself. And I mean, I think that, I don't know if you all feel this way, but engaging in this work makes me a better human and a better person. You know, the way that I engage with this work helps me to examine my own mental health, what is around me and how I, you know, engage in boundaries and all of these other things that go outside of just this work too. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I can pinpoint a particular event. I think some of it is cultural, right? It's paying attention to the things around us. But I know years ago, you know, in our program, we were trying to make an amplified effort to bring more diverse voices to our students. And I realized that I didn't really know enough of underrepresented voices. Was part of that challenge and my naivety. And then with that, one of our speakers had said something really profound and talked about, you know, that all of our systems are designed. And so and this is by Antoinette Carroll, so therefore they can be redesigned. And my profession is a designer. And so that has wrestled with me for a long time. I think that often we sit in a space that like victimology, not just you know, a white person. I think lots of us sit in that space. And so, you know, I endeavor to be on the side of the solution versus part of the problem. But to really understand the problem, I have to recognize like what my place is in that. Like, how do I contribute to it? How have I been part of it? It's not okay to go, okay, civil rights and affirmative action, and it's taking care of those things, and those are in the past. We have so many ideas and things to unbake in ourselves that have been passed down through traditions that we just may not be aware of. And the other part that I guess keeps me in the work and matters is thinking about my kids, knowing that they're going forward and you know, Juneteenth, that we heard quite a bit about this summer. Thankfully, actually, my kids were, to be honest, pissed. And I was too, because I'm like, yeah, I didn't learn about that in high school and in other parts of my life, or Black Wall Street. And that was omitted from history. It wasn't that it, you know, it didn't exist. It just wasn't part of the conversation. And it infuriates me and it makes me mad. And I don't look at like blaming the teachers, again, not that victimology. I'm not going to be mad at my teachers. I know that, again, it's this part of this system. They were teaching the way they were taught and so on and so forth. So now I have to look at my role as an educator and go, then this is the place that I sit with my positionality of being an educator, where I have to look at those stories and those missing pieces of history, and to do my best to bring those forward, and fully knowing that I'm not going to capture it all, but hopeful that people will embrace what I'm trying to do and go, hey, did you know about this and you know about that, and that I can be part of the solution and part of the culture shift. that I believe is starting to happen. You know, this has very much been talked about, that this is a movement, and I fully believe in it being a movement, and it's time to move.
Yeah. And I think that especially all three of us, like we all host this power of being educators. So we all teach in different ways, and understanding that like that's a great sphere of influence that we can keep, that we have knowledge about, and we can keep sustaining the work too. My husband, I have a tendency to sprint real hard and then, you know, stop doing things. So like my craft shelf is full of like oh, that was your scrapbooking phase, and then this is your phase. And so he keeps reminding me like, this is a marathon, not a sprint. And so how can you sustain yourself upon the marathon too?
So Heidi, where are you with all of this?
Well, Jen, like you said, it's hard to pinpoint one moment, but I think about kind of phases of development. And something that was very impactful for me is when I graduated undergrad, I moved out to Los Angeles, and I should back up and say that I grew up in a small town in Ohio, predominantly white, and I went to a predominantly white institution as an undergrad, and then I moved out to Los Angeles, and I worked at the YMCA, and in doing that work, I worked with kids a lot. I actually taught a lot of swimming lessons. And so that experience of being in Los Angeles and immersing myself in a setting and an atmosphere that was very diverse, in some ways was very much, I talk about how that informal education was instrumental in my life, right? And then I think that, but I think even then I held on to these narratives that I had been taught as a kid, you know, narratives about work, like if you work hard, you can achieve anything. And that's the same for everybody, right? Of equality versus equity, right? But I wasn't aware of things like my privilege as a white woman. I wasn't aware of nuances and conversations about the difference between equity and equality, right? And these myths. And so I think I was still in some ways subscribing to those myths. And I think that a further stage of development is when I went to grad school and I started training as a theater historian. And Jen, like you were saying, looking at the past and seeing those holes and those gaps, and how voices have been marginalized, and wanting to address that in my own classrooms. And I think that it was around that time that I started doing a better job of listening to the people of color around me, and truly listening and being open to what they were saying, and those myths, those narratives that I had held on to started to crumble, right? That they weren't, yes, like you said, Jen, that I had been lied to, right? That those were not accurate. And so that listening, I think, is so important, and continuing to do that. I think that you know, I'm still on the journey. I don't know kind of where I am on the journey exactly, but I know that that I need to do that work. And what sustains me in that, Jen, I sound like I'm stealing all of your answers.
You're fine.
But what sustains me in that is I would say my students and my children, and wanting to teach in a way that was different than how I was taught, for my students. And I actually have two sons, and I teach them in a different way that so that we do better, that they do better. that I do better.
And I think one thing that you mentioned is like these myths that we're unlearning and how we can like go back in history and see where they came from. And I feel like it's like every day, it's like, oh, that's another one. It's like being ready to constantly fail over and over, and kind of how can you keep getting back up. But then also once you uncover some of this, it's like you can't go back. Like there's no closing that book. So how do we like keep moving forward too? And I think that that kind of applies into the question that I had, which I'd love to open a discussion about, is the idea, the title of this is, did I just do the thing I don't want to do? Which we've all been there. I'm there. I feel like I'm sitting in there a lot right now, as I am learning to be a better human and learning, like you said, Heidi, to listen more. And so for me, when I go into those spaces, it's very easy for me to get paralyzed. My background is like, I am a high achieving student that checks all the boxes and does the things I want to do. And that's not this work. And so when I make a mistake, I always find myself feeling this moment of paralysis, right? Of like, oh, maybe I should just not say anything. So how do you all fight that?
I've been thinking about this a lot lately because because I'm actively working on this, I'm often putting my foot in my mouth, not articulating it the right way. I'm fumbling, I obsessively overanalyze after I've said something that, like you said, did I say it the right way? Could I have said it better? How are they interpreting it? Maybe that's even amplified by some of the conversations I'm having with people are through this platform. Some of these conversations I'm having with people that I don't know very well, and so there's that space of trust. But then there's people that I'm having this conversation I know very well, and I'm trying to use my term earlier, unbake them, but not to the point that I'm an authority. I'm not a scholar on race. I'm not an expert on race, and so I'm trying to approach that from an angle of, we have this trust space, so how can I, interlope into that? So I feel safety in that because, for certain positions, that person's my sibling or something, and so they kind of, by all accounts, are gonna hopefully forgive me. But then there's those other ones that are sort of high risk, or conversations with students that, could be high risk. And those are challenges, and that's probably where a lot of this resides, in this trust space. And so I'm asking people to trust my intentions when there's been a long history where our intentions have been clouded under ulterior motives. And so I have to recognize that my intentions are going to continue to be questioned because, are you really that way? Or are you, being performative? Or are you virtue signaling? Like, is this authentically you? And so I've obsessed about that. And at the end of the day, I have to just go, I can't control the way a person interprets it and means it. I can only hope that if they're still frustrated, if they're still annoyed, that they will come back and that we will just continue the dialogue and continue the conversation. But yeah, it frustrates me the most when closure and shutting down happens, and people just want to walk away from it. And I get it too. No one wants to be told they're wrong. I don't either. If I get a piece of criticism, I don't like it, and I get mad and I get annoyed, and anybody would. But if we're going to learn anything from it, we have to look and go, maybe there's a bit of truth to that, or maybe I didn't say it the right way, or maybe I didn't have the right knowledge. So yeah, I definitely feel like I'm walking on a lot of eggshells because this overanalysis part, and because I, maybe it's that story that I baked into myself of like, I'm a good person, and so everything I must do must be good. And I sit in a place of, and I know all of us are, there's the stories we tell others, and then there's the stories we tell ourselves. And for me, I want those things to be as congruent as possible. And so in the sense of framing this conversation and saying we are uncomfortable, that is to align the story I'm telling anyone that's listening to this conversation. I'm uncomfortable and I'm acknowledging that discomfort, versus like, okay, let me tell you with this great confidence, when really inside the story I'm like, oh, this terrifies me. So I think we have to get to some honesty about those dualities that we have.
Yeah, so many things. One that I have is that as scholars, we're trained to defend, right? To argue and defend our points. And I think it's really something that I try to remind myself, is that this is not the space for that, right? That if I say something, if I screw up, right? If I say something that ends up offending somebody or lots of somebody's, I need to listen to that. And what I'm talking about specifically here is cross-racially. If I, as a white woman, say something or do something that is offensive to BIPOC, I communities and individuals, I need to not be defensive, right? I need to just listen and reflect. And if I have those moments where I'm not sure, right, that maybe I just screwed up how I talked about that. I am fortunate that I have some colleagues here, and I have a couple of other colleagues that I feel like I can go to and have honest conversations and say, this is what happened. This is how I handled it. What do you think? And I know that those people will hold me accountable, right? And will say, and might say, yeah, you kind of screwed that up. And here are some maybe other ways you could have handled that. And so I think that is very important too, to have those people, that community that will keep you accountable, and to do the work to continuously reflect and keep yourself in check. So that hopefully, if that situation arises again, you can do better. I will also say that for me, that gets very tricky in terms of who I'm going to, because I think that again, listening to BIPOC voices is key, right? By the same token, I don't want to constantly be running to colleagues and friends who are people of color and saying, hey, I did this thing, what do you think? Recognizing that is, I'm asking for emotional, mental labor on behalf of that person. I'm asking for their time, and I'm adding to everyday race-based stresses that they already endure. And so so there's a balance there that I think I'm still not certain of, but that I think is important to continue working through.
Yeah, and also recognizing, like, if someone holds you accountable, especially a person of color, like how much work that took for them. Like, it is not easy. I guess a person of color, it's not easy, but it's also not easy for like anyone to hold you accountable, but especially for people of color. And so being willing to, like you said, like Heidi, so much of it is like listening and knowing when are the moments that I need to look inside myself to see what's wrong, and when are the moments that it's not about me, and like when are the moments that I need to decenter myself. And so you know, as a life design coach, I've been doing a ton of work with design thinking really just over the past year, but a big part of it is, how am I trying something, seeing how it fits, being willing to fail, being willing to get back up again, being willing to try again. And Brene Brown said this quote of like, I'm not here to be right, I'm here to get it right. And knowing that in the process of getting it right, I have to be willing to like humble myself many times over, and knowing that like there are times where it's going to feel like this paralysis of like, what did I just do? And do I even have any responsibility? Like, not any responsibility, because I do think we all have responsibility, but like, do I have a place to even be saying anything? And then saying like, oh, wait, that's you centering yourself in this experience. And so many times the things that I catch myself feeling paralysis about are like little tiny details. And I have to remind myself, like, that's not what is important. You know, what's important is what is the bigger issue that we're talking about. And so, you know, you're really freaked out that you used the wrong word and someone held you accountable. Like, how can you reframe that and look at it of how can I really not focus on using a different word, but seeing like, what is it in me that reacted that way? And like, how am I still fighting my own fragility and specifically like my white fragility when I'm reacting in a certain way, even if I don't react externally, like what's going on inside my body and how can I process that through so I can be more resilient and be more interested in like being eager to grow rather than afraid to fail. And it's so much easier said than done, right? But yeah, I think that those are some of the things that help get me back up, is analyzing it internally and then seeing like, how can I look at the bigger picture too?
Yeah, I just want to comment or piggyback to, you said using the wrong word or term. And I guess I want to make sure that in the context of this conversation, my interpretation, and so this is me interpreting what you're saying, I'm assuming, because this is how it would be for me, the wrong terms, when I would hope or don't think we're talking about these blatant racist terms, but it's more those subtle things of, I this close to both of you, I don't like the term woke, I have challenge with. I like the metaphor and what it represents, but my own internal dialogue is I don't, you know, I just don't like that I woke up late to the conversation, or that if I say I'm woke, all of a sudden I know everything and, you know, I have nothing more to learn. And I feel that term, you know, gets pushed out into space. And so, so that's when I might like hold someone else accountable to using that word. But then, you know, other terms might be like someone referring to, you know, back through history as, you know, that person was a slave rather than being enslaved. Those are terms that are very distinctive as far as identity. And that's not something that I learned until recently. And so for years, you know, I would use the predominant term of slave because that's, you know, how it was identified rather than enslaved people. And that's a big distinction. And that's something that, you know, I have to, if someone says it, you know, just kind of unpack it a little bit, but not admonish, like, you know, righteous indignation. I've been using that term lately, but that's why I guess I want to get back to that when you're saying those words, right? It's
yes,
like,
I'm so glad that you pointed that out.
Yeah,
like the word
words. Yeah.
Yeah, the word I was thinking was ally. And so like of the term of like me calling myself an ally, like how does that sit wrong with me, you know, when I am like told that like sometimes ally is a dangerous word. And I was like, okay, you're right. Like just because someone called me an ally doesn't mean I'm an ally to everyone in every sense. And it doesn't mean that I'm done working. But I'm so happy that you brought that up, Jen.
I also think adding to that, I mean, I think about, we have colloquial phrases in our culture that have very racist, misogynistic roots that oftentimes we don't realize, right? So I think that those can sometimes be be missteps. I also think about how we navigate conversations, whether that's not conversations with our family and friends, with colleagues. I think about classroom conversations as well. And, you know, if somebody says something within that space, within that conversation that that results in an impact that is hurtful to others, right? Or if somebody says something that is a microaggression, or, well, there's another term, right? That is an aggression, right?
Yeah.
That knowing how to respond in the moment can be difficult. And I will say that there have been times that I left a conversation, and sometimes it's been classroom discussions. I've left and thought, I think there were better ways I could have handled that, right? And so I think that those types of things are also the type of missteps we're talking about, right? That it's important to really assess, what maybe was productive in those moments and what we could have done better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And also understanding that like all of this is a privilege, right? to like even the think about like, oh, I feel uncomfortable, is knowing that like as a white woman, I have the ability to step away from this without very many repercussions in my life. And so like continuing to be like, I say a couple things to myself, kind of almost like chants, and I'm here to get it right, not be right, is one, but also like check your privilege is one that I kind of internally say to myself too, is like when I get too down a hole to be like, check your privilege, Katrina. Like this isn't about you. This is bigger than you. And this is too important to not get back up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I want to ask about how you approach your work authentically and sincerely. So we've talked a little bit more about that, but I know I mentioned like virtue signaling, for example. So how do you, how do you sincerely and authentically engage in those?
Yeah, I think it's so easy, especially when we look at like social media or different threads for people to talk at people. And this right here, like, how can we create more of these communities where we feel comfortable showing up as our full selves, to kind of like really be challenged, be held accountable, so that we can keep like going out and doing it in a way where we're being wholehearted, in a way where we're not being defensive of one way or another. Because I find myself of like, when I get on the defensive of like, this is the wrong term, or did you know that this person is actually problematic? Then I find myself becoming more defensive and becoming more like, I have to make sure I don't say anything else that other people could pick apart. Whereas the intention is not to pick it apart. The intention is to get better as people and keep working to make progress. So I try to guard myself against the picking for picking's sake, because I think that it's easy in today's society to be like, okay, so what is my instinct to pick? Is it also because I am, stuck in the house or just going to work? And is it because of like the other things that I'm feeling, that things aren't out of control, but what I can control is telling this one person that this one word was wrong? And how do I do that? And how do I show up authentically to make it a dialogue versus me telling you that you're wrong? I feel like that kind of went off the rails, but that's kind of like, I try to do that with almost everything I do. And now it's just like, how do I bring it to this work? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that, this idea of not just talking at each other, right? But authentically engaging in dialogue. And that dialogue is going to be uncomfortable, right? Mm-hmm. But getting at that deeper level. And I think that, again, going back to active listening, right? That is really active, and deep listening is really important. I also think that we've discussed this, that owning that you are not an expert, right? There's that and coming into the conversation, being honest about that we are not authorities, we are not experts, and that we make mistakes. And that is not to excuse mistakes, but to recognize that we need to continually persist at working on ourselves, on our perspectives, on the way that we engage in the work. I also, Jen, this question about authenticity. I mean, authenticity is such a slippery term anyway, right? Like, yeah. And maybe it's, as a theater and performance studies scholar, I am very prone to over analyzing. But I struggle a lot, and I have for the last couple of months with, for lack of a better term, the kind of performativity, especially on social media, right? And this term that you've just used, virtue signaling, and questioning in myself, like, what is my intent in posting this, and what do I think the impact might be? How will others understand it or read it? Am I posting enough? Am I not posting enough? If I'm not posting enough, is that silence and is that complicity? I don't know. And I have to be 100% honest. I've never been like a huge presence on social media, but I actually a couple months ago quit the only social media I was on, which was Facebook. And I did that partly for my own mental health. I thought I really needed to do that. And I decided that I thought that redirecting that energy was the approach I needed to take. And so I have to be honest, I don't miss it. But I do think that this is, I think that struggle, I don't have any answers, except to say that I share in that struggle of trying to find the authentic place and being sincere in the work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now it's my turn to sort of piggyback on you a little bit, but I do think that the listening is the quintessential part, especially also acknowledging our naivety or lack of experience, but that when we are asking questions to anyone, that we don't already like have surmised what we think is going to be said or what we think the answer is. That I genuinely asked it because I genuinely don't understand it, or I'm not sure. I want to figure this out. And so I think, if we're coming at a place of like, I just want to be validated, it's just a waste of time. And so I feel like I ask a lot of, what I would call probably dumb questions to many people. But it's for that, like you said, I'm trying to really listen, try not to have an answer right away. Sometimes I do. I'm not obviously perfect by any means. Sometimes I've made my judgment, but then I'm like, have to even recognize that in the moment that I'm like, I kind of stopped listening for a second. I started forming my answer, and I have to back up. And that work in progress, I think, is something that we've all talked about. I want to also just piggyback to the social media aspect, because I've never been on Facebook. It's never been my vehicle. But Instagram is probably primary, and Twitter, like I have 5 followers probably or something, so it's not my main vehicle. But Instagram, I wrestled a lot with that space and that place of putting content there. Blacking out my screen, in June, and is that performative? And I think that's where there's part of me that accepts the performative, so long as you are not just being performative. It's not just when you're being watched that you're doing that work, basically daily. I'm definitely at the space where this is my daily work. There isn't a conversation, or some point. It's not, it's not all encompassing of like, I'm not sure what I'm going to eat that day, but it is an active daily conversation that I have. And so there, if you look at my Instagram, there's going to be posts, that I just shared with you how I went to, the National Memorial for Peace and Justice. And I wanted to put those images on there, not because like, hey, look at me, I went to this memorial, but one, it was a palpable moving space, but two, I know my primary, followers are similar skin tone to mine, and I want them to see that information and hopefully make that trip and go to that space and get some of that knowledge. And so part of, that performative is the transmission, of the message. And so it has, I guess the performative has to be backed up with the authenticity of like, yeah, are you, the stories we're telling others and the stories we're telling ourselves that I mentioned earlier is like, if I'm telling you the story, I'm also, very much working on that story. But I do look back at my Instagram and the history, right? And there's a very clear point of view. I mean, see family for sure. But is it, white majoritarian narrative? Absolutely. I mean, can I work more to pay attention more to others? I mean, obviously Instagram is self-serving primarily anyway, but this is something I am doing for the self. And so this is something I'm going to, be sharing with others. And that day might be, this post, and it might be a social engagement day. And the next day it might be something about my family. And I don't have a space where I'm trying to cultivate this one thing. I'm just, I guess, being back to my authentic self. This is what I'm trying to work on. This is the things I'm trying to do. I have many holes and missing pieces, and I'm going to try to continue to fill those spaces.
And I think that's a great, I think that's a great point. I mean, all work, any work is performative, right? So it's not, so it's about going past just doing something for kind of a surface level performance sake, but for actually engaging it, backing that up with engaging in the work. I think that's a really good point. I just wanted to reiterate.
Yeah, I really appreciate all of your perspectives in this. And as we're kind of like working and fumbling through this, I appreciate having other people like you as well to really learn from in my journey. And I think I love the podcast Still Processing, and Jenna Wortham said, stop telling me that my life matters and do something about it. And so I think that we're also feeling this too, is that this internal reflection is an important first step. And I feel like, tying it back to design thinking again, it's like we always have to keep coming back to this step, but it really can't be the only step. And it feels performative when you're just telling other people versus how are you actually engaging in the messy work of trying to do better. And I think that as this group, we really want to set up a space so that people can continue to have these types of discussions, and then also see how can we make changes, whether it's in our own lives, at the university. And so we'll be setting up 4 different conversations. And I will put at the bottom here my email so that you can email me and join. Their Thursdays from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. And we'll be having different topics every time, but we want to invite others in to be, how can we show up authentically, humbly, and have these discussions that help push us forward and help make us push us forward also in the way of like in actions, and what are we doing and how are we using this knowledge that we're gaining too. We're really looking forward to these discussions, and I really appreciate both of you kind of taking the time to chat a little bit, and like you said, have an authentic dialogue versus telling opinions one way or the other. I really appreciate that.
And I just want to piggyback that this conversation doesn't have to just be 3 white women,
Yes.
or 5 white women or 6 white women or so on and so forth. we have to start creating spaces where we can have these conversations. So I hope that you will join us. Email Katrina. We would love to, our campus climate and culture is the responsibility of the people, and that it requires us to have these conversations.
Yeah, we can't just say that we have a great Office of Diversity and Belonging and then check the box. Like, it's up to all of us. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I was just gonna, Jen, say these discussions are open to everyone and anyone. So please come. And Katrina, I think that you make a really good point, right? That it's we're part of a community, and it's shared responsibility to do this work, so that we can all learn and grow together.
Well, thanks so much for joining us today, and we hope to see you on Thursday.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, my name is Trudad Linares. I'm the Library Associate for the Music Library and Bill Shirk Sound Archives. We're on the 3rd floor of the Jerome Library, and we are open. So I'm going to be talking about how race and culture intersect with music through films that we have in our collection. We don't have a giant collection at the Music Library, but it is varied, and so I wanted to point out some fun gems we have. And our material runs from concerts to dramas to operas to theater production to documentaries to even comedy shows. We have both American and international works, and some that are actually transcontinental. So I'm a big fan of understanding race and culture through film. For instance, in our collection we have Ray, which is a biographical film about the life of Ray Charles, who was a blind singer whose talent would change rhythm and blues. And he was also a major supporter of Dr. King and the Civil Rights Movement. If you want something about a musical artist, but slightly different, we also have Why Do Fools Fall in Love, which is a romantic drama about Frankie Lyman, and it stars Vivica A. Fox and Halle Berry. And if you watch both these films, Ray and Why Do Fools Fall in Love, you end up with a Lawrence Tate Mini Film Festival. So one transcontinental film I'd like to mention is Bella Fleck, Throw Down Your Heart. Bella Fleck actually looks at the African roots of the banjo, which is important to bluegrass music in America. Bella Fleck does this by visiting Uganda, Tanzania, Gambia, and Mali, and playing with the artists there. If you watch the film Amandla, A Revolution in 4-Part Harmony, you'll realize the importance about the role in the music of Black South Africans in the overthrow of apartheid. One of the featured artists is Miriam Makeba. She's also known as Mama Africa. On the other side of the coin of apartheid, you also against apartheid are white South Africans who made the music of Detroit artist Rodriguez, their anthem of their rebellion in the film Searching for Sugarman. For this film, I would suggest that you do not watch the trailer because there's a mystery that the film resolves and the trailer gives it away. So I would just suggest watching the film. Other films to check out are Broadway musicals, A Jewish Legacy. If you're a fan of Barbra Streisand, Leonard Bernstein, or Stephen Sondheim, this would be something you should check out. Plus, we have quite a few of live recordings and adaptations of Sondheim musicals. Latin Music USA is a film that shows viewers how Latin American music is part of the landscape of American music, from 1960s Latin jazz to current artists like Shakira and Pitbull. And if you want to go further in Latino music or Latinx music, Rebel Music Americas covers not only North America, but all Americas in how music connects to social movements. In the documentary Wild Women Don't Have the Blues, you can see the talent of Bessie Smith, Ma Rainey, Ethel Waters, and other pioneering blues women. If you want stand-up comedy, we've got Def Comedy Jam. If you're looking for the American influence in Asia, there's Finding Carlton, which discusses the American jazz influence in India. At this point, my best recommendation for Asian American representation in film is Vanessa Hudgens in High School the Musical, where admittedly she played a Latina, but we have films 1, 2, and 3, so. Our collection isn't vast in terms of film, but we do have delights like Wim Wenders' Buena Vista Social Club and Spike Lee's recording of the Broadway musical Passing Strange. Come visit us and come enjoy our films.
Well, welcome everybody. Just a quick introduction. The three of us were getting together after a conversation with Jennifer McCary, who's the BGSU Chief Diversity and Belonging Officer. And really the conversation was get the three of us together and talk about our personal experiences, but more specifically kind of what's happening within our own community, but nationally when we talk about relationships within law enforcement and then the minority community as well. And as part of that process, I thought maybe it'd be a good opportunity for us just to kind of introduce ourselves, give us a little background of who we are, where we're from, and then from there we can obviously start that dialogue. Unfortunately, I know this isn't the best method to do it. I would love to do this in person, which I know each of you would as well. But yeah, this could be our first step in really continuing this dialogue. So that being said, my name's Michael Campbell. I'm the Director of Public Safety here at BGSU, also the Chief of Police here at BGSU, so kind of a dual role in that fashion. My professional experience has been, I spent a little time in the private sector working for some companies based on loss prevention, but got into law enforcement a little over 23 years ago. Really unique in the fact that all my law enforcement experience has actually been in university law enforcement. Spent some time at the University of Toledo before having an opportunity here to come to BGSU, and eventually in my current role as Director and Chief of Police here at BGSU. I actually grew up in Michigan, fairly small town in Michigan. Graduated high school there, went to a small college in Michigan, played some basketball there as I got my undergrad, and then from there I got my master's degree actually here at BGSU. From there, just to give you a little sense of at least the community that I grew up in, was predominantly white community. Really got my experience and exposure to people that were necessarily different than me, based on maybe race or cultural things as well, really through basketball. Just growing up, looking for opportunities to find pickup games and other things. I would go into the city as well and just really try and find games, interact with different people. And I'll tell you, over the years, I mean, it's been great as far as really building those connections through basketball and other avenues. But having the opportunity to do those things really gave me an opportunity to meet other people. Like I said, they were different from me. And in all honesty, really developed some positive relationships and some great friendships over the years. So that, I know it's just pretty brief, a little bit about myself, but Marvin, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself as well.
Good morning, everyone. It's both an honor and a privilege to be here amongst such a diverse group. And I say diverse group as far as our backgrounds and our experiences. I found I interact with people with different perspectives and experiences throughout life. I always grow as a person and learn more. A little bit about me. I'm currently the CEO and founder of Blue Force Mobile Training Team, which we do consultant area of leadership development and emphasis advice management. But also I'm the CEO of Big Brothers, Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Northwestern Ohio. And I enjoy working with the community and also supporting our youth. As far as my background, I worked a little over 2.5 decades in law enforcement, full-time as a police officer, service officer, worked my way up to police commander. And then in 2009, I retired and started working under the United States Army Intelligence Center Contract of Excellence, where I conducted and designed training for specialized units within the military. During that period, I went back to further my education, a master's in criminal justice, MBA, specialization in human resource management, and later obtained my PhD. And my area of study was implicit bias and how it impacts our decision-making process. And that's kind of what brought me here today and make me excited, feel excited about having this type of discussion.
How you guys doing? I'm Michael Huger. I'm the head men's basketball coach here at Bowling Green State University. I'm from New York City, Harlem to be exact. I grew up in Harlem during the 70s, 80s, and 90s. It was a time where Harlem was all black, and it was a different era for me growing up in that type of environment. I remember at 12 years old having to make a decision of whether I want to hang out with the guys from my building who want to do bad things of selling drugs and using drugs, or go up the street and hang out with guys who want to do the right thing, going to school, playing basketball. At the time, you know, our goal was just to see 21 if we can get to that age. And, you know, I realized basketball was my way out at a young age, and really wanted to pursue it, and the hard work paid off at the end. I got a scholarship to come to Bowling Green State University, and that was my first real interaction with white people. Only interaction I had in Harlem was my AAU coaches and my teachers, and that wasn't a real friendship or anything like that. But coming to Bowling Green, I remember the first day walking across campus, going through the Union where everybody intersects, and I remember just looking around, and all I could see was white people. And it was like, man, what did I get myself into here? I saw one black person way on the other side, and I was like, man, there's two of us over here. So it was a lot of fun. My first experience, I met a guy, Greg Shepard, white guy here on campus, and we became friends. And you know, growing up, we never talked about race in my household. The biggest thing was watch out for the police, and you know, stay away from the police. You don't want to have no involvement with the police. And you know, basically all my life I avoided police officers. But going back to college, getting a chance to know Greg, and teaching me about different types of music. I got into rock music and all types of stuff, just hanging with those guys. And he got into rap music, so all of the other stuff kind of changed. And got a chance, was fortunate enough to play 12 years professional basketball in Europe, and it was a different experience. The only real racism that I saw was out in Finland. That was the biggest thing that I saw, and other than that, you know, I don't know if it was because I was an athlete, you know, or anything like that, but didn't really experience a lot of it. Played 2 years in Holland and 9 years in Belgium, and didn't experience any of that. Been coaching here now as the head coach, this going on to my 6th season at Bowling Green, and it's been great. It's been great over here. Really haven't dealt with anything like that as far as law enforcement or anything. So it's been a different experience for me, but I definitely understand where, you know, people are coming from in the movement.
Well, thanks, Michael. Thanks, Marvin, for introducing yourselves, kind of giving a little background history, or maybe who we are, or at least what our experience has maybe been. I know that's just a touch of it. I think, Michael, you brought up a great point. Just your first experience at BGSU and coming to campus, and maybe what your relationship has been with law enforcement, or maybe hasn't been. I can tell you, just here at BGSU, we have a lot of conversations with our officers about interacting with our community early for that very reason. So unlike maybe in a municipality, maybe Marvin, where you have dealt with here at the university, our population changes quite a bit each year. And it truly is individuals from across the world that come here. And so it's really tough to tell, you know, what personal experiences people have had, whether those are positive and negative when we talked about dealing with law enforcement. Maybe it isn't even a direct involvement. Maybe it is just something that they've learned through family, or just through friends, or just hearing stories, or those kind of things, and they form kind of those perceptions, or at least how they feel like they should interact with law enforcement. So one of the conversations we have quite often with our officers is, without knowing these things, it's really incumbent upon us to reach out early. And that focus, just go out there, interact with the public, have those conversations, start to build those relationships, and really ultimately really build that trust. Because if you've had a negative interaction with a law enforcement officer, or maybe you have a viewpoint of a law enforcement officer that isn't necessarily positive, we don't want that to be the lasting impression. Because ultimately, you're coming to BGSU for an education. You're coming to BGSU to accomplish one of those personal goals, and we look at it as we're a support measure in that. Ultimately, we want to get you to that final goal. We want to provide that support. We want to be a partner, really, in that mission for the students. So getting out there early, having some conversations with those students, talking about what those experiences are, and hopefully building that trust. So if there is something going on or if they're looking for a resource, they feel comfortable reaching out to us.
You made a couple of good points there, Michael. Number one, one of the three key, three key components of implicit bias is lack of awareness, lack of understanding, and lack of empathy. And if you would have asked me back I retired in 2009, and probably a couple of years after that, was there a legitimate reason to fear the police within the Black community? I would have probably told you no, because I know more good officers than I know bad officers. So if you don't hang in those circles, you have no understanding. But like you said, we don't realize, especially in this world of social media, that you may not have to have that direct contact, but just seeing it on TV when officers make a mistake or do something illegal and wrong, or hearing about it, or sharing your friends' experiences through conversation. And I can tell you, when people ask me, why did I do the research I did, it was because of a personal experience I experienced. Growing up in the law enforcement community, I only seen good officers because that's who I encircled myself with. And I was fortunate in our department, the bad officers didn't last long because of our culture. They was usually forced out or terminated or even arrested in some cases. It wasn't until after I retired and I moved back to the Virginia area and was working, we're doing contract work for the government, and my lifestyle kind of enhanced a little bit because of the pay. And I was in my first gated community to where I first had an initial contact with an officer. And I was a victim, I don't want to say racism, I was just a victim of implicit bias because of how the conversation shifted when he realized I was an officer. It was this stop didn't have valid probable cause. How he interacted indicated that he felt I didn't belong there. And it wasn't until he asked to search my car for the second time, and I repeated, "Hey, if you could tell me why, I have no problem. But if not, no, you can't search my car." And then he asked about weapons. I said, "Well, yes, there's a weapon in my car, but I have a carry to conceal, and I'm retired law enforcement." And then the whole conversation pivoted, and we ended up talking like we knew each other forever. And I've done extensive research in the area of implicit bias, and I had to learn about racism, stereotypes, and prejudice. And a racist is a racist is a racist. So the conversation wouldn't even have pivoted if he was a racist. I think it was his biases, and our biases formed through our lived and learned experiences. And it's been his experience, unfortunately, not to see a person of color in that area. So he went straight to investigative mode. And that's one of the main reasons I want to be here on this platform, is to educate both sides. One, on how to properly identify to racism or implicit bias and respond in a way that'll keep you safe. Because I've noticed too during my studies, a lot of these incidents, though wrong, and the officer, somewhat some of the officers' part, and that's only a few, is how we react to it. But then also to educate the officers on how our implicit biases may impact our decision-making process. And what I found very interesting during my study and through conversations and doing conferences and lectures with people of color and also the law enforcement community is I really get it on both sides. As a person of color, I know how it feels. As a law enforcement officer who's always trying to do the right thing and you're getting painted with a broad brush, I know how it feels. And what I find interesting is when you look at the data on both sides, there's only a small few causing problems. But I always let my brothers in blue and my sisters in blue know the difference between the two is one is losing their life and one is losing their freedom at an unreasonable rate. And in the research area, we call that a phenomenon. It shouldn't be happening. And so I don't think we can, we've spent over 40 billion over the past couple of decades trying to train our way out of it. but I don't think we really diagnosed the problem. And I can tell you the conversation I'm having with both of you all is how I found it works. When I do training with law enforcement officers and implicit bias management, I don't set up an atmosphere of a lecture. We have the conversation. And I also let them see how the other side from their perspective without feeling attacked. And I do the same thing within the communities of color. Hey, this is what an officer experienced. This is how they perceive things, and this is maybe some of their biases. And the one thing I've found consistently is when both sides get a chance to see the other perspective, and not when it's in a heated moment, they both develop that awareness, that understanding, and that empathy. And I think what we're doing right now is only going to educate us and create a bigger space for that conversation to take place.
I got a chance to speak with my players about the George Floyd death. Our guys were upset. Our team we probably have about 80% blacks on our team, and we got a chance to just sit down and speak about the death and how it occurred. He was doing the right things in our eyes, and he still got murdered in that situation. And we were looking at how much more can we do? What else can we possibly do? He did everything right. The guys spoke about peaceful rallies that we had and trying to make changes. And, our players thought that, we had quite a few that thought like we weren't heard when we were peaceful. But when we started to riot and do the things like that, looting and everything, we were heard then. And I spoke to them about, that's the media portrayal of what went on. I said they had it in a situation where they showed the peaceful rallies and nothing happened, and it felt like we weren't doing anything. But as soon as we started to riot, I said that's when everything seemed to change in your minds. But it didn't. It was working of what we were doing. I said, the one thing about a riot is we think it's great when it's far away from us, but as soon as it get a little close to us, now it's like, whoa, stop, fellas. And I said, we can't control a riot in that way. I said, once it starts, it's hard to stop. I said, you can't just stop it, and it doesn't affect you until now. It's that store that you like to go to, or now it's your neighborhood, or down the street from you. I said, or better yet, the Stroh Center. I said, we had nothing, really to do with any of the stuff that's going on, but a riot we can't control. And if they decide to burn down the Stroh Center, where are we going to play? Where are we going to practice? Did y'all think of that? And then it kind of changed. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, I understand now. I said, yeah, you understand now, but during that time, you guys thinking that's the way, and that's definitely not the way. I said the way we do it is by educating ourselves. I said let's educate ourselves first, fellas. Let's educate ourselves so we have a better understanding of the situation of what's going on, and then now we can educate others and educate our families. I said when you guys have children, then you're able to speak to your kids about racism and how it is, and what you should do in order to prevent that, and that's the best thing that we can do at this stage is how can we help at this stage, and that's the way we help is through educating ourselves. The thing I noticed about the youth now is I remember the situation happening with Rodney King for me back in the 90s, and I remember it being out in LA and all of the stuff happening. But as a 21-year-old, you're looking at it like, it's really not affecting me at this stage out here in Ohio. It's not. I see what's going on, I understand, but it didn't affect me at that time. What our youth don't understand is they're in the same mindset, and I know that. And we as older gentlemen trying to teach that to them, they don't understand at this stage. It's more like, all right, let's get it over with. Let's go back to the next thing. Let's go back to normal living. It doesn't really affect them until 4 or 5 years down the line when they're trying to get that job or something like that. And now they're being denied because of the color of their skin. And now they'll understand what we're fighting for right now. And that's the thing that I don't think a lot of the youth understand today. And that's the one discussion that we had with our players.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys, Marvin, you were talking about pieces of training and the research you've done. as well. I mean, that continues to be a focus. I can tell you from the BGSU perspective in our police departments, is really focusing on those aspects of training. We really focus on kind of this 5-pillar approach that talks about building trust in our community, talks about providing fair access to our services to our community, talks about being objective, being part of that team. And then, we talk a lot about too, this safety and security piece. And what I mean by that is, part of this focus is that, people from time to time are going to do things that are wrong. But I think it's incumbent upon law enforcement, and this is what we train on, is to evaluate these things, talk about root cause, why did this occur, and then evaluate, what's the best next step. Just because something has occurred that may be even illegal, does it make sense to arrest somebody on it? What's really going to be best for your community? What's going to make your community safe? And what's going to be supportive of your community when we look at those things? So we really focus on some of those training pieces. I know we have discussed a little bit on implicit bias too. We do annual trainings focused on that as well. I don't remember, Marvin, if you actually mentioned this or not, but we have taken the Harvard test as well to try and identify those things, really just to make people aware, make you aware that it is something that you have to work through, that everyone builds those implicit bias pieces, and recognizing those things and understanding what that means. We do a lot of different training. Some of it is required, but we do quite a bit of in-service training outside of sending people away from training. And part of that training really focuses on some unique aspects, because we really want our officers to be well-rounded. What I mean by that is, a couple of examples. We partnered with some members of BGSU, and we've done recently some training based on gender identity, because our officers are interacting with a whole multitude of faculty, staff, and students. And even these basic conversations like we're having now, they may say something that might offend somebody or shut somebody down in a conversation, really unintentionally. But I think having a good baseline understanding as you're talking with somebody, what your words can sound like or how they might be perceived, and really building that relationship. We partnered with Multicultural Affairs to do some different events. Michael, similar to what you were talking about, is really starting to try and build that relationship at a level where it can be comfortable, some casual conversation. So a number of years ago, we started an event called Together We Ball, which was really based on partnering law enforcement with our multicultural students, and getting them together in an environment that is hopefully low stress, casual. They can have conversations. This particular event was based on basketball, which I bought into right away. Michael, I'm sure you would as well, because it's a game I love to play, even though I'm a lot older now and it's more difficult to play. And so we actually partnered our officers with the students. So there was officers on the same team as the students. And that was really by design to start that conversation. So it wasn't us versus them. So I say it is because I think it was positive to do it that way. I'm sure others say it was because the students would destroy our officers in a basketball game. But at the end of the day, some really positive conversations, I think, came of it. It was, like I said, it was a relaxed atmosphere. We have a DJ, we bring in some food, and we invite community members, and try and do it on like a Sibs and Kids weekend, so they can invite, the students can invite their younger sisters or brothers as well, and really make it a community event. It became so successful that we actually, and this was the students that we're talking about, as they like to do more. So last year, we actually started, as a part of Together We Ball, a kickball game as well, similar to what we did in basketball. So we actually did a couple events last year, and we were planning to do one again this spring, but for obvious reasons, we didn't get a chance to accomplish that due to what was happening with the pandemic. But I think those things are great opportunities for our officers to get out there, have conversations, even outside the uniform a little bit, and talk about what people's experiences are, really try to connect at a level that is comfortable for both parties.
And Michael, that's a great approach. You know, it's really taking the time and effort to create a space of common ground and common interests, and to where you can have that difficult conversation, because it's never easy. I tell anybody when I'm doing a course or just talking with friends and stuff about diversity and race and different cultures, if you don't have that trust, that's going to be a very challenging conversation, because everybody's going to be focused on their perspective. But if you can create that trust or that common interest, you'll find those conversations being more open, more honest. And I'm telling you, to this very date, I'm still learning. And you mentioned the IAT test. So I take it every 4 or 5 months just to test my levels of implicit bias towards my own culture. And just through conditioning, and at the age, anywhere between age 2.5 years to 5 years, that's when the implicit bias develops. It's through our lived and learned experiences. And so there's plenty of studies that show even people of color have their own biases within their own race, because of how society has conditioned us to believe, this is the norms within our culture. This is how it is within our culture. And what we see on TV, you don't see a whole lot of, especially prior to 10 years ago, you didn't see a lot of Blacks in powerful positions and leadership positions and things of that nature. So we didn't think it was actually possible. So that's one thing, is how can we recondition each other through the sharing of information in a respectful manner and an open-minded way. Also, Michael Anthony, you mentioned about educating. So when I talk to the youth, what's the next step? Okay, you protest, you got their attention. Do you even know what's next? And what amazed me was, never thought about that. I was just out here to be heard. So now you're being heard. But I think too, the adults in society have to help coach them through this process. We can't tell them how to do it, because this is their movement. They own this movement. But we can give them the tools. And this can be through voting, getting involved in politics, going to these political meetings, the census, registering to vote. There's so many different avenues you can take, because a lot of them right now are just confused. They just know to show up, protest, but they don't know what next is. And Michael Anthony, you mentioned it too earlier. Once you protest peacefully and it starts to pivot out of control, because historically, you look at every protest, majority of them start off peaceful, but the longer they went, the more they start pivoting to the negative. Then you lose the narrative. And they have groups they've identified, such as the Boogaloos, Antifa. They have their own interests that they take advantage of and try to pit the two cultures together also. So we got to be aware of that part, educating them on that part, how their conversation is being hijacked. So my mindset is educate, 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 talk, 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 because we can't buy our way out of this. We can't arrest our way out of this. We can't protest our way out of this.
The biggest thing for me now is to understand that voting is power. So getting our guys to register to vote, absentee ballots, all of the stuff that they need to do to vote, know who they're voting for. A lot of these positions are elected officials, and we can make change that way. The one thing I do want to do is get you guys in to speak with my team. Chief Campbell, we already spoke about that. Marv, we can get a chance to get you on as well, and would love to get you guys to come in. If we can do it in person, I would love to do that. If the circumstances don't allow, then we can get on a call and get you guys on just to discuss. I want to get you guys on separately, because you both have great things to talk about, and I don't want to take away from one or the other, but definitely would love to get you guys on in the near future to speak with my team. I think they can be enlightened by what you both have to offer. So love to do that. And, hopefully we can do that soon.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I appreciate the opportunity, Michael. Anytime we can get in, talk with your team and have a candid conversation of how they're feeling and what those relationships have been. And again, I couldn't stress more, and I think this is a feeling you'll see across our department is we are partners in this. So we can't do this alone, but also, we're supportive in the fact that we understand why our students are here, and we want to help them achieve those goals and being a partner in our community. So yeah, I would love that opportunity. Same with you, Marvin, as well. I mean, I think you provide obviously a wealth of knowledge and insight that can be hugely beneficial to the things that we do. So as we move forward, a great opportunity to partner with you as well. I know this is kind of our first conversation, and I think it's been a great chance to talk to each of you. I don't know if you guys anything you want to wrap up here. Hopefully, and I can't see this being the last, but I'll say it anyways. Hopefully this is not our last conversation, and hopefully it's a conversation we can do in person here in the near future as well.
All I need to add to that is I agree. I look forward to further conversations, whether in this space or a space we can develop. Because I think the only solution to this problem is to educate each other and to keep the conversation going.
I thank you guys, both of you, for this opportunity. Thank Jennifer as well for getting us all together, and looking forward to seeing you guys out there, and when all of this is all over. Thank you.
Great. Well, hey, I really appreciate it. You guys take care, and like I said, hopefully we'll be talking soon.
I'm Rodney Rogers, president of Bowling Green State University, and with me is my colleague, Joe Whitehead, who's the provost and senior vice president for academic affairs and student affairs here at Bowling Green. You know, we wanted to have a conversation today about the importance of diversity, inclusion, discussion around issues of race within the academy. As you know, our strategic plan, Focus on the Future, Goal 3 of that strategic plan talks about empowering and supporting our people. And it's the individuals that are a part of and what makes Bowling Green State University who we are. It's our students, it's our faculty, it's our staff, it's our alums. That's a part of that community. And we talk about empowering and supporting not some people, but all people. Making sure that we are thinking about who we are as an institution and who we need to become moving forward. And certainly the tragedy of George Floyd has once again reminded us of the work that has to be done, that we must find a way to do better. And I'm also struck that we have been working on that the last couple of years of really thinking about diversity and inclusion at our institution. It certainly is about success of students, regardless of their race or background, that all students have the opportunity to be successful here. But it's also about our faculty and staff and ensuring that they are successful. And I think one could argue quite easily, they could make the point that we have not done what we need to have accomplished in terms of ensuring that we have a diverse faculty and staff. And so part of the discussion, I'm pleased that I've got a colleague here who I think can share some of his own experience in terms of being a professor in a couple of different institutions across the country, 3 or 4 different universities, but trying to get a little bit of sense of kind of his experience, because I think, for me at least, as I've reflected more and more on this, it is about making sure that I'm educated about what those challenges are, because if we're not reflecting on what isn't working and how can we attempt to make something better, to strive for, which is that every and each individual has an opportunity to be successful and achieve excellence in whatever their chosen field is. So, Dr. Whitehead, tell us a little bit about your background.
My background?
Yeah.
Well, I was a native Mississippian, and from a small town in South Mississippi, whose name is Picayune, which means small Spanish corn, and born in the early 60s. And so I hit the tail end of the civil rights movement. And growing up in Mississippi, I had aspirations of becoming a truck driver. Somewhere along the way, I decided to move into the STEM area. And so I did an undergraduate degree at Delta State. I played football there for 4 years, as well as majored in physics. So if you can imagine That wasn't a very popular combination for a black guy. Went from there to Kent State University, got master's and PhD in physics there, specifically liquid crystal physics. So all the flat panel displays and those type things are based on liquid crystal materials. From there, I went to Georgia Tech Research Institute for 1 year as a research scientist, and I was working on the classified side. That wasn't a long-term viable position to be in. So I went to University of Southern Mississippi and was there for 23 years, from USM or Southern Miss to North Carolina A&T State University. So I went from a PWI to HBCU, and now I'm at Bowling Green State University.
So you originally, your career aspiration was a truck driver.
Yes.
So how did that transition occur? Did somebody kind of push you to think about something different than being a truck driver, or did you kind of discover that on your own?
I discovered my own. The trucks were in the neighborhood, so they were powerful. Yeah. So it was a sign of power. And also like to take things apart. And I recall I had this orange duck truck, tell you the truth, it was orange.
Orange, very good.
I think about it. It had a hydraulic piston on it, so you could press a lever and the dump body would go up.
Yeah.
It was fascinating. And from there, we had a set of World Book encyclopedias. If you guys know what those are, do you? Well, that was the internet of the 60s, right? A set of books. And I would look at the science and those type things, and that's what really intrigued me.
So you made a comment that playing football, physics, being African American,
right?
That may not make sense to some people.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Well, based on stereotypes. Based on stereotypes, if you are black male, then you should be able to run fast and be very athletic. Okay, but that didn't necessarily correlate with majoring in a scientific area. And so we were expected to basically be there to play football, not really worry about classes at the same level as someone, let's say a white guy who was there in pre-med and was not playing football. Yeah.
Got it.
Yes.
So you went to Kent State for the physics PhD and in liquid crystals, though. And
yes,
Kent State's one of the leading universities in the entire country, if not the world, around liquid crystals. I mean, that's clearly is huge strength of theirs, much like our photo sciences area, Kent State's program. So you went to one of the top programs in the world.
Yes.
Did you feel accepted there?
When I went, I had this card to go to a window to get my student ID. And so I took the card to the window, and the person at the window looked at me and said, "Oh, you're here to play football, right?" And so I just finished that whole phase of my life, but that was the perception based on my appearance. And then, interesting enough, there was, at that time, was Pan-African Studies at Kent State. And this was early 80s, so the May 4th, 1970 was still fresh on the minds of people there, as well as the racial things that were surrounding that too. And so I was told by a person who said that if you just survive 1 year here, you'll be okay. And it was a minority person who told me this. And so that was sort of the mindset that if you can just survive 1 year, then you may be okay. And so that really motivated me, because why would someone tell me something negative like that?
Right.
So I started looking around, but in terms of physics and everything and the people in physics, I felt welcome there. They valued diversity in the physics program. Now, diversity meant that I was probably one of a few Americans there in the program, okay, because of just the trend of Americans not going into STEM areas, especially physics.
So did you have professors that looked like you?
No, I did not.
You were successful there. You made it a year, obviously, and then much more as you completed your degree. But
yes,
would that have made a difference?
It would have made a difference. One thing that happened that was unique at Kent at that time, it turns out there were about 4 African American males in physics there, which was highly unusual. And many of those came out of industry. So they got the undergrad degrees in physics, and they were recruited to large corporations as 22-year-olds, And then they worked for a number of years, and they found out that they could not move up in the organizations anymore. And they then came back to get advanced degrees. And so I had mentors from that perspective of these 40-something-year-old African-American males.
Right.
And so that helped me navigate what was going on in the department.
So you would have arrived at Southern Miss as an assistant professor, right?
That's correct, yes.
And so tell me a little bit of your experience there. Were there any extra, and this isn't so much about Southern Miss, this is more a question just about being a black male assistant professor in physics at a public university that actually is a lot like Bowling Green, Southern Miss.
Yes.
Founded the same year, 1910. There is so many similarities between Southern Miss and Bowling Green in our history and the types of programs we have. But so tell me a little bit about your personal experience at that kind of an institution.
Sure. Overall, it was positive, but what turns out, what happens with the departmental culture. So if you have faculty in the department and they have a reputation on campus, then when you go into the department, you then take on that, you associate with that reputation. And we had people there who were very conservative from a scientific standpoint, meaning that if you were to write proposals to get funding to do your research, then your research was not pure anymore. Okay, and so with my background in liquid crystal physics, which is applied, looking for solutions to problems, that wasn't looked on very kindly. And so I ended up working with the chemists and polymer scientists on research projects. And in my third year review, which is what's called the review midway to your tenure decision, the letter was written and said basically implied that I was just riding the coattails of the polymer science faculty. I wasn't really contributing to the research in a holistic way. And so that was one experience that was interesting, to say the least.
Do you think that was somewhat race-based, or was that more lack of being open-minded about the type of research that you were interested in doing, or maybe a little bit of both?
I think it was somewhat of both, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and I don't know what the makeup, the diversity in terms of the faculty at your previous institution was. You've been here at Bowling Green a year and a half?
Year and a half, yes.
Year and a half now. So you've got a sense of this institution, although you know we learn every day about an institution as we work for and be a part of. But what are some observations that you would have about where we are? You mentioned the culture is important, and ultimately we're talking about how do we empower and support all of our people, faculty and staff, to be successful and achieve excellence. And when race becomes a problem, then we're not allowing people to be successful, right? And so do you have observations for us, or are there some things that we could be doing or should be doing in that area?
Sure. I mean, culture, again, there's this phenomenon in academia that young professors are very open-minded, and somehow when they become tenured and been around for a while, they become more conservative. Okay.
Right.
And so we have to break that cycle, and that it's okay to be different. It's okay to have people with diverse thoughts in your department, because it turns out that in most organizations who have been successful in what they're doing, they're also diverse. And what happens there is that when you have diverse minds working on problems, you have better solutions. And so that's why it's really important to have more diverse faculty at the BGSU for two reasons. One is that there's some complex problems here in the world. And one is, in this particular case, is what's happening with policing and how better education of policemen, and just having a better understanding of American history. So if we have more people who are bringing different perspectives to the table, then we can address these problems. There's also problems of social justice. All those are very complex problems, and we need people from different perspectives working on those problems. In addition to that, we have students here, and students, all students want to see faculty who look like them, because they can aspire to be some like those faculty they see. So when we don't have diverse faculty, then the students of color are miss an opportunity to see someone who look like them and say, yes, I can do it. I can be successful. And so those are the reasons why diversity is really important. And as I've talked to a few people at Bowling Green, we've been somewhat successful in bringing in minority faculty, but we've had an issue of retaining them. And so that's we have to do a better job of retaining. That's where culture comes into play. And as I was thinking back about my career, one thing that happens to minority faculty is that in the quest to have more diverse input that I just talked about, okay, when you have a few minority faculty, then we ask them to do more service, serve on committees and those type things, which takes away from their time to enhance their teaching and their research, which helps them to become more successful in getting tenure and staying. So it's sort of that it's great to get the diverse inputs, but you have to get to a point where you have enough minority faculty that they don't have disproportionate service commitments.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So we agree it's important that we have a more diverse faculty and staff.
Yes.
Not only diversity of ideas and thoughts, but it's also for our students to see someone who can be a role model, and certainly who looks like them, or at least have had they've had maybe some common experiences, right?
Yes.
So this idea of culture, though, I want to pick at that a little bit more, because I think you're right. We've had some success at Bowling Green in recruiting diverse faculty and staff members, but then longer term retaining and culture matters. So what should each of us be working on to think about this culture thing? I mean, is it an obvious, or at times we're not even aware of what we're doing from a cultural? Is that true? Do you think that's true?
That's true, yes. Culture has two components. There is the component that's visible, and there's a component that is not visible. And you can make an analogy to an iceberg. You can see the iceberg above the water, but 2/3 is below the water. And that 2/3 below the water determines how that iceberg moves through the ocean. And so the culture that we really don't see, but that's how we make decisions. And that determines the character of the institution. And so we need to make the culture that more visible, that's beneath the surface.
Okay, so using that analogy, how do we do that? How do we, because you either can drain the water. Well, no, that doesn't work, does it? No. But how do we get at what's below the water on this?
We can put on scuba gear and dive beneath the surface. So we need to actually look more in depth at what we do and how we do it. That means talking more. And
so having permission to talk about these issues.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, that's one way. And so we set aside X number of minutes of a faculty meeting, every faculty meeting. Maybe it's 15 minutes talking about these issues. Would that help? I mean, I'm trying to think of just...
and it also just looking at the research. It says, how do highly productive organizations, how do they succeed? What are the characteristics of those organizations? And we can learn from that.
So I want to go back to this idea of conversations so conversations among colleagues, right? I got an email 2 days ago from a faculty member, a black faculty member, who had some advice. I decided, rather than just send a response email back and then pass along their advice, I thought, well, I'm going to call and have a conversation. So I actually did this morning. I had a conversation, about an hour conversation, and have to admit, I have a much better understanding of the point they were trying to make. And we both agreed at the beginning we're going to have a frank conversation. It was just between us, but we wanted to talk about these issues, right?
Yes.
So we've got to give people the right or the opportunity to have those conversations without maybe offending someone, just to say, I want to have an honest dialogue.
Yes, exactly.
This isn't the first or the last. I take into account the past of others, looking through the grate, hands behind my back, ashamed of my face as we pass another's. Michelle Alexander told me the numbers, I ain't believer. Until I was subjected, these stances now made me a believer. This is a letter from a Birmingham jail. No winds on the river, no mail on the sail. The man in the cell, he was fighting for his life when intentions of the opposition put him up for sale. This is how I feel. See, every breath I take is an exclamation point on every heartbeat they take, knowing I only got 5. Where's the love in this house? Beating, beating, beating. And during every shot they shoot like Ross Capacchione, trying to rob me and you of Kings, Rodney. Tears streaming to the gutter and make rainbows like Talib Kweli. Judged by judges who judge but can't relate. Lady Justice supposed to be blind, but she don't like the way we look. We gave the world MLK, but they took him away. And in exchange for all of his work, they give us Zimmerman every day. We walk in a new balance and search for a lifetime of wisdom. It seems like we can only find it in places of hurt. In other words, it's too late. Cuffs around my wrist can't compare to chambers around my heart. Sentiments of your peace don't mean nothing after I'm buried under the dirt. Coming out the pen, doing the same thing that got me in. Tell me how that's supposed to work. Tell me how I'm supposed to work. You tell me how I'm supposed to feel. Tell me where my feelings were. Enraged at all times. This is a letter from a Birmingham jail. We ain't waiting no more. You can't tame us no more. We ain't scared no more. If you want to throw hate, we can love you some more. This is personal here. We can't prepare here now. We ain't crying here now. We ain't dying here now. You can never tune us out. We gonna make it here now. We can never be lost. We gonna always be found. Let 1,000 of our flowers be cemented in the ground.
You think about the diversity of our student body. Our student body is more diverse than our faculty and staff. I mean, should that be perfectly aligned, or what is there a goal here?
I think the goal is, if you try and just quantify it, you can have equal fractions, but that's only part of the solution. It's not, you have to have the real interactions that I talked about, and the sensitivity to look at the differences, but also appreciate the similarities. So it's really not just bringing in numbers, it's got to be the quality of the experience. Quality experience, we retain more minority faculty, and then as they interact with majority faculty, then they get to know one another and realize that I think we're all looking for the same things in life.
Right.
And then we bring different perspectives, and so if for example, if I had dreadlocks, right? Okay, I may be perceived differently than I don't have any hair now, right? So, but someone can then talk about the history behind dreadlocks, you know, and the religious component out of the Caribbean. So those type different perspectives can come together and really explain some of the appearances that we tend to utilize to stereotype each other.
So permission to have an honest and direct conversation with colleagues.
Exactly, yes.
And almost permission to have conversations with students.
Yes.
As well, and helping students even have that conversation with each other, even though they may have different backgrounds.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Because I am reminded, in some ways, we both grew up in small towns. I grew up in a small town in Ohio. You grew up in a small town in Mississippi. And there are probably elements of that are somewhat similar.
Exactly.
In a small town. But there's elements that were quite different, obviously because of race.
Yes.
But also northern, southern cultures are different as well. And I guess where I'm going on this is I just think of the conversations that you and I have had, while it's interesting to compare notes in terms of what makes us similar, I learn a lot more when I talk about and learn about differences as well, right?
Yes.
So how do you balance this idea of recognizing that there is a lot that makes us the same, and acknowledging that, not forgetting that, because we're humans, we're, at the basic level, we're all hopefully striving for some, similar kinds of things that humans do. But there are those differences in our experience and backgrounds that have led us potentially to learn from each other. How do you balance those two things?
It varies from one day to the next. I'll just chime in here and say that I always talk about the similarities first, because if you look at the differences first, then we tend to value one another at different levels. But if you look at the similarities first, then we will value each other, and then those differences become learning experiences versus a way to divide us and say, one's better than the other. So I think that's why I always focus on
So say that again. So similarities, this idea of if you first focus on similarities, you've leveled the playing field.
Yes, yes.
Because this is how we are the same.
Exactly.
And then the differences allow us to accentuate then those areas where we can learn.
Exactly, yes.
That's a great way to think of that, I think.
I'll add to this in that when you look at the similarities as well as then you start talking about the differences, and there's this concept of unconscious bias, then you can break down those unconscious biases, because now we realize that what I thought was happening really is not happening. It was just a difference that we had in our experiences of how we interpret things.
But if something's unconscious, how will any of us recognize if it's unconscious?
You bring it to the surface.
So how do I bring it, if I don't know?
Through conversation. That's how it happens, yeah.
So you would tell me?
In some cases, yeah. In some cases, you'll realize it yourself.
No, but would you, if you and I were interacting, you would tell me, right?
Yes, yes.
So we should expect that as colleagues of each other, right?
Yes.
That, and I would hope across the university if,
yes.
To at least raise those. Okay, so this idea of unconscious bias is real.
Yes. We all have filters. And those filters prevent us from seeing things from another person's perspective. So another analogy, if you want to use physics as an analogy, we are actually unclouding or removing the filter as we learn more about one another. We become more transparent.
Right. What advice would you have? Advice you would have for search committees, whether it be for faculty or staff? If as we're trying to diversify our faculty staff and retain those faculty and staff and ensure that they're having a great career here at Bowling Green, it begins by the search committee. That's where it all starts, right? Well, have you, in your experience, have you seen some situations where that you'd say, oh, here's some advice I would give that search committee?
Advice to search committees. One is to don't be passive. What I mean by that is that we tend to put ads out, and we'll put them in certain locations or publications where we're targeting faculty of color, and we just wait for applications to come in. Well, organizations who are successful, they're proactive. They will actually look for people who will help the organization. So we need to be proactive versus passive or reactive, and in building the pool. Okay. The other thing is do some self-reflection in that, what is the goal of the search? Is it just to bring someone in who's been doing what we've always done, or do we want a different perspective? And have that conversation on the front end, okay? And realize that on the retention side, I mentioned the culture. What culture do we have in the department? Is it an inclusive culture or not inclusive culture? And you can get at that by just looking at how faculty come and go, not just minority faculty. If there's large turnover in a department, there's typically a cultural problem. But if you have stability, then you have culture, but it may not be the right culture you need to move forward, but at least there's stability there. And so there's that happy medium where you're open to bringing new people in and thinking differently. And also I think about on the recruitment side, I think it starts prior to the search committee. Because in many cases, we think that we cannot get a minority faculty member to come to Northwest Ohio because we're in Northwest Ohio. Some minority faculty will not come to Northwest Ohio because it's Northwest Ohio, because of the stereotypes and the vision that each have of them. But if you can get people here to see what Northwest Ohio is all about, you can break down the stereotypes and the perceptions that one has, and you can get more applicants that way. Some of the examples would be visiting professorships and those type things by targeting minorities who would come in and say, well, BGSU is okay. It's not as bad as I thought it would be.
Right.
Well, the winter is not as cold as we thought it would be.
We thought it would be, right.
Yes. So those are the type things you can do to be proactive in attracting minority faculty. Yes.
And then, you mentioned about culture. It just seems to me the importance of making sure that you lead a little bit by, before the search even begins, reflecting as a department on what the culture of that department is, and are there perhaps even unbiased ways in which there are elements that even how a position is described could make it less than open, if you will.
Exactly, yes.
To have some new ideas, diversity of people to even apply.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We know the demographic change that is occurring throughout the United States, and you and I have chatted about this a little bit, but even when you begin to think about democracy.
Yes.
And a democracy that in the US at least, we have decided that we want to self-govern, and the citizens have a right to vote. And the challenge is, when this country was formed, it was a single sort of race country. It was white males were given the right to vote and no one else. And so it just seems to me what a challenge we have here in a world in which is in a country that's becoming more and more diverse with a lot of differing backgrounds and experiences. How do we make sure our democracy continues to be successful, and or I should say becomes what it says it aspires to be, which is each individual has a right to be a part of this democracy. So, and it begins in higher ed, it seems to me, right? I mean, it starts here at maybe K through 12 is perhaps where it starts, and even before, but we have an opportunity here at Bowling Green to do so much more, it seems to me. You've been at some other institutions, I've been at some other institutions, but you've had more varied experience in terms of a diversity. As you mentioned, you were at North Carolina A&T, and historically black college and university,
yes.
HBCU, and now you're at a predominantly white institution. There are differences here, right?
Yeah,
I mean, but we're all trying to do the same thing.
Yes.
Educate future citizens and leaders of our country.
Correct, yes.
And of the world, of course. Yeah.
Right. I look at it as a national security issue.
Tell me more about that.
Okay, well, if you think about, I talked about I was one of the few Americans in the STEM area in physics at Kent State, and this is back in the 80s. Well, we basically outsourced our research and development by relying on foreign nationals to populate STEM areas versus investing in our K-12 systems and higher ed. Well, we have more Americans going into STEM areas. But if you look at the history of innovation in the US, it really started after World War II with the influx of scientists from Europe, specifically Germany. Okay, and we rode that wave through the 60s through Apollo program and landing on the moon. And then we de-emphasized science, engineering, and mathematics.
Right.
And we started importing goods and products versus producing them here. So if we, some people will say that military might will not be what determines who's in power in the world in the future. It's going to be economic might. And if we are having to import things and have things built in other countries, and we don't have the science that's ongoing that will develop the technology, okay, that we take for granted, then it's a security issue because we won't be able to support ourselves. And we've seen examples of that in recent years, even with the COVID situation, when people couldn't travel, goods couldn't move because of people couldn't fly, and so on and so forth. We have supply chain issues. So it's a national security issue that we invest in our resources. And I'll make the analogy that we have a team that's diverse in terms of the population, but if we don't fully embrace 1/3 or half of the team, then we're in the game, we're shorthanded.
Right.
So how can we compete with other countries who have the full team on the playing field and we only have half the team on the playing field?
Right.
And that's why it's really important that we all embrace diversity, because we're in this together and we have to work together in order to be successful in this world.
And you think of the demographics moving forward. That team will need to become much more diverse. It's just when we look at the population of the United States, right? It is becoming more diverse every day. And that we know isn't going to change because who's being born today will influence who's off to college in 18 years and then off into the workforce and doing the research and thinking about the country continuing to thrive and be strong. It is important that we do our part here at Bowling Green, that we, regardless of an individual's background, they've got opportunities here to be successful and learn from each other.
Exactly.
And people that look like me, we need to make sure that we understand how we interact and making sure that we are learning from people, whatever their background is, because each of us have, I believe, something to bring to the table.
Right.
And sometimes you've got to empower people, give them permission to share that at times even. But how do we keep that dialogue moving? I think that's our key. We have to keep. I think a lot of people were awakened with the George Floyd killing. But this is incidences like this has happened before. But this time, I sure hope our conversations continue and we stay committed. And so it's not a moment in time, but it is a movement, if you will, that we can truly begin to evolve and become the kind of institution that we aspire to be.
Yes, I agree. And in interacting with some of the Black alumni from the late 60s and hearing their stories of the experiences here at Bowling Green, it has made differences in lives, and we can do much more if we work even closer together to move everybody forward, because again, we stand together, divided, we'll fall.
We fall.
Yeah.
Right. Power of working together, learning from each other, respecting each other, but valuing each of the people in our community. So.
Yes.
All right. Thanks for the conversation.
Sure. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shayana. Welcome to our virtual day of dialogue. Today we'll be talking about the person is the political, our perspectives on our stories. As I said, I'm Shayana, and also we have Siobhan and Tony.
Hello, everyone. So we would like to start with a session description, as well as provide a disclaimer for this session so that as you continue along, you know exactly how we are hoping to engage in this space. So my colleagues and I bestow upon you a unique gift. The gift of insight of three people inhabiting space and time with you while inhabiting the bodies that many of you are just realizing exist differently. But in order for you to receive this gift, you must give us our humanity back. And in order to do that, you have to be willing to listen to what it is we're trying to say and hear us. So my first question really for all of us to answer is, how are you doing?
I guess I'll go first. I think that I share this sentiment with a lot of my peers right now, is that I'm just doing. Each day is every day. Every day is something new and just trying to take it as it comes.
For me, I will say every day is different, just like Shay said or Shayan said, and I believe my mornings start with reflection, but also how am I going to show up today? Maybe what impacted me the day before, what is impacting me currently. I always think about the body that I inhabit, the skin that I'm in, the gender that I identify, which is a Black woman. And I know sometimes those are not considered beautiful things to other people. And so it's oftentimes I have to be like, okay, this is my pep talk. This is my day. I either have to teach today or I have this meeting to go to. So let's do this thing today. What happened yesterday was yesterday. Let's go. Let's do this. Maybe I'll listen to some Sierra, level up. We're about to level up today. Because every day is different. And so in this current time, in this moment, in this exact moment in time, how am I today right now? I am good. I'm amongst women who are in bodies that often are looked at just the same as me, some type of negative connotation attached to a Black woman. and then add to that, even further than that, we're in the middle of Northwest Ohio. So I'm good today. I'm good right now because I'm invigorated by talking with women who are experiencing life at the same time as I am.
And I would say I'm compartmentalizing to get through it, right? So how I am is relative to the space that I occupy, because I understand that what's expected of me is that I be okay. But in reality, I'm exhausted, right? I'm exhausted because compartmentalizing is hard. Trying to be the exception to the rule, which is, I think, what's asked of us as quote unquote professional women, is hard. Being the sum of, but the lack of, I think is also a really exhausting thing. And in order, again, to give us our humanity, ask us how we're doing and be willing to listen to the difficult answers. And my next question really centers on, do you all think this racial moment, and I use that with caution, but I want to also make it make sense for how people are talking about it, right? So do you think that this moral reckoning or racial moment is different? If so, why? If not, why not? I'm gonna start with you this time, Shay.
So I I guess I have a lot of mixed feelings about it. You know, I don't think that it's necessarily different by any means in terms of what's going on. These are not quote unquote unprecedented times like everyone likes to continue to say. These are times that have been happening for hundreds of years for so long, like we can't even think about how long it's actually been. So I don't think that it's different, but I do think that the social media era that we're in is framing it in a different way. I keep
like
hearing
that.
the quote about the revolution being televised, like it's always been, but social media gives it a different air, I guess.
I actually love what Shay just said, because I don't think it's different. I don't think that this is an awakening, right? Like, there have been many breaking points. There have been a lot of those things that have happened, and we've had a lot of movements that have been moments, and then that consistently are brought up over and over and over again, right? The 60s, the 50s and 60s, the civil rights movements. Again, another breaking point for somebody's life because of so many different injustices. And yes, we've had so many things that have been reformed since then. And I put reformed in quotations because does that mean that things have changed so drastically? Right. I don't know or have the thought to say yes, right? Like, I just think things have moved differently. We now have a law to say you can't do this, but there have been laws that say the exact same thing. You can't do this. And so, right. Is it different? Is it? I can't say yes. I think the movement has become different because, like Shay said, we have social media. Right now, more eyes are on you. People are opting to record because they're advocating for a technology piece that wasn't there for them before, right? Like, people are saying, this happened, I have receipts, watch this video, right? Like, I have something to prove now. I'm not crazy, stop gaslighting me. Because it's been happening, now I can prove to you that it's happening, and you can't say that it's not. Now we have someone who can look at it and spin it. Now they're asking questions like, well, what did he do before the camera started? Or what happened before? She was sleeping. That's what happened before. She was sleeping and got shot. I don't know what more do you need beyond that. Oh, now you're trying to bring in past things because that no longer makes you comfortable about the conversation. Besides someone's past, it has nothing to do with the injustices that we're still seeing and we're showing. So yes, I grapple with that. I just think the time is different, but everybody in every part of the century has had a breaking point. And that's where we are. We're at another breaking point to say this moment has now become a movement. And what changes from this may impact us differently for the future, but history repeats. We're now in another civil rights movement. I'm asking for basic rights of my life all over again. And I'd like to say that was different from 50 years ago, 60 years ago, but it's not looking that way. So.
I love what both of you said. I think there's so much truth to it. And it's interesting because my initial response is, yeah, right? This racial moment, this moral awakening, whatever and however people are phrasing it, to me, I think it is differently because, not differently, just different, but in part because I think with George Floyd, we saw something that we couldn't walk away from. And Tony, you mentioned, people want to know what happened before it. What did they do to precipitate the violence that was enacted among and upon their bodies, right? That's one of the first questions, like, you must have deserved it. So what did you do to deserve this? But we had to watch, for 8 minutes and 43 seconds as this officer kneeled on a man's neck while he pleaded for his life. And as we've done marches in silence for that duration of time, you realize how long 8 minutes and 43 seconds is, right? You understand the weight of probably 170-pound man on your neck as you plead for your life. And I think not different, but somewhat different and similar is when we were looking at the marches in Selma and they released the dogs, right? And we saw those images, but we didn't see those images because of technology in real time. We saw this man die in real time. We heard his pleas in real time. And then we were able to watch it again and again and again on the news cycles. It wasn't something that came to our newspapers a week after it happened. And so we had to wrestle with who we were in that moment. And any person of conscience couldn't justify it, right? You can justify some of the police-involved shootings, right? Well, they didn't have time to think about it. They worried, they feared for their life. Like, it's justified away. How do you justify kneeling on someone's neck with all of your body weight? You weren't afraid. It wasn't a split-second decision. You did that. You had a full conversation with your buddy while he pleaded for his life. You asked him to be quiet as to not interrupt the conversation that was more important than his life. And any person with any type of conscience had to face that in ways that were not easily justified away. But Tony, you also brought up another really great point about Breonna Taylor. There's an entire movement to say her name. All of us identify as Black women, but so often the voices, the stories of Black women whose lives are taken by police violence and brutality, they're raped, they're beaten, they're exploited, not only by the police system, but by the system, right? The system of racism, right? Which for me, racism is both theoretical in nature as well as being practical in nature, right? Race is a social construction. So you made this up to begin with. You made my Blackness have meaning that positioned your whiteness as greater or your lightness as greater. And then you created a system to hold it all in place and to undergird it. But then you told me, because gender is also a social construction, that as a Black woman, there is no place or space for me. So how are you all, as other Black women, dealing with the fact that we also can't say her name, any of their names? And what does that mean for being a strong Black?
That's powerful. First of all, I want to mention that. I want to note that. I hear it. So I'm going to take that question and add a narrative. We can easily say so many Black men's names. We can easily put out so many names that have been, for whatever reason, those lives have been taken from us, either by the hands of police officers or by the hands of people who see themselves in positions of power, not necessarily behind a badge. Like Ahmaud Arbery, his life was taken by three vigilantes, excuse me. So, because they deemed themselves to be in positions of power.
And I want to shape that. 3 vigilante murderers, right?
Murderers,
we cannot
right.
allow them to escape a title that is so freely given to us for jaywalking.
Right, exactly. Absolutely. Thank you so much. So we can easily do that. So the narrative, right? Like people went for runs and they wanted to kind of put out there, you know, some semblance of support surrounding this, saying his name. And we've been moving, but the moment has been dying down for Breonna Taylor. That moment has died down. And so when I brought this up to other Black women in my life who I revere, and I would say, don't forget us, don't forget her, don't forget me. I'm important to you as your daughter, as your niece, as your best friend, as your whoever I am to you. Why is it that we can promote such a thing, but when I say don't forget Black women are losing their lives too, they're like, oh yeah, that's important, but this thing for them. And I sit on that often and I say, but what if something happened to me? And no one wants to stretch that. No one wants to go that way with me. We hope and pray that nothing does, just like we would hope nothing happened to your father. And then they go on about my brother and my father. And I love these men in my life. I don't take that away. However, why am I dismissed from this conversation? You should just as well be afraid, if not more. Sandra Bland was chilling. Nothing constituted what happened to her. Nothing. You can't justify it, what happened to her. And that happens more often than not. So I'm afraid when I'm driving and there's a police officer behind me, yes, I will go 5 miles per hour below the speed limit. I'm making sure my seatbelt is on, and I'm making sure my hands are at 10 and 2, and I don't have my music up that loud, and I'm good. Eyes forward, I'm looking in my rearview mirror because I remember there's a Sandra Bland, there's a Breonna Taylor. There are so many women that have been losing their life, and we often get pushed out of the narrative because what about my Black son? Well, what about your Black daughter? Where am I in the conversation? We lose our lives just the same, again, if not more. And so it's getting hard for people to even grapple with that part of a conversation. My life should matter. Her life should matter. This woman laid in her bed and boom, it all happened. Several seconds, her life was taken. We should take that seriously. Sleeping does not justify you shooting me. I don't care what you say. Me being at a traffic stop does not constitute you taking my life. I value to somebody, and if you love me just that much, when I bring up my life, when I bring up these young activists, the 19-year-old woman who lost her life due to murder from another Black man, and I say you say protect Black women, we should have been protecting her. Where was this whole protect Black women thing when we were losing our lives? And you can't bring up, oh, well, she was this and she was, if we say nothing can justify the death of George Floyd and they bring up their past and their histories, the same should happen for a Black woman. You don't devalue her. We are important to the narrative. We push the narrative. We are on the front lines, marching, organizing, saying the things. And I will say, are you going to protect me? Well, that's your fault. You shouldn't be on the front lines for Black men. Are you serious? My life matters. I'm going to march for me as well as this Black man who lost his life. I'm out there. I'm going to put it on the social. Hashtag Black Lives Matter. Hashtag Black Women's Lives Matter. I'm forever putting those two hashtags out there. And they're like, why do you always bring it up? I should matter to you. Don't forget my story or my narrative. Something happens to me when I walk out of this building. You should value me that much to continue to fight for my life. Yes.
You went in on that. Like, I'm gonna have to give you that one because you went on that. You went in on that. I have so much to add to that, but I'm gonna go after Shay. Like, Shay, I'm gonna let you get this. I'm gonna let you get this. But I have so much to say about that, and really not that much, just a little bit, because there's not much to say after that, really.
No, Tony, you definitely like dropped nothing but facts, nothing but knowledge, nothing but things that I completely and entirely share the same sentiment with you of. I think that in this time, I'm noticing a lot with the difficulty of movements to be intersectional and allow that intersectionality to happen. I am like a queer Black woman. So for myself, I need that intersection to matter too. We all need every Black person to matter at the same importance as the rest. It's not okay for us to have Black men be at the top, because then that's just reinforcing patriarchy. And where are we at? 2020. I would assume that we're trying to get past that. And then I think about the fact that a lot of the notion has been that this is all on Black women's shoulders. Black women have to fix the world. Black women have to get their tool belts out and put it down and get on the ground and mold it back together. When we were not the ones who messed this stuff up in the first place. So it's a little frustrating to have all of that weight on us with the pressure of all the stereotype threat that we have. We're the angry Black woman. We have all these negative things that already exist outside of us just trying to survive. So imagine having that with trying to survive, with also being the one that is tasked with saving the world. It's just too much. It's too much for anyone. And it's a little disrespectful that we're expected to save the world, but we can't get the same energy behind us. People go hard behind their Black men, and that's beautiful, and I want that. I want that for every single intersection of Blackness. But we gotta go just as hard for all of them. We can't stop at Black men. We can't stop at Black women. We gotta take it to Black trans. We gotta take it to Black differently abled. We got to take it everywhere. It's got to be all the intersections. And it's just disappointing that the rhetoric of let's separate everything and make everything its own category is happening again in our own movement. That's a little disheartening to me. And I think that we need to go harder for everybody.
We 100%, especially as Black women, need to push back on this strong Black woman narrative. I get where it comes from, but the sacrifice that it requires is literally killing us. It's silencing our voices, and it's allowing us to allow other people to mistreat us, especially Black men, right? Because we're supposed to be able to do everything. We're supposed to be willing to take anything that you offer. So every time someone says to me that I'm a Black woman, in my mind, in my lived experience, what I hear them saying is that you are going to harm me at every chance you get without regard to how it actually impacts me. And because you believe not only can I survive, that I will remain silent about your transgressions, right? And being a Black woman is one of those things where it is uniquely beautiful. It is like, for those folks who do not identify as being Black, and especially as a Black woman, I understand it is a magic that you'll never take in. I get that. And that's probably why you call me angry. Because when all this magic is in space with you, you really don't know what to do with it. I get it. Here's a hug. And so I don't really know what to tell you, but I know that I shouldn't have to die for my magic, right? Because we have been dying for centuries because of our magic, right? Like, if we think about this realistically, like, our backs have carried too many burdens. Like, our breasts have fed too many destructions. Our necks have turned, right, to like our own demise. Our hips have carried a nation, and our wombs have produced fear, and the most revered people of the whole earth. Yet I'm invisible, right? Like, all of that, I am carrying your burdens. I am turning my head to your transgressions every day. And we uphold the entirety of the world. Yet I'm invisible to you because I'm not a man. And I'm not a white woman that you need to save. So we're like both the essence and the absence of womanhood. And while that is magical, it has its days where it just needs a nap. My Thursday shall be taking a nap because I love being a Black woman. I love being a queer Black woman, but I'm tired. My grandmother, or Big Mama, I use both words for both audiences, used to tell me, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I'm not really all that old. I'm not that young, but I'm not that old. And it's a weird place to be in, to already feel like you're sick and tired of being sick and tired. And then we have COVID, right? Like, y'all, don't forget that there's a pandemic, which is why we're not even in space together. We're trying to create dialogue and healing amongst one another and provide perspectives. And we can't even provide each other with the energy of contact, with the energy of connectedness. How are y'all feeling about COVID?
Let me get up here, honey. She in the screen. How do I feel? Girl, is this a good debate? We is tired. But before I move into COVID, right? Like, before I say all my feelings about COVID, let me just go back really quickly, Siobhan, because you said something super important, and that is we have to push back. That pushback, I was recently in a space, I won't say any names or anything like that, and I'm not trying to attack my elders, because I sit at the feet, especially older Black women who have been working so hard in a system that, one, wasn't created for us, definitely wasn't created for Black bodies, but truly wasn't created for Black women. I'm at the feet to know how you're navigating, how you're getting through it, how you're doing things, and I'm asking questions and we're dialoguing. And when I'm asked a genuine, how are you and how are you feeling? And I give that answer, and then the pushback from my older community, especially older Black women communities, is like, it's like, they look at me and they're like, well, I don't see it that way. And it's like, put on your big girl panties and let's just go. And I'm like, I can live in this. Can I live in this without you making me feel like I can't? Pushing back the notion that I don't have to be a strong Black woman. It's tiring. And that's why you might be so tired, right? Like, maybe if you pushed back and said, nah, I don't have to be in this space. I don't have to put on my big girl anything. I don't have to, because I'm allowed to feel this. I'm allowed to navigate it with you. Let's navigate this together. And let's also, what are those feelings? Let's just go through the murkiness of it and justify it and affirm those feelings. Tell me it's okay. Tell me it's okay. Yes, Tony, you can be tired. You can be hurt. You can be this. I need to hear that to know that I can make it in my next day. When I'm up in the morning, I'm like, okay, yesterday didn't matter. Let's go. Shake it off, shake it off, shake it off. But is it okay for me to not shake it off?
Well, let's pause. Let's put that out there, right? Chances are some other Black woman somewhere is going to listen to this session. So come on, Shay, put your mic on. Let's say it. It's okay to be tired.
Yeah.
I think about
okay to be upset.
Yeah.
It's okay to have feelings. Like, what are the things? Go ahead and say them that you would want somebody to say to you right now. Tony, you just listed 3. I stole 2. What was the last one?
Go ahead, Shay. What you got? What you got, Shay? What you got?
Well, I think about that. I can't remember which. It's one of those reality TV shows that you're not supposed to be watching, but you watch anyways because it's just melting your eyeballs. And at one point, she's like talking to her friend, and she's like, "Are you okay?" And her friend's like, and she starts crying, and she's like, "It's okay. You're not okay, and it's okay." And that's what I need. I need somebody to be like, "It's okay," because I feel like people often ask, "How are you? How do you feel?" But they don't actually care. They don't actually want to know. It's just a real quick, "Oh, I said it, so I care about you." But no, I need you to actually be here and put in a little bit of effort because I'm dealing with some heavy stuff. And I know that I need somebody to at least be a shoulder sometimes because I'm consistently a shoulder to everybody else. Who's going to be my shoulder? And I think it gets hard because eventually you want to have those conversations, but you don't want to put other people in more fatigue because you're just sitting here rehashing trauma that we're all going through. Like, collective trauma is already heavy enough. And I know that that's a space that we're all struggling with, trying to find community, trying to find space to just feel and not feel like that feeling is detrimental to anybody else, because that's the last thing we all need right now.
It's okay to not be okay, Shay. I'm going to put that out there because it matters.
Yes.
And finish that thought, Tony. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine. I just feel like when I want to affirm older Black people, but especially older Black women. When you're taking younger Black women under your wings, you too don't have to be the strong one. And you don't have to give the wisdom to say, well, buck it up, suck it up, buttercup, let's get through this together. Right? Or let's get through this, or you can get through this. Maybe that's not the wisdom I need. Maybe I need other pieces to help me get through my day. So you affirming me in my now, in my present, in what I experienced yesterday will help me to get through the next. Your follow-up is crucial. So don't say, you got this, and then I don't hear from you for weeks, right? I want to know that you actually are worried, are genuinely concerned. And that's a call out to me too. We get so wrapped up in our busy day-to-days. My follow-up to Tony is, oh yeah, I need to call this person I said I would check in. Let me do that. And even if it's just a simple, I just wanted to know how you were doing. I remember what was happening to you then, and that matters to me. If it matters, that affirms, then we're able to grapple with the day-to-day, and we can move on to the next. Let's get back into COVID, because baby, what is she doing? What is happening?
I love that you framed COVID as a she. Let's not get into the problematic nature of that. COVID is definitely a he.
I'm weak. Well, being non-gender specific, COVID is wrecking lives. Let's honor that COVID is actually a thing first. I'm going to do that. I'm going to say that COVID has a name. COVID-19 is an actual thing. It is not an ambiguous thing that's out there in the world. It is a real disease. It is taking lives. I've seen it. I have students who have seen it. There are people who are watching this. You are working for the institution. Somebody has been impacted by COVID. There is something that is out there that is taking the life of somebody else or impacting the life of somebody else. But more exponentially, it is impacting Black and brown bodies heavily. We have to stop saying that COVID is this thing that's out there for everybody else. No, it's out there for all of us, but specifically Black and brown bodies are being impacted. That's the first. The second thing is that I wished that we would also honor the fact that when someone says, well, it's not on me, or it's not, how do I want to frame this? When someone is challenging to say, well, I don't need a mask, or I don't need to do these safety precautions, I don't need to take that into account, you are taking into account that you don't care about my life.
Preach. Preach.
When you say Black Lives Matter, but I don't care about COVID, I feel like those things aren't mattering to you. So if you have a Black Lives Matter sign out in your front yard, but you're like, COVID doesn't exist, huh? Wait, what?
Question mark? Question mark?
I get frustrated, and there are times where I will possibly forget in the hustle and the bustle, I might forget, but there is a mask in my purse, there is a mask on my desk, there is a mask when I hit the door. I am taking the necessary steps. It might be a joke to somebody else, but I promise you, I'm taking it seriously. Hand sanitizer, she is showing up. Thank you, BGSU, nice little plug, because I need it. There's hand sanitizer in my purse. I'm an avid washer. Thank you so much for putting the washing stations out on the quads in the different areas. We need that. Stop taking it not seriously. Take it seriously, please. If you say you value the bodies, if you value the skin that I'm in, then you have to know that the research is showing that we are getting impacted highly. The numbers are higher in my community than anybody else's community. If you value me, you will know that that means something to me. If you want to wear gloves, thank you so much. But at least this. At least this.
I just have like one quick thing that I got to put in there because I feel like it fits right now, Tony. Well, maybe it's two. So number one, we are at an institution of higher education, which means that at least on some basic level, we are able to read and or have reading assistance as needed to support us. Thus, we should all know that there are no amendments, not a single one of them, that involve masks. You don't have no amendments, not one, not a single one of them. And if there is somebody, I'm sure we have scholars who are, whatever you're scholaring, that you would scholar this, and I'm wrong, please email me, SNDill, because I haven't seen it or I misinterpreted it. And I feel like sometimes the Constitution is like the Bible and people just make what they want it to say, right? For whatever is convenient, but there are none. It is, the person is the political, but masks are not political. They're public health, folks. Public health, not politics. We didn't vote on masks. They just told you to wear them. There's a whole election where you can do some different things with voting in your politics, and you get to make choices about my humanity at the ballot box, which we don't really have time to get into, even though we told you that's what this session was about. But masks are public health, not politics. I'm so sorry, Shay, I cut you off. Go ahead for like 2 minutes, because we got to answer the big question and we're almost out of time.
All right, so retweet to everything y'all said, and then I'll comment or quote tweet with my thoughts. So, one, agree, COVID is very, very real. One thing that I think is interesting is how it's impacted protesting and how it has added a layer of, well, even if I wanted to be on the front lines, now I have to think about another element of safety. And so it makes it an even more difficult decision for people who are just grappling with that decision. It makes it another obstacle to overcome, another thing to have to worry about, another part of your identity of your life to be scared for. And then also, I just think that it's making it even harder with the racial movement. I mean, we are literally all isolated. We're all in our own areas. We can't even be in the same room, as Tony said. Like, we can't even see each other. We can't hug. I can't, like, none of it. And that's just difficult because I am an affectionate person, and that's how I comfort, and that's how I gain comfort. And I can't do that if I'm worried about my health.
So, as we come to a conclusion in our words and our thoughts, two things that maybe we can shape into one. So there are going to be people who are going to see this potentially. I can't speak for people that I don't know, but I will. Potentially who are going to be like, wow, that was, 60 minutes of 3 Black women griping about how hard things are when they have economic privilege, when they have educational privilege, and I'm sure there's some other privileges they will attribute to us. I just can't think of them in this moment, right? So to those who say, woe is me, and didn't want to hear our words through our frustration and our pain, what do you have to say? And for those who this hit their heart, or as one of my colleagues says, stuck to their ribs, what do you have to say? And then finally, to make all of this make sense, because that's what we're here to do, what does it mean to you to think of the person as the political?
So I think first and foremost, let me make sure I don't miss anything, but if you're not a person that inhabits like a Black body, and you're sitting here saying, wow, they just sat there and complained, you really need to do some introspection. You need to do some reflection. You need to talk to yourself, because this, like, we literally talked about some of the scariest aspects of our lives. And if you couldn't find one piece of that to say, wow, maybe I need to do some digging, or maybe I need to be a little more cautious, or what, if you didn't get one thing from this, then that's on you. And I firmly believe that, because out of the 3 of us, if you couldn't grab one thing that you didn't think was a complaint, that's on you. Also, if you were to have had something stick to your ribs, which I think is very cute, if something did stick to your ribs, I think expand on that. Do what you can to learn more. Do what you can to engage in these conversations more with your peers, with your friends, with your family, with whomever it is that you find comfort, peace, solace, and growth in. I think that if you can have these conversations, if you can listen to people have this conversation on a screen, you can have these conversations. And I know that it might not be comfy, but that's what life is. And especially in the times that we live in, everything's uncomfy. Nothing is comfy anymore. And then what was the last part, Siobhan? I'm sorry.
No need to be sorry. The person is the political. What does that even mean?
Oh, I think that for us specifically, as people that inhabit Black bodies, or people that inhabit Black queer bodies, or whatever the case may be, whatever body you inhabit, if it has a marginalized identity attached to it, it's political, because that's just the nation that we live in, unfortunately. There is no way that you can separate who we are from who you've made us. And I think that that goes back to what we were saying earlier about how race is a social construct, but it can also be, or racism is a social construct, but it can also be included into practice. Y'all cannot practice on us. We are not your targets. We are not, like, you can't just have your fumbles left and right with us and expect us to be cool with it. And I'm tired of, this is just something I'm going to put in here real quick. I personally am very tired of hearing about ally fatigue, because imagine if you're yeah, it's very prevalent on the social medias of the youngsters. because
somebody said that? That's a
lot of the youngsters. My sisters are in college right now, and they send me all the tweets. I get all the tea, and yeah, ally fatigue. White students get involved, and then they burn out because it's just so hard being an ally or an advocate. And I'm sorry, but I think that's BS. Because imagine if you're fatigued as an ally or an advocate. These are lives, and that's all I have to say.
Wow. First of all, I didn't know ally fatigue was a thing. And so to that I say, you probably need, that person who is using ally fatigue would need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what is fatiguing. Like, why are you so tired? I need to know. I know we talk about not putting emotional tax and emotional stress on other people, but I live this life daily. I talked about at the beginning how I have to hype myself up as a Black woman to enter into different spaces. And so if this is tiring for you, emotional, exhausting for you, imagine the fatigue that we as Black women are experiencing daily, the trauma that we're experiencing daily, the things that we have to deal with, knowing that, like Siobhan said, that we were able to watch and rewatch and watch a person repost and watch it all over again. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, because this is a life we are talking about. So if you are fatigued, maybe you need to wake up and shake it off too. Listen to you some Sierra, level up, and let's go, because there's work to be done. Thank you for your allyship. So, the first thing, I'm going to move quickly. People who are saying we're griping, we're also grappling. So if you couldn't identify, if you couldn't say Shay had some snap moments, if you couldn't say Siobhan had some really good points, if you couldn't sympathize or empathize with Tony, I'm going to ask you to look in the mirror and ask, why am I even watching? Why am I even in this conversation? What am I doing here? Who brought me to this table? For what reason? If you were asked to watch this, there was a reason for it. If you were asked to even listen to this, there was a reason for it. You were brought to the space. You need to figure out what you can sympathize, empathize, and take from this. We are grappling with our identities here. We're grappling how we show up in spaces. We're grappling with the notion of being an angry Black woman while also being this nice, yes, you can touch my hair woman. Like we're doing some things here. We're making sure we don't lose our jobs at the same time. Okay. 2, this was powerful. This stuck to your ribs. Thank you, Siobhan. I also like that. If it stuck to your ribs, if this
that was Katrina Hellmeyer, I'm gonna shout her out because that was her.
Katrina, thank you so much. A beautiful, beautiful soul. If this was something that actually helped you to gain something from this, go and indulge in more. Make more stick to your ribs. And then as you're getting out or you're bringing it in and you're synthesizing and you're making it make sense for you, I'm going to ask that you take it a step further, go 1 degree hotter. How are you going to use what this was for you? How are you going to really take this and make it so that you are breathing out what you're also taking in? And you're creating spaces, you're dialoguing, you're learning, and so you're bringing it in so someone else can have a stuck to rib moment too. And the last thing, person is political. You get to vote on rights. You get to vote on human life. You get to vote on whether or not a person can marry. Like, you get to do those things. That's how I know an identity is a political thing. I try to tell people, and I try to say, Black lives should not be a political statement. But for so many, they're like, but it is, and you're marching. No, we're trying to show you how much of a person, of a human I am, so that you can get it. I'm not marching to yell in your face. I'm marching so you can get the point. I'm a human. My life shouldn't be political, but here we are. And we're having conversations about how you can vote on things that exist to create a space for me to live. That's how I know my persona, my person, my body, my skin is political. That's how I know it. That's how I can sit here and say, you're playing with my money. My money is about how I live too. And we vote on those things too. What I can't get that for you if you're, I can't make you get it, is what I'm trying to say. I just know this is what it is.
And for me, I'm going to use the KISS method my father used to tell me about when I was young. Keep it simple, stupid. And so I'm simply going to say, if you, whether you heard our words as griping, not grappling, thank you for that, Tony, or whether this stuck to your ribs and you are ready to do something, I guess really all I have to say to you is do better. No matter what you are doing, you can absolutely do better and you can be better, and it matters. It matters every day of my life, but don't mistake it. Our lives are intertwined because, as I said earlier, the burdens as well as the triumphs of this country are built and fortified on the backs and breasts of Black women. And as for the person being the political, there's no real thing as downstream. And so you think you're only voting in your interest, but you are voting most oftentimes for things that are 4, 6, 8, 10 decades from now, right? In place, and you don't know where you'll be. COVID, in all of its glory, if you want to call it that, has made a lot of poor people who might have voted for the wealth they once had. And so when you think about the person as the political, that person is not just us as Black women. That person is also you. Thank you so much for being and sharing virtual space with us. It just feels weird, y'all.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jennifer McKinley. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I serve as the Chief Diversity and Belonging Officer. I hope that you've enjoyed this day of dialogue thus far. We're almost done. All that's left is the live Q&A with our keynote and any of the panelists who are able to join us. We certainly hope that you're able to go over to that live session to participate. I wanted to review with you the comprehensive strategy and plan that was released in June. This plan outlines the work that we will do through 2023, but it will take each of us to do this work, and so I want to be sure that you're familiar with the document. I'll be reading to you and navigating the screen, so forgive me if I don't maintain great eye contact. This starts with a statement affirming diversity and belonging by our Board of Trustees, and I'll read it. Bowling Green State University values diversity as essential to improving the human condition. Diversity and inclusion immeasurably enriches all that we do to engage, understand, and respect individuals. Within our community, the diversity of identities and life experiences determine how we perceive and contribute to society. We acknowledge that diversity has not always been understood or embraced in our society, yet at BGSU, we will strive to understand and embrace diversity by breaking down barriers to meaningful participation to ensure that individuals are treated with dignity. As a community, we commit to advance this culture through a comprehensive strategy and diversity plan that focuses on the recruitment, retention, and success of a diverse student body, faculty, staff, and administration. As a public university for the public good, our bedrock commitment to diversity and belonging requires mutual respect, understanding, and valuing individuals to facilitate a more diverse and inclusive environment so all can belong. As the Diversity and Belonging Council was writing this document, we were really guided by the words of the Board of Trustees as we got started in the work. So as we continued with the document, we thought that it was important to share some of the data. Some people have said that they haven't been able to easily find this, and so we wanted to put it right up front. And it shares the undergraduate student population by race and ethnicity, the graduate student population by race and ethnicity. It also shares the faculty population by race and ethnicity and the staff population by race and ethnicity. And the next section goes over those same populations, but by gender. One of the things that we thought was really important is to spend our time focusing on survey collection and definitions. And so President Rogers and I issued a survey last fall to really help us to identify benchmark data related to diversity and belonging at BGSU. This plan outlines for you the results of that survey. And I want you to take a look, but also know that it's our sincere hope that the next time that this survey comes out that you will participate so that we know how connected you feel with the campus community and if you have a sense of belonging. When it came to definitions, we really wanted to make sure that we had a common linguistic framework to help us to better listen and understand one another. We just recently experienced the impact that one person's words can have. And so we want to be sure that we're able to equip you with the language and the framework when we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. What does that mean? And one of the important things is that we went around and held sessions so that people on both Firelands and BG campuses could contribute. And so we heard from you and we edited these definitions based on the feedback that you provided. What we want you to remember is that belonging is the result of a successful alignment of diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. It will take us making sure that we are doing all of those things well in order for people to belong. We have a section here on the impact of COVID because just as we were working on the draft of the plan, the campus, just like the world, abruptly came to a halt. And so we wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that we are here in this time and place, but we also hope that this is far past when we get to the end of this in 2023. Yet we also recognize that this may be a symbol or almost like a relic in a time capsule of the fact that we were able to get through something together. So now we're into the actual diversity and belonging comprehensive strategy and plan. And this outlines 4 strategic goals, as well as some of the thematic strategies that we identified. The first goal says that each BGSU student will graduate with the cultural competence necessary to live a meaningful and productive life in a diverse world. The next one says that we will equip students from all identities with the tools and support necessary to overcome personal and societal barriers, graduate, and achieve success. The next says that through our strategies, we will enhance our culture to support diversity and belonging from our hiring practices to our recruitment and retention initiatives. And finally, faculty, staff, and students will feel a sense of belonging with the BGSU community as a whole. While I won't go through everything outlined under these strategies, I will say that the themes that came up were advocacy, education and development, programming, community, and accountability. It's important to note that when we're doing this work, although the Diversity and Belonging Council has put together this plan, it is not our intent that this document will tell you how to actually accomplish the work. We're relying on student organizations such as USG and GSS to provide feedback and a plan for how students can help with this work. We're also relying on deans, department chairs, the Center for Faculty Excellence, and faculty to utilize their Dean's Advisory Councils on Diversity and Inclusion, known as the CODI, or other similar groups, as well as Faculty Senate, to consider ways that faculty would like to structure the work of our faculty. And we would like for classified staff council and administrative staff council to determine the best ways for our staff to contribute to this work. It will take each of us to contribute to a campus community that we deserve to live, learn, and work in. So this plan really concludes with the template for the Diversity and Belonging Action Plan. And I'm happy to share that 100% of our deans were able to submit their completed plans last fall or early in the spring of last academic year. So you'll be able to look at this document and see some of the things the deans were asked to think about, that the faculty have been asked to think about. And our hope is that student organizations will perhaps modify this template and use it for your orgs as well in order to think through the best ways for you to contribute to this work. So I recently shared remarks with my team that I want to share in part with you also. Our nation is deeply flawed. But even with all of those flaws, I believe that we are at a tipping point of history and will finally have the chance to land on the right side. The outrage hasn't gone away over injustices happening all around us like it has in the past. Right now, you can actually feel the arc of the moral universe starting to bend. So recently, 2 of our colleagues have shared things with me that have been good reminders to me, and I want to share those things with you. The first is that diversity and belonging work is always going to fall into one of 3 categories: changing hearts, changing minds, or changing actions. Another person recently said to me that the division of diversity and belonging is seen as the conscience of campus. And when I heard that, I thought that it was too great of a burden to bear, but I saw the connection between their statements. We have levels of consciousness: unconscious, subconscious, and conscious. And to be conscious is to have an awareness of how your internal and external existence aligns. Oftentimes what happens in our hearts is unconscious. What happens in our minds happens at the subconscious level, and we are fully conscious of our actions. As I consider this more, it actually makes the weight of our work more bearable, because when we have those challenging days, weeks, months, or sometimes years, like 2020 has seemed to be, I want you to remember that the work that we're doing right now, collectively, on both of our campuses, is raising awareness and it's changing lives. I'm reviewing this plan with you because we cannot allow it to become another document that another committee wrote that gets filed on some shelf. We can't view it as something to check a box or say that we completed it. This change cannot take place just because of words on paper. It's not going to work overnight. It's not going to even happen all in 1 year. But if we have gotten tired of talking, then we have to take the steps to actually move forward and take action. So I look forward to partnering with you, and I thank you for your continued support. I hope that you've enjoyed this day of dialogue, and I hope that you will join us for the live Q&A. Be well, everyone.